We are live at Coletco for Tuesday night, March. This is March, right? March 28th. Let me close out all these apps. Jake's going to work on stuff. Otis is a great dog. Otis. Oh, Chad, what are you going to be doing tonight? You going to be selling some records? My parents left me here with you all night. I guess I'll just have to go home with you and sleep and take naps all Sunday. All right. Here we go. So, welcome, and sorry, I've been here for about a half hour. Actually, I've been here for about 45 minutes. Hadn't seen Jake in person. He gave me a big rundown. We've been investigating Beatles records, and then I had to make a quick hot post. We forgot to photograph stuff, and I had some already ready, and I went ahead and made a quick post. And now we're live, and I'm going to go ahead and share this over to the old Instagram as well. Let me do that. Let me click post. And this butcher cover is really, really eye-catching, honestly. I'm going to click on all these shirts, and then we're going to click on that. And then we're going to hit this right here. And then, but a big night for Beatles, huge. So, give me 1 second over here. All right, so I got to get set up and rolling. Let me share these same pictures to YouTube. We're going to try a little something new today. Let's go over here to this. Let me click on these pictures. Yeah, as you can see, they dug up some 45s. So shout out to the 45 buyers. The 45 buyers. Hope y'all ready tonight, okay? Because everything you see right there will be auctioned. And Jake looks like he's waiting to tell me something. Yeah. And it'll be there. Okay. Okay. I have a feeling. Show me that again. Supplies. Right. All right. And there'll be a button to delete it? Yeah. Okay. Now, for that, they'll have, y'all will download that like at the end of every sale? Yeah. Okay. All right. Who wants to be the first person to buy a supply? All right. Y'all could, this is revolutionary. So, these are, Vladercheck, these are all new auctions for tonight. There's going to be all new auctions. See up here at the top? Who wants to be the first person to buy a supply? Look, a cleaning cloth. See, that won't be too much. Exclamation point S3. Go ahead. Exclamation point S3. You're buying a cleaning cloth or a pack of outer sleeves or inner sleeves. And you'll be the first person in Coletco history to purchase supplies live with a new command. That's all I'm asking. Boom. TSO Houston. Stephen Parton. Boom. Jake, it's working. Well, we're about to find out if it's working. Jake's looking. Okay. All right. Awesome. So that way, y'all can buy them at any time. And we don't have to worry about writing them down. See? And I take full credit for all this. Oh, it's Jake's idea. Well, it's kind of my idea, but Jake did it. But we're going to give full credit to Patrick. Okay. Jill with the assist. All right. So, there you go. Now you can instantly buy supplies. Okay? Now you can instantly buy supplies. The show is not changing. The show is not changing. But that's good. So now I can click over here and it'll show me who just bought supplies. Let me see if I can navigate over here. supplies. Dennis Daly bought a cleaning cloth. Lily McCurry bought a cleaning cloth. TSO Houston bought a pack of outer sleeves, and Stephen Parton bought a pack of inner sleeves. And then where'd I go back over here to find chat control? Okay, awesome. Right here? Okay, see all three of them. Gotcha. All right. Awesome. Let's get started. So the show is not changing. Thank you, Jake, as always. Appreciate it. What a great lineup. What a great technology. What a great day to be alive. The sun still shines when I close my eyes. That would be painful to sleep. I have to wear a sleep mask because of that. I don't have a bed, even though I don't sleep in it. I sleep on a couch. I haven't actually been to bed in months. Patrick's got us some great auctions over here. Henry got us some auctions the other night. And we're ready to go. All right, thanks for everybody that experiments. So y'all see some great 45s there. Show is rolling. I got hot pictures up. And let's get started. So where can I put these where they're not going to be falling over all night? Let me move some few things around. I need to tag Michael Butler for that. Is this pretty sturdy here? I don't know if they'll lay on top of this or not. Almost need a table. I think it's about time for me to have my own floating desk. Everybody's got these floating desks. Gosh, everybody's got these. Yeah, everybody's got these cool desks. Everybody's got their own office and everything around here. Name tags and plates and yeah, everybody's got all this cool stuff except me. I'm like, what's going on here? Everybody's got their own pet dog and John's got his own personal chef back there. Yeah. Like, what the heck? My mom's supposed to be mine, but she... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if I told my mom that, she'd be like, I ain't cooking you anything. Okay, Stanley Richmond on outer sleeves. Thank you. All right, let's go get that first crate, Otis. Here we go. Let's go get that first crate, Otis. It looks like he's had enough. He's tired. He's been playing all day. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, Richard Starkey, George Harrison. The Beatles. If y'all ready, I'm ready. If y'all ready for that first Sir Mix-a-Lot, we'll run it. We were in the store today. Your mother is so sweet and amazing. Well, you've seen the good side of her. Let me tell you about the bad side of her. She's probably like, I swear, if you get on there again and talk bad about me, I'm never cooking you a chocolate pie again in your life. All right, John. So you brought in early, 6:30 in the morning, staff meeting. No, 5:30. All right. Iron Maiden. That's a great auction to start with. Somewhere in time. It's got that great song Wasted Years on it. All right. See y'all later. I'll be here. If not, something majorly has happened wrong. And here we go. Iron Maiden caught somewhere, or excuse me, Caught Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Wasted Years, New and Sealed. Iron Maiden's a $20 start. $20 start. Iron Maiden, $20 start. Iron Maiden, $20 start. Next is Baby Got Back. This is Sir Mix-a-Lot. Sir Mix-a-Lot's going to go up for a $7 start. This is a German press, it looks like. A couple hairlines. It's still VG Plus or better. And Sir Mix-a-Lot is a $7 start. Baby Got Back. Sir Mix-a-Lot, $7 start. Let me move my wallet. I don't know how I edited it back here. I better put it right here. And then VG, I don't know that. I don't need that anymore. I do need that. I don't need that or that or that. All right. This one goes here. That one goes there. And then I don't need this Brad Quinn. I need that for when we tag that. All right. And then let's put this over here. And we got some awesome Johnny Cash stuff too. The first one we're going to do is David Bowie, though, DJ. And this is a David Bowie promo, DJ. And this is a $7 start. $7 start, David Bowie, DJ. It's a promo, double-sided, David Bowie, promo. $7 on that. Now, messages for request. Yeah, if you have something you're specifically looking for, if it's new, something we can order new. On OG stuff, we just say whenever it comes through. Whenever it comes through, that's when we'll do it. Or that's when we'll have it, because we don't really know. You know, let's imagine if we took a request for every OG record, we'd have people wanting to make lists a mile long. And Otis, you couldn't have laid down in a more worse spot, but that's okay. All right, so here we go. I'm looking for, there's no really hot picture tonight, even though we have probably more auctions than any night. It's just that I can tell everybody we've got like 5 crates, 3 bonus crates Seth dropped off. We have 5 crates of 45 auctions, and we have a whole night of Beatles. So let me just put it this way. You're going to be exposed to a lot of cool stuff tonight. We have sold Winger, Carrie Underwood, Soundgarden, Halloween, School of Rock, Empire Strikes Back, John Lee Hooker. I hope we're still live. That didn't cut us off, did it? Kevin LeBady on GOT, Ray, John Lee Hooker, Pussifer, Scorpions, Page and Plant, Alan Parsons, Scorpions, and Aerosmith. Okay, the power almost went out here. I hope we're still live. Maybe that wasn't a lapse in connection. And let's update all the comments here. The first thing is Zach Andrews has Iron Maiden for $20. Zach Andrews has Iron Maiden for $20. And then Sir Mix-a-Lot is at $20. And then David Bowie's at $10. So that's who has the high bids right now. David Bowie's at 10 with Kelly Vlodorchek. Kelly Vlodorchek has Sir Mix-a-Lot for 20. And Zach Andrews has Iron Maiden for 20. So 20, 20, and 10 on those. Let's get started. There's no new deliveries for today. No. I will be going through new vinyl, just there's no brand new deliveries. It's Arbor Day Charlie Brown and Charlie Brown All-Stars. And this is on green vinyl, and these are $38.99. I don't think that there was, let me see here. There was no claims for this, so these are still available, but Joey Sword says he'll take one. Okay, Charles Berry says flag on Iron Maiden. Wow, we've already got a flag tonight. Charles Berry has Iron Maiden for $25. That wasn't really a flag. That was me missing your bid because you bid first and then somebody bid less. Zach Andrews, the first bid on Iron Maiden was $25 and then you bid $20. And that's why I said it was at $20 because that was the most recent bid. So Charles Berry does have Iron Maiden at $25. I guess that was that you won the challenge. You did win the challenge. Joey got Charlie Brown. I've got 2, 4, 6 of those, 7 of those still left. Axe Dragger, this is new for Friday, $33.99. American Heavy Metal Supergroup, Axe Dragger, members of Fu Manchu, Dark Funeral, Pantera, and Pentagram. We've got 2 of those left at $33.99. Gorgira Magma was $33.99. The Big Soul of John Lee Hooker. I know we sold a couple John Lee Hookers. We didn't sell this John Lee Hooker, though, $24.99. The Big Soul of John Lee Hooker, $24.99. And Gorgira the Link, $39.99 on Gorgira the Link. And then Alan Parsons Project, and this is the Turn of the Friendly Card. Let me make sure there was a claim for this. There was Darren Wortman on Alan Parsons, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and make sure Zach Berry, let me make sure done on that. Sir Mix-a-Lot. Sir Mix-a-Lot, this is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for 20, and David Bowie was sold for 10, also to Kelly Vloddercheck, okay? And then don't forget, we got a big night of T-shirts ahead. Huge, huge night for T-shirts ahead, including lots of Iron Maiden and Black Sabbath and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and do this. This is a vintage 1999 Black Sabbath tour tee, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. This is an all-sport sewn-in tag, and this is a size, what? Extra large. Size large. Yeah, Black Sabbath, $20 start on this t-shirt. Very cool. Back over here, this is 1999 Reunion Tour, Black Sabbath, 1999 Reunion Tour, and that's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? $20 start, that's for Black Sabbath. And then Final Call on Iron Maiden to Charles Berry for $25. And Zach Andrews back in on Iron Maiden 26, okay? Also, we have Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson live, and this is $29.99. Where do I make claims for these sales prior to sales? That's in our private group, Whole Lotta Records. Are you in our group, Whole Lotta Records? Let me know if you are. Whole Lotta Records. Also, Gojira Lafont Sauvage, $49.99. We got a lot to get to tonight. John's marked 3 more crates. There was 4 last night I didn't get to. So there's like 7 crates of new arrivals tonight. Nos and DJ Premier Light Years, $39.99 on that. And then Alan Parsons, Ammonia Avenue. That's the other one here, $38.99. And then we have Winger in the Heart of the Young. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Thank you, Kelly Gabney. That was sold to you. Ghost, if you have Ghost, and Ghost is $33.99. Ghost is $33.99. Gorgira from Mars to Cirrus was $54.99, and Winger 7, that's a double LP. Winger is $44.99. So the Black Sabbath shirt does have a bid for 20. Zach Andrews wants one of the new Nos and DJ Premier. That comes out today or yesterday. That's brand new, $39.99. Now there's one left. And then Iron Maiden's at 28 with Charles Berry. Everybody else is out on that. Oh, man, take a look at this Johnny Cash. Holy cow. Look how nice this is. Look at this Johnny Cash EP. Johnny Cash sings Hank Williams. This is pretty cool here. So Sun did EPs, and an EP is a 4-track typically on a 45. So this side has 2 tracks. This side has 2 tracks. There is some kind of label strip right here. There's not really anything written on it, but that is on a side B label. But the vinyl's beautiful. I would say VG++, maybe even EX for something like this. And look at the picture sleeve. I mean, this is what, 1950, late 50s for sure. And this is in beautiful condition. $25 start on Johnny Cash. $25 start on Johnny Cash. Black Sabbath shirt at 21. So tonight, just hundreds of random auctions. I mean, everything from Stone Temple Pilots to Pink Floyd, from Radiohead to Black Sabbath. I mean, everything. Just completely random. We got T-shirts all night long. Hundreds. Potentially hundreds. I know I have dozens right here ready to go. And then 45s. And then Beatles. Patrick's been working on Beatles stuff all day long. So we have plenty of stuff, and it's pretty much all surprises. So should be a great, exciting Saturday night. Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh, transparent blue vinyl. That Gorgira is $54.99. Gorgira Terra Incognita, $54.99. And then there's the new Queen. This came out yesterday. This is a new remaster 2026 mix, and Queen is $36.99. So over here, I'm still looking for Carrie Underwood, Soundgarden, Halloween, School of Rock, Star Wars, John Lee Hooker, Aerosmith, Game of Thrones, Ray, John Lee Hooker, Big Soul. Somebody did get Big Soul. John Lee Hooker, Big Soul did sell. That is sold over here to Clifford Umstead. That means there's one left. Also looking for Pussifer Scorpions and another Aerosmith, okay? So there's that. Let's go over here to the top cam again. And right now, Iron Maiden, the last bid on the sealed. That's just a random one I grabbed over here. Charles Berry, $28. Zach Andrews, you're out. The Black Sabbath shirt just got a new bid for $22. Line Stink, you've been outbid. And Johnny Cash is at $35. Okay, and Robert Warner's out. That's a final call to Kelly Vloddercheck. So anybody else on anything in here? We have Queen. We got Gorgira, Winger, Gorgira, Ghost, Alan Parsons, Nos, DJ Premier, Gorgira, Ian Anderson, Gorgira, John Lee Hooker, Gorgira, Axe Dragger, and Charlie Brown, okay? He's out on Iron Maiden. 007 Platinum has Johnny Cash at 40. Uh-oh, a good old-fashioned Vloddercheck 007 Platinum auction. Folks, this is what dreams are made of. Next crate is going to go up here right here, and let's do this. And let me grab the next crate. I tell you, the power went out enough to knock off my security monitor up here. Let me turn that back on. That's not good. It went out enough to knock off my security monitor. Let me get that powered back on. Man, that's weird. All right, here we go. A lot of stuff sold out of this crate. A lot of stuff sold out of this crate. Welcome. Here we are. Full Saturday night. Saturday. 7 crates of new vintage stuff. Holy moly. All right, here we go. This is it. All right, any Kiss shirts? Yeah, there might be a couple, honestly. Gorgeras and black vinyl. Which one? Which Winger? 7, new for this Friday. Winger 7, $44.99. Black Sabbath 23, Johnny Cash 40, Johnny Cash 45, Johnny Cash 50, Johnny Cash 55, Johnny Cash 60, Johnny Cash 65. And we have Tenacious D, the Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D, $38.99. Dr. Dre, the Chronic, $44.99 for Dre. All right, over here, Iron Maiden. This is sold, and this is sold over here. Sealed copy, and this one is sold for... well, where is it? $28. Thank you, Charles Berry. Thank you on that, Charles Berry. $28. Let me pop that in a new sleeve, actually. $28 for Charles Berry. All right, that's done. And then over here, we got the Black Sabbath shirt. And it's a size large from that 1999 reunion tour. 1999 reunion tour, Black Sabbath. Line Stink at 23. And I'm going to make sure Chris Gardner's done. Chris Gardner, you've been outbid on that. George, the Grateful Dead box set already sold. Johnny Cash is a really clean late 50s Sun EP. Catalog number EP 111. EPA 111. It's Johnny Cash doing Hank Williams. It's a 4-track, really tough to find it in this condition. It's VG++ or better, and a super clean sleeve and glossy. And this is 007s at $75 right now. All right, let's run another 45. Early tonight, I'm running all these 45 auctions. And, of course, we do the picture sleeves first. And we love these picture sleeves. They're really cool in here. There's some in here, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, I love 45 picture sleeves. And some of them, I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, holy moly, Patrick. And over here, Jill, I'm like, good gosh, Jill. This is Let's Get Up and Snowball. That's AC/DC. What a cool one there. AC/DC's a $7 start. $7 start on AC/DC. Next in here was Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. Soda Mark Hammer. I've got another one. Another one around here somewhere. Soundgarden, $33.99, Soda Mark Hammer. And then Dream Theater, Pull Me Under. Dream Theater is $29.99. That's for Dream Theater, Pull Me Under. And it's a 12-inch single, but it's like 20 minutes of music. Dream Theater's on yellow vinyl, $29.99. And then Game of Thrones soundtrack. This did sell to Kevin LeBeatty. Thank you, Kevin, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right, Johnny Cash just sold a 007 Platinum for $75. Thank you. I knew that was a good one when we found it over here. AC/DC 7 and 7. And the first T-shirt of the night is sold. And that sold a Line Stink for $23. Where did we want to start laying these? On this table over here? Good clean spot. Oh, yeah, a whole empty table for me to fill up. Mission accepted. All right, next, let's run back-to-back Black Sabbath shirts. Black Sabbath shirt coming up next here, top cam. This is a sewn-in tag, size extra large, it looks like. Let's take a look at it. Size extra large, Black Sabbath. This is extra large, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start, and there's the bag. This is from the end, 2016. Probably a merch stand t-shirt. So this costs $55 probably new at a show. You can buy it right now for a $20 start. Johnny Cash. And if you notice up at the top, we got a new feature tonight. You can buy supplies without even asking. See that up at the top? Exclamation mark number 1, exclamation mark 2, exclamation mark 3. All you got to do is comment that, and it's like you're buying it live, and you don't even have to ask me, okay? Now, if you need details, that's pack of 50, pack of 100, and then cleaning cloths. I'm going to show those live. And if you want one, all you got to do is put in that command, exclamation mark S3, and you automatically buy a cleaning cloth. And a graphic will pop up right up here above the date. And that means you're buying it, okay? So all you got to do is put in those commands if you want a pack of inner sleeves, outer sleeves, or cleaning cloths, and it'll automatically add it to your order, okay? So we don't have to write them down anymore. Nobody even has to ask. The price is up there now. If you want information, these inner sleeves are MoFi. Outer sleeves are the vinyl style we use, the same thing we use for all of our records. And there's cleaning cloths. And so we've already sold a lot. I had some people experiment with it as soon as I went live, and we sold 4 or 5 things already. All right, Black Sabbath 20 AC/DC is at 11. Let's put up another auction, but after I show Andre Bocelli, $39.99 for Andre Bocelli. And I haven't forgot about you, Hiram. Hiram, The Way of All Flesh, I believe, was blue vinyl. Let me find that for Hiram. Hiram, Mr. Aponte, I hadn't forgot about you. It's on limited edition blue vinyl. Yeah, I went through and I saw in stock blue vinyl Gorgira, $54.99. Gorgira. This is The Way of All Flesh, $54.99 blue vinyl. Aphrodite's Child. I ended up taking an offer last night for $500. Sonny Crockett, whoever asked, I took an offer last night on Aphrodite's Child for $500. Probably a smoking deal for them. But all the Vertigo sold except for about 5. A couple of the really expensive ones are still available. Okay, next LP. Let me go ahead and grab. All right, so let's run this. This is the Analog Productions 45 RPM of Stone Temple Pilots Core. I've got some sealed audiophile stuff to run for auction. Here is Stone Temple Pilots Core. QRP of 45 RPM. Now, if you want the ultimate listen experience, I think this is now the definite version of this album. That is sealed for a $35 start. Great starting price on that. Black Sabbath t-shirts at 21 and AC/DC's at 11. Next in here is 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. 9 Inch Nails is a 2 LP. That is $44.99. And we have Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. I still got Joy Division for $33.99. And Ray, this was our last copy, and it was sold to Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy. That was sold to you. And then over here we got Scorpions, Crazy World. And Scorpions is a $33.99. It's a single LP. We got one for Stephen Douglas, and we got one for Mr. Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Stephen. We're sold out. The Black Sabbath, the end, was a sewn and tag Gildan extra large. Sewn and tag Gildan extra large, okay? Over here, yeah. So that's Black Sabbath, the end, and that's an extra large. STP 44, and then over here, AC/DC's at 11 with Chris Gardner. The bidder before him was Todd Rocks, and I think Todd did say out. If not, we're going to go ahead. Yeah, he did say out. All right, so final call on that one. Halloween Kills. This was orange vinyl, $24.99. I'm pretty sure this got a claim to George Jones at the end. Thank you, George. That's sold to you. The Empire Strikes Back. This was also sold to Jeff Malwitz. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. And then over here, Carrie Underwood, and Carrie Underwood is sold to Billy Humphrey. Thank you, Billy Humphrey. That's sold to you. And then we have the Black Crows. This is Southern Harmony and Musical Companion, and this is a Remedy. This is Thorn in My Pride remastered, $33.99. And we have Megadeth Super Collider. Megadeth Super Collider is $36.99. Tesla 5-man London Jam. I have 2 of them left. $39.99 for Tesla. That's 5-man London Jam. It's getting really hot in here again. And then Stephen A. Young on School of Rock. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That was an orange vinyl 2 LP. David Tate's going to pick up the Black Crows. And let's go ahead and sell AC/DC for 11. And AC/DC is sold to Chris Gardner for 11. The Back to the Turntable, that was my only copy of Black Crows, unfortunately. But if you want on a wait list, we'll go ahead and add you. The Real Black Yale, that's STP right now at 50. STP at 50. And then Black Sabbath, did this get another bid? David Tate 23. I was going to make sure Line Stink is done. Line Stink, you were outbid on the Black Sabbath shirt. Let's move down STP. And let's go ahead and add another Johnny Cash 45. And here is, actually, I don't know what I want to add. I don't know. There's so many great things. Oh, here's a good one. This is tough to get. This is Johnny Cash, tough to get. The Rebel Johnny Yuma. A gatefold, look at that. A gatefold 45 EP from Columbia. Look at that. Amazing. The Ballad of Boot Heel, Lorena. It is near mint minus. And the sleeve itself, no splits, amazing condition. That's amazing with an E. Amazing. This is a $25 start. Johnny Cash, the Rebel, Johnny Yuma. That's also a late 50s 45. Okay, and then back to the turntable on Black Crow's waiting list. Aerosmith's greatest hits. We're going to have to do a waiting list for this too. This one sold to Stephen Reeves. We're going to have to put Tony Riddle on a waiting list. That was my only copy. Cash has a bid for 25. STP's at 52. And then John Lee Hooker, Burning Hell. And this was a audio file, all analog mastering, pressed at QRP. And that one is sold to Scott Hughes. Thank you, Scott Hughes. And then the Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Austin Powers, $29.99. Last copy of that. And then Pussifer V is 4. And this is sold to Josh Tanner. Blue with Black Smoke. That is sold to Josh Tanner. And then over here we have The Doors. Strange Days Have Found Us. The Doors, Strange Days. That is a Rhino Hi-Fi edition, $39.99. Tor Ekman. He was a rebel. Tor Ekman, Holistic Healing. Okay, over here, Black Sabbath. This is officially sold, and that's sold to David Tate for $23. The cash is already at $75, and then Stone Temple Pilots, Alex Miller has it for $52. Blackie L, you've been outbid, okay? And then Johnny Cash has already hit $75. That's going once, going twice. Otis, please don't let me step on your tail, because then you'll go, wah, 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 and then you'll be like, oh my gosh. Record flats. I guess you can put it under, I don't know what you put it under. You can put it under, sounds good. All right, here's our next t-shirt, Anthrax Worship Music. This is very nice looking. It's another concert tee. And let's go to the top cam. Lots of cool t-shirts tonight. Here's Anthrax Worship Music. By the way, we've cleaned all these, and they've been cleaned and washed. And this is a Hanes printed tag, 2XL. I'll show that in just a second. That was the front. And here is the back, 2011, 2012 Anthrax. And we've washed all these, by the way. Air dried them, so they're good to go. They were washed inside out. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. It's a printed tag, a 2XL Hanes. That is a $20 start on that. $20 start on that, okay? That's now up for bid. All right, so we're about to sell that. STP still getting bids. Anything else? Boy, this crate, we sold a lot of the video this morning. About everything got obliterated there. Just one waiting list, Tony Riddle, Aerosmith, and then the person live. So I got Doors, Strange Days for $39, Austin Powers for $29, and then Tesla's $39. We got Megadeth Super Collider $36, Joy Division $33, Nine Inch Nails $44, Andre Pacella $39, Dream Theater $29, Dr. Dre $44, and then Tenacious D is $38. Okay, I'm going to condense those over here with that first crate. And those two crates have turned into one crate. That means from the other night, those 11 crates of new vinyl, there's only one left. And that's why we love new vinyl. All right, Anthrax shirt has a bid for $20. And when I come back, it sounds like we're going to sell Johnny Cash. But you know also what we love? We love vintage, and we're about to go through some right now. So Johnny Cash is sold, and we got vintage stuff pretty much for the rest of the night and pre-owned. I might slip in a couple other crates of new vinyl, and probably next week it'll be time to start putting stuff on sale. So I don't want to go back through many old crates, because some of the old crates I'll be going back through next week will be ready for discount, okay? Kelly Vladerchek got Johnny Cash for $75. STP is still getting bids. We got a lot of sealed new audiophile pressings, like new stuff within the last couple years. Mike Codrini has that for $55. That's the 45 RPM 2LP of core. And then the Anthrax shirt has one bid for $20, and Kelly Vladerchek wants Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. Austin Powers. Sold. I'm going to have to rewatch Goldmember tonight. Schmelting accident. This is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you on that one. And then our next 45. Oh my. Let's go ahead and run this right here. Y'all ready? This is it. Here comes the moment. There's a lot of B-E-A-T-L-E-S. Now, I don't want to say that out loud because it wakes up Otis. He loves that word when I say it out loud. B-A-E-T-L-E-S. He goes, Beatles? Where? Beatles? Huh? Next auction is going to go up right now. Whoa, look at these cool Sinatras. Panic at the Disco, interesting. Death of a Bachelor, this is gospel. Panic at the Disco, a $7 start. Looks like there's a little bit of a crease right here. Panic at the Disco, a $7 start. It's on red vinyl. Kind of red. Panic at the Disco. Also a little crease running up here. We'll call it VG. Patrick, you need to make a delivery. You can put it right there. Okay. That'll work. I don't know what's all behind me anymore, but I'll figure it out. Anthrax got a new bid for $21. And STP, I was going to make sure Alex Miller said out, and let's sell it then. All right, that's sold to Mike Quadrini for $55. And then Anthrax over here, Kenny Cates Jr. Kenny Cates Jr., this is a 2XL Hanes Comfort Soft. Really clean and really nice. Over here, Anthrax 21. All right, so Kenny Cates Jr. has that for $21. Panic at the Disco is a $7 start. And let's grab one of these first ones that he just dropped off, okay? All right, so this is, we got some cool, interesting ones here. I was going to see what I got marked. I hadn't looked at these. We've had these for a while. Here, let's just do a standard one here. This is a 1971 stereo of the Beatles' Help. Now, what you got to know about Dale Pittsburgh collection is he wrote sometimes on the shrink wrap, but I've got good news. This will come off pretty easily, honestly. So the shrink wrap has the writing. Let me show you. Let me see. Let me get a piece of paper here. These actually come off pretty easily on this. And I can do it here. Only person I know that had $1 million collection and wrote on shrink wrap. But yeah, it'll wipe right off. It's like magic erase board. So there you go. Show you how easy that comes off. I won't worry about it right now, but it will wipe right off. This is the Beatles' Help, and this is a 1971 U.S. Stereo Los Angeles press, okay? Near mint, first Apple label, first U.S. Apple label on that one. In shrink, and that's a $30 start, okay? $30 start, that's the Beatles' Help, and that's now up for bid, okay? $30 start, and that's now up for bid. In shrink, near mint minus on the Beatles, okay? All right, and then we're good to go. Are we done on the Anthrax shirt? I got Zach Andrews. You're out, by the way, okay? Zach Andrews. Where's my Diet Coke at? I'm going to need a bunch of it tonight. Got the ice machine up front. Got my Diet Cokes on standby. And we're going to go through a new check condition crate. Just a little short but sweet one, but these have never been shown before, so let's get after it. Todd Rocks has the Beatles for $30. By the way, Chad, all my LPs I purchased are sounding unbelievable. I'll be back on the bidding company soon. My wife noticed. Uh-oh, A-Rod got in some trouble. Well, I do offer marriage counseling, so just FYI, okay? YouTube is down to 7 seconds latency. Jake changed some stuff. YouTube should be pretty fast tonight, just FYI. Y'all might want to go check Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch and see where you have the best connection. It doesn't matter where you watch as long as you are registered and we know all your handles and et cetera, okay? And then over here, Anthrax is sold. We got to go ahead and get it off the table. Kenny Cates Jr., $21. That is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. for $21. We got to keep these T-shirts rolling. Thank you. I'm going to be making a lot of steps over here. T-shirt gone. And let's go ahead and grab the next one. And let's go ahead and do another Black Sabbath. This is Black Sabbath Paranoid. Very cool. It's a single-sided shirt. Single-shotted shirt over here. Black Sabbath Paranoid, shingle-shotted shirt. Black Sabbath Paranoid, shingle-shotted shirt. This is a Black Sabbath Paranoid extra large. $20 start on this. And this is now up for bid. Am I stressing you out, Jill? $20 start on Black Sabbath Paranoid. $20 start. That's not the first time I've been told, you stress me out, I can't take you anymore. Over here, this is Black Sabbath Paranoid, $20 start. That's now for bid. Panic at the Disco has one bid for $10. A VG cover because of a couple seam creases there. And that's on red vinyl. One bid for 10. The Beatles is at 36. Big night for Beatles. All right, new check condition stuff. Here we go. Best offer, Quicksilver. That is Shady Grove, a VG copy. I love some of the music. Fresh Air is one of my favorite songs from them. That's a gatefold jacket, VG condition, green capital label, $9.99 on that. Vanilla Fudge near the beginning. Vanilla Fudge is a VG copy, $9.99. Our next auction is David Bowie promo, The Jean Genie. I like that song. It's a double-sided promo, really cool matching RCA sleeve, and it's nice. The Jean Genie, David Bowie promo, a $10 start. $10 start on that. The Black Sabbath is a size extra large, 30 extra large on Black Sabbath, extra large. Next in here is Stray Cats, Built for Speed. That is an EX copy, $22.99. And Apache 65, Come On Do the Freddy, and that's Scratchy Twine Time. And this is a VG copy, $12.99. a VG copy, $12.99. That's a Tower Duophonic. Also, we have the Sun Story Jerry Lee Lewis, and that's a Sun Story Volume 5, VG Plus, $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis on that one. Okay, and then over here, that's VG Plus, $9.99. Give me 1 second. And then we have Boston, self-titled. That's a VG copy, $14.99. Original label, VG, $14.99. No, I don't see Wally mastering. It looks like it's a Terre Haute pressing, though, $14.99. So Black Sabbath's at $21. Kenny Case Jr. on Jerry Lee Lewis, that's sold. Panic at the Disco is sold for $10. Thank you, X-Wing. That is so for you for 10. Let's see where we're at on the Beatles. The Black Sabbath shirt is at 21, now 22. And then over here, we have the Beatles. And that's in shrink. It's an Apple pressing. Donnie Smoot has it for 37. Final call on that one. And now the David Bowie is the Gene Genie, a yellow label promo, $10 on Bowie. No bid yet. Boston 12. We had that one marked VG $14.99. Let's sell it for 12 to Line Stink. And then we got 10 Years After Undead. That's a VG copy for $9.99. And the Genius of Ray Charles. The Genius of Ray Charles. That's VG plus $14.99. And Ray Charles Modern Sounds and Country Western Music Volume 2. And that's a VG Plus copy, $14.99 on that one. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that one is going to go up for bid when. It's going to go up for bid how. It's going to go up for bid when. It's going to go up for bid right now. This is Lita Ford with Ozzy Osbourne, Close My Eyes. Lita Ford with Ozzy Osbourne, Close My Eyes. Near mint, the picture sleeve, and that's going to go up for $10 start. Okay, that's now for bid, $10 start. We got Black Sabbath 23, Black Sabbath at 25. Jay Beach offered 15 for the Stray Cats. That's so to Jay Beach. David Bowie. David Bowie is 10. Yes, it does have a bid for 10. And now Alex Kane has bid 10. Now Kelly's bid 15. Now Lita Ford 10. And then we have another 10. And then Sarah Vaughan at the Blue Note. Sarah Vaughan is a VG Plus copy, $9.99. That means we can go ahead and do the Beatles. And the Beatles is officially sold over here to Donnie Smoot for 37. And Donnie, you've bought from us before, right? You have bought from us before. I did see your question, George Jones, but I don't have an answer because I hadn't looked at my spreadsheet yet. But I will reply to you when I have that open where I can look at it, okay? But no, I hadn't got a chance to look at that. I'm going to go ahead and try to knock off some more of this right here. Oh, yeah, this will clean right off, actually. Donnie, this writing on the shrink wrap, you might have to work with it a little bit, but it will actually... It's like a magic erase board on that, just FYI, okay? I don't want to mess anything up trying to push it right now, but a paper towel and that stuff will wipe off, okay? Just saying. Oops, let me actually fix this right quick. Yeah. Let me get that over here. All right. All right, so he says, I think so. Okay, well, thank you and welcome back. If you've bought from us, then we don't need to get your information. You're good to go. If you have not bought from us, just send us a DM or make sure you're registered with the most accurate, up-to-date information. So if you just go to a DM, if you go to our DMs and just like you're going to send us a message and it looks like you've bought from us before and you're registered, then you're good to go, okay? And we can invoice you on Monday. So we invoice on Mondays, so $8 limited shipping. If you like Beatles stuff, you're probably going to see at least a Beatles auction up for bid probably all night long, okay? All right, there's that and there's that. And let me put this over here, and let's put that in this, and we're good to go, okay? All right, I think we are. We're good to go. Let me put this right there, and this right there. All right. So, boom and boom. All right, so first thing. All right, thank you, Patrick. And then Black Sabbath over here. So where did I leave off? A lot of activity. This was an extra large Black Sabbath t-shirt. Rhino Rand, Razman had it for $25, okay? $25 on that one. The David Bowie got a bid for 15 with Kelly Vlodarchek. So final call on Gene Genie to Kelly Vlodarchek for 15. And then here's the bid history on Lita Ford. 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 14, 11, Gabe Baez, the Genius of Ray Charles. That's sold to Gabe Baez for 10. Bowie, 12. It's already at 15, though. Lita Ford 14, 15, and now 20. And then over here, we have David Tate, $21, okay? All right, so David Tate has Lita Ford for $21. Everybody else is out. That's what I'm showing right now. And then David Bowie, the Jean Genie, the last bid on David Bowie that came in, the last bid on David Bowie was $15 to Kelly Vladicek. Back to this crate, Spooky Tooth Witness. That's a VG copy for $9.99. And the best of the animals. We had one of these tonight. Here is another VG copy, $9.99 on the best of the animals. I need to pull back my camera a little bit, it looks like. Let me get that adjusted. There we go. A little bit too zoomed in there. There we go. And then over here we have James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain. A VG copy. Looks like it has the original lyric insert poster. This is a pretty cool piece here. Has the lyrics to it. Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. Sarah Vaughan sold for $6 to Gary Samuels. Let's go ahead and sell the Black Sabbath shirt. Black Sabbath shirt is sold then, and that is sold to Razman for $25. David Bowie is sold to Kelly Vladicek for $15, and then the Lita Ford's at $21. Lita Ford's at $21. All right, let's put that right over here. Chipping away, ticking away, the moments that make up the dull day. Fritter and waste are all passed away, sticking around on the pit. Next auction is going to go up right now. Boy, this is a cool one. This is a 1978 UK. Take a look at this one. The Beatles yesterday in mono. It's a 78 UK 4-track. Act Naturally, You Like Me Too Much. It's Only Love. It's a 78 UK flipback mono. The Beatles, a $25 start. That's now for bid. Animals is sold to David Gass and Dennis Daly. You were second on that one. Near mint on the Beatles there. And Lita Ford, the last bid that came in on Lita Ford was David Tate at $21. David Tate at $21. All right, next T-shirt auction is going to go up right now. And this is Ozzy. And this is Ozzy, a long sleeve tee. And it's just got this Ozzy. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty simplicity. And this is Ozzy, and it has this logo right here on the front, and that's it, except over here on the sleeves. The sleeves say, hold on, what's it say? F-U-C-K, what? Coronavirus. Oh, I thought it said conformity at first. Wow, a COVID era Ozzy t-shirt. I didn't know they made such a thing. Extra large. This is an extra large long sleeve shirt, a $20 start. Wow, that's a unique period piece. And 50 years from now, you might have to explain to somebody what that was. $20 start on Ozzy. That's now what for bid, okay? All righty. Now, back over here, Sarah Vaughan and then Mo Finer sleeves. Okay, Razman, if I can get you to comment exclamation mark S1. That means you automatically bought them, okay? So you see right over here? If you want a pack of inner sleeves, just put exclamation S1, exclamation S2 for outer sleeves, or exclamation 3S for cleaning cloth. And that will already tag you and sort it for us. Spooky Tooth. This is Spooky Tooth, VG, $9.99. Also, Ray Charles, Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music, VG, $9.99. So we got volume 1 and 2. Queen, the game, VG copy, $14.99. And Spooky Tooth, 68 Monarch. Boy, that one doesn't come through very often. EX, $47.99. EX, $47.99. Lita Ford is sold to David Tate for $21. Final Chance on the Beatles yesterday, $25 start. That was a 78 mono 4-track EP. And then Ozzy's a $20 start. And then the Cole Electric, wow, a VG copy, has a promo sticker on the back. VG, $24.99, the Colt Electric. Boom, see, look, Rhino Rand. Inner sleeves added to invoice. See how simple that was? Boom, that was cool. I like that. Now everybody knows, and everybody get used to that. So anytime you need to add supplies, all you got to do is just comment those actions, okay? Those commands is what we call it. Those commands. How about a Doors picture sleeve? Boy, I don't think I've seen this one too many times. $10 start, The Doors, Tell All the People. Wow, that's one I don't see too often on a picture sleeve. My gracious. The Doors, Tell All the People, picture sleeve, and the actual disc is EX or better. The flip is Easy Ride. The Doors is a $10 start. And then over here we have this. We have Queen. So we have offers on Queen for 12. Let me see what I had that one marked. Line Stink, that's OD for 12. Ozzy got a bid for 20 with Chris Gardner. Scully Mack was first on the Colt. Blackie, you were second. Todd Rocks, you were second on Queen. Todd Middleton, you were third. Chad Smith, you were second on the Colt. Todd Rocks, you were third. And over here, we have the Doors at $10, and we have Pam Murray on Spooky Tooth. Pam Spooky Tooth was EX 4799, a 68 Monarch. What command do we use to fire Seth? That's a good one. Jake, add that to the list. A fire Seth button. And when it pops up, there's a video of Otis biting him. There's Otis. He heard his name. He perked up for a second. All right, so what's going on over here? Ozzy's a no bid. Ozzy over here. Ozzy, or excuse me, Beatles is a no bid. This is a $20 buy now. The Beatles yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though I'm here to stay. For I believe that somebody will buy this. And that's a $20 buy now, okay? And that's a $25 buy now. Whichever. I think I've been saying 25. Aussie T-shirt has a new bid for 25. And the Doors, Tell All the People. Craig Thomas has that for 10. Next auction. All righty, here we go. Oh yeah, let me grab this stuff. Hey, let's do another audio file pressing. This is the Analog Productions. This is the Analog Productions Bad Company Straight Shooter. Feel like making. I feel like making. This is Straight Shooter. The Analog Productions QRP pressing 2LP 45 RPM. A $35 start. All right. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles to David Tate for 20. Let's go ahead and sell the Ozzy shirt to, no, wait a minute. Chris Gardner set out. Chris Gardner, you have the high bid at $22. And Craig, you were the only bidder on the Doors, shockingly. Okay, shockingly, you were the only bid on the Doors. Tell All the People. That sold you for $10. Okay, shockingly. That was shocking. And then over here, we have this right here. This is the next one. And what do we have over here? This is, what do we have? This is, let's grab a Beatles LP over here. All right, this is pretty cool. This is a 1976 US. This is Yellow Submarine, a 76 US stereo press Jacksonville, VG Plus. And this is Yellow Submarine, VG Plus, a $30 start. $30 start, Yellow Submarine. The Beatles, VG Plus, a 76 pressing. It's all too much. $30 start on that. There was a bit on the Aussie 25. Okay, Razman has this. Razman has this for 25. And then Pam, you may have misheard the price on Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth was $47.99. $47.99 on Spooky Tooth. Okay, let's blast through those one more time. Spooky Tooth Witness. Yeah, there's this Spooky Tooth. This Spooky Tooth, Pam, was VG $9.99. So maybe that's the one you're offering 7 on. That one's VG $9.99, Spooky Tooth Witness. And then Quicksilver Self-Titled, VG $9.99. Vanilla Fudge Near the Beginning, VG $9.99. Apache 65, VG $12.99. 10 Years After Undead, VG $9.99. And then we have Ray Charles. We got Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music Volume 1 and Volume 2. Those are VG $9.99 and Volume 2 is VG Plus $14.99. Spooky Tooth Witness sold to Pam Murray for $7. Thank you. There's James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, VG $12.99. And then Spooky Tooth Witness was EX47 and Spooky Tooth. Oh, well, maybe this one too. Gosh, there's 3 of them. Do you want this one for 7 too? I got Witness and Spooky 2, TWO. So I got you down for Witness. Let me know if you want this one. And then the Bad Company is a sealed Analog Productions straight shooter. So these new would be $59.99. These new are $60. Jeff Malwartz has it right now for $35. And then the Beatles is a 1976 pressing. And this is at $32. VG Plus, clean. And then Ozzy, the last bit on this shirt that came in was Razman for $25, and that's a final call. David Gass got James Taylor for $12. Anybody else? If not, we're going to go right into another crate. She wants Just Witness. All right. As my witness, I'm going to be watching The Fugitive tonight with Harrison Ford. Anybody ever seen that movie? The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. I'm going to watch that one tonight. Oh, yeah. I've seen it a bunch. I'm going to be watching it tonight, though. Oh, yeah, Otis. We're going to go home and watch The Fugitive. Uh-oh. With Tommy Lee Jones and Harrison Ford? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. He's mine tonight. I'm not letting them take that dog away from me. Over here, Razman gets the Aussie shirt for $25. Well, we're going to go watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones. That man didn't kill his wife. I wonder what happens. Uh-oh, this could be a good one tonight, Chad. Good movie pick. All right, boy, look at this Iron Maiden shirt. Holy cow. You can't steal Patrick's, oh yeah? Man, dang it, you caught me. Dang it, shoot. Dang it. I was going to try to start slipping it in my repertoire. That's a Patrick. He goes, oh, yeah. That's Patrick's trademark. Dang it. That's like George Costanza. You using my babies now? You using my babies now? All right, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so the Beatles. I'll pay you $20 if you do the whole show in Otis's voice. $20. Make it $3,000 and I'll do it. The Beatles is sold to Zach Andrews for $32. All right, $32 sold to Zach Andrews. Next T-shirt is this sweet Iron Maiden tee. All right, here we go. We have Iron Maiden, a long sleeve T-shirt. Look at this. Made in England, Chicago. Short sleeve shirt. Really nice design. There's Eddie busting through on the horse. The British Eddie. And there's Made in England, North America, Chicago. First Midwest Bank Amphitheater, July 5th, 2012. Beautiful, like new condition. Iron Maiden's a $25 start. And this is a Hanes 2XL. Hanes 2XL on the Iron Maiden shirt. That's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? Now, let's update the Bad Company right quick. And then Bad Company over here is with Brandon Jones at $37. That means the first bidder, Jeff Malwitz, you've been outbid. This is the sealed 45 RPM. Sealed 45 RPM. And let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer. Okay? Let's go through this crate, buy it now or best offer. All right, here we go. Next thing is Rich Little as W.C. Fields for president. That's on Seinfeld. Who are you, Rich Little? This is $12.99. That's what Jerry's mom told Jerry. Who are you, Rich Little? Speaking of Seinfeld, I need to be George for a while. Actually, I need to be Kramer for a while. I want to be Kramer for a while. Rich Little there. That's $12.99. No condition notes. Iron Maiden's at $26 right now. Bad Company's at $40. And we have Count Basie, more hits of the 50s and 60s. Count Basie is $14.99. We have Warm Breeze, Count Basie and his orchestra. Warm Breeze, Count Basie and his orchestra. That's on red vinyl. And that is $24.99. $24.99. Count Basie and his orchestra. Me and You, Count Basie and his orchestra, $19.99 on that one. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. Help, I Need Somebody. This is a 71 UK reissue stereo, and this is EX, a $40 star. Oh, man. So a 71 UK edition. You don't realize how much I need you. Here I stand, head in hand. Turn my face to the wall. Jake, my avatar froze up. I think I messed it up. Somebody has taped this photo of the Beatles inside of the picture sleeve or inside of the inner sleeve. It does have a little bit of a seam unglued there, but a 71 UK EX $40 start on that. Karen Robbins is in. Bad Company's getting bids. The T-shirt's still getting bids. And here we go. Have I got any offers? I do. Count Basie sold for $20 on that. And we have next, Timekeepers, Count Basie meets Oscar Peterson. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Another one there, $19.99. And then Sinatra, check this out, a 6 LP box set, 72 tracks of Sinatra, $64.99. Right now, the high bid on the Iron Maiden t-shirt is Michael Wilkerson at $31. The Bad Company's at $42. And then the Beatles' Help is at $40 with Karen Robbins. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And let's pick out another 45 here. 45. And that one's going to go up right now. And somebody might say, my gosh, Chad, how many more incredible 45s you got tonight? Somebody might say, Chad, golly, how many more 45s you got tonight? I've got Kate Bush on stage for a $7 start. $7 start, Kate Bush on stage, gatefold. And this is a $7 start. Kate Bush, $7 start. $7 start. That's Kate Bush, okay? Next thing over here, this is Harold Betters, out of sight and out of sound. Harold Betters is a 1966 tricolor steamboat, $19.99. Tricolor steamboat, beautiful grade, $19.99 on that one. And the Colt Sonic Temple, nice, an 89 specialty, $79.99. $79.99, the Colt. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's go back to the top. So we sold Count Basie for $20. The Beatles has a bid for $40. And then over here, what is the T-shirt? Kate Bush has a bid for $7. Jeff Mallwitz out on Bad Company. And then over here, we have Bad Company sealed and Bad Company. Brandon Jones has it for $42, final call. Iron Maiden over here. Let's go over this one more time. Iron Maiden, let me go to my top cam. And Iron Maiden is now up for bid. This is Chicago. It is Made in England Tour 2012. Or I don't know if that was a tour or not, but there it is. Let's flip it over the back. What did they call this one? There's the front. Here's the back. Yeah, Made in England, North America, 2012 Chicago, Midwest Bank Amphitheater. And that's Iron Maiden. And it is now up for bid. And the last bid that came in on Iron Maiden was a final call to Michael Wilkerson for $31. $31 on that. Those at the top are supply commands. So if anybody wants to buy a pack of inner sleeves, outer sleeves, if you want to buy a cleaning cloth, just put !S3. And that will, a graphic will pop up here, and that means you're buying it. Okay, these are all buy it now best offer. We have the Drifters, their greatest recordings, the early years. That is sealed for $19.99, the Drifters. The Colt, Sweet Soul Sister, how about just $19.99 on that? It's a 4-track. Couple of Colts in here mixed in, I didn't expect. That one's $19.99. Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana. Lonnie Mack is $19.99. And then we have Caesar Frank Symphonic Poem, Psyche. And that is $14.99. Broken Sconce on the Colt, I'm assuming for that one. Bad Company over here. Chris Gardner, we're second on the Colt. Bad Company over here, this is officially sold. And Bad Company is sold to Brandon Jones for $42. That's sold to Brandon Jones for $42. Next thing over here is Kate Bush, one bid, $7. C. Craig has it. We're about to sell it. And Karen, you were outbid on the Beatles. The new high bid's $42. Also in here is Concert Percussion for Orchestra, music of John Cage, Henry Cowell, Lou Harrison. That's a 61. $39.99 on that. $39.99 on that one. And then Ronnie Millsap, and Ronnie Millsap is $9.99. Can you show the shirt again? What is the size of the shirt? And somebody said, what is the shirt? All right, 34 more questions about the shirt. I'll answer all 34 more of them in 1 second. You'll have to stand by. Make sure you don't leave the screen. Don't blink. Turn up your volume. I would not leave the chat right now. If you leave the chat, there's a really high possibility you're going to miss the details again. Don't go anywhere. Don't swipe off. Don't answer any questions from your wife or children. Don't move. Don't touch anything. Stand right there. Stay. Don't go. Just don't move, Gio, okay? Stay right here because I'm about to show it again. Don't blink. Don't swap off. Don't go try to check the stock market. It's closed. Don't go look at your 401k. It's not moving either. Stay right here. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is a seal, 2LP. This is the 2LP edition, 45 RPM, which is now out of print. This is now out of print. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, the 45 RPM. It is now out of print. A $45 start on that. Kate Bush is sold for $7. Thank you, Craig. That's sold to Craig Sweden. And let's send to him this at no charge. Craig, how about $0? Does that work for you, Craig? $0. Sell that and send that to Craig Sweden, okay? $0. Iron Maiden over here. Let's show this again. Lock in with me. Y'all ready? Because we're going to be having a lot of t-shirts. I hope y'all are ready. I hope you need to get like in a recliner or something and just block out everything else for us tonight, because we've got 387 Iron Maiden t-shirts. Not 7, not 33, not 112. Listen to this number, 387 Iron Maiden t-shirts. I don't know how many we're going to get to tonight, but that's a lot of Iron Maiden t-shirts. This is Hanes, size 2XL. Here's the front, size 2XL, Iron Maiden. There's the front, and then over here is the back. And this is a size 2XL, a size 2XL. This is a size 2XL, size 2XL. And the last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was Michael Wilkerson at $35. Michael Wilkerson, $35 on that. That is now going once, going twice. Michael Wilkerson, $35. All right, over here, the Beatles. I think I lost Karen on this one, and I'm going to go ahead and have to sell this to Alex Kane for $42. Alex Kane, that's sold to you for $42, okay? Alex Kane, that's sold to you for $42. Now, I want to clarify. I want to clarify something right now. The Colt over here, the Colt over here, the Colt over here, the Colt. When I showed this Colt earlier, this was sold immediately to Brogan Scones. And then there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 either questions or offers. It is gone. It's sold to Brogan Scones. Now, there's one other Colt still in here. This one's still available. Sonic Temple is an OG retail, near mint minus, $79.99. This is OG Colt Sonic Temple. It's still available. I would recommend buying it or making an offer right now in the next 7 minutes. It probably will not be available. In about the next 7 minutes, it will not be available. Maybe 4 minutes, okay? Here we go. There it is. There's that. That's now available. $79.99. I would get locked in on that one because it's about to be gone. Over here, the Iron Maiden shirt is at $45. Iron Maiden shirt's at $45. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid that came in on this was Nick Bergeron at $45, and he's about to get it. He's about to get it. Now the Colt has an offer. Hattori has Iron Maiden at $45. And then next thing is there's an offer on the Colt for $60, an offer on the Colt for $70, and then the next record in here was the Whispers. Love is where you find it, $14.99. I did see your offer on Ronnie Millsap, but somebody asked about it before you. Ronnie Millsap over here. The first thing that happened on Ronnie, when I say Ronnie Millsap, a lot of people lose their mind. Mega Blast asked first about it. Mega Blast said Ronnie Millsap condition. Everything in this crate is EX plus near mint minus. Everything in this crate is EX plus near mint minus. Mega Blast asked the condition. David Tate made an offer. Joshua Hubman said, which Ronnie Millsap? And right now, this is dibs. Right now, this is dibs. This is dibs to, this is dibs to John Durden. This is dibs for John Durden. Okay? Now, the next thing was Chris Messer asked first about the Colt. Then he made an offer. Then somebody else made an offer, and then somebody else claimed it, and then somebody else claimed it. So right now, Chris Messer, this is yours. The price will be $79.99. Chris, if you pass, then it goes to Alex Miller for $79.99. If Alex Miller passes, then it definitely is sold to Ryan Mustaine. Okay? I'll match an offer on Ronnie Millsap. My best price on this right now is $6.99. $6.99. When I say Ronnie Millsap, a lot of people just lose it. Talk about somebody with a high demand, Ronnie Millsap. Go check them out. Over here, this is a 1964 Brazil OG mono, and this is a sandwich cover. This is a 1964 Brazil OG mono. It's one of those like almost Taiwanese type sleeves, but this is official. Man, OG for Brazil. OG for Brazil. This is pretty amazing. OG for Brazil. This is the Beatles. The title translates to Yeah, Yeah, Yeah. It's supposed to be Hard Day's Night, and this is in VG condition. Take a look at that. And it's in one of these like laminate type, quote, sandwich covers. And this is a $60 start on the Beatles. Wow, that's something you won't see every day. An OG Brazil press of that one. Okay, next thing over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan 50. Stevie Ray Vaughan 50. Chris Messer passes. Who's next in line on the Colt? Alex Miller, do you want the Colt at full price? Michael Wilkerson says he is wanting to know. Michael Wilkerson says, who has Iron Maiden 45? Carrillo says, who has the Iron Maiden shirt? What is the size and how much is it? And someone said, what exactly is an Iron Maiden? Wow, a lot of questions about Iron Maiden again. This shirt, some of these tonight might bring $200 or $300, so I hope you're locked in. This Iron Maiden shirt right now, Hattori Hanzo has it for $45. Hattori Hanzo has it. See that right there? Hattori Hanzo, Iron Maiden. If you're looking at your Facebook chat, you are missing 2/3 of the show. Hattori Hanzo is watching over on YouTube. He's not even watching on the same app as you. He has it at $45, and everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. Stevie Ray Vaughan is with Kevin Chapman at $55. Kevin Chapman at $55. Kevin Chapman at $55. Michael Wilkerson has Iron Maiden for $50. The Beatles is a $60 start. We're waiting for Alex Miller to say sold or pass on this at $79.99. Alex Miller sold or pass, $79.99. The spotlight's on you. The spotlight's on you. He said he would take it. The Colt full price sold to Alex Miller. Done. What size is the Iron Maiden shirt? A 2XL. I'll show it again before we close it. There's another bid for $50 and then another bid for $50. Ronnie Millsap is sold to John Durden for $6.99. Also, Leon Redbone double time. $14.99 for Leon Redbone. Also over here we have this. I have this right here, this right here, this right here is the Distant Galaxy, Don Skepsky, a 1968 promo, $29.99. Also, it don't mean a thing. It ain't got that swing. Duke Ellington and Teresa Brewer, $9.99. A Taste of Honey, Martin Dini, $9.99. Also, Martin Dini, Saranara is $9.99. Also, Spider is $14.99. And we had Mel Tillis Greatest Hits. Mel Tillis is sealed, and that is $14.99. And then Joe Tex, I Gotcha, a 1972 sealed, $24.99. David Gass gets Leon Redbone for $10. Arnold Adams says, I bid $8 on Ronnie Millsap. You were fifth in line. You were fifth in line on Ronnie Millsap, Arnold. Even though you offered more, I already told John Durden $6.99. You were fifth. And when I said Ronnie Millsap earlier, a couple people almost lost their cool. That was incredible. Let me go call John right now and say, John, we need more Ronnie Millsap. Good gosh. I've never seen such a chaotic rush in my life. Over here is Iron Maiden. This is an official concert tour tee out of Chicago. There's the front. There's the back. It is made in England, North America, 2012, Chicago Midwest Amphitheater, July 5th. And the high bid on this is $50 with Michael Wilkerson. David Sosby also bid $50, but you came in second. Y'all are done, $50. I need somebody to bid like $60, $65, or $75 on this. This right now is at $50. Stevie Ray Vaughan is now at $65 with Kevin Chapman. And final chance on the OG Brazil Beatles. Really interesting one there. $60 on that one. What is the Gorgira? Mel Tillis sold to Cody Wright for $10. Alice Kane got Spider. Stevie Ray Vaughan $65. And Ryan Mustaine on Galaxy. Sold to Ryan Mustaine. Okay, next thing over here is Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh. This is on blue vinyl. Gorgira is $54.99. Gorgira, The Way of All Flesh. It's a blue vinyl 2LP, $54.99. All you got to do is say, Chad, good gosh, I'll take it. That is amazing. David Sosby, I'm taking your silence as in you're done bidding. Is that correct? I'm taking David Sosby's silence as in you're done bidding. The Beatles at $60, and Gerald Whitworth gets Joe Tex for $15. Dan Kika says he'll take Gorgira. Let's read through these again quickly. We got 300, listen to this, 397 Iron Maiden shirts, 397 crates, 397 45s, 397 Beatles records, and we're going to do them one at a time. All right? Now, over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan sealed, and that's with Kevin Chapman at 65. I've lost Nick Bergeron. The Beatles has one bid for 60. And over here, this is going. Here we go. This is buy it now, best offer. Rich Little as W.C. Fields as president. That's $12.99. Count Basie, more hits of the 50s and 60s. Count Basie is $14.99. We've already sold one Count Basie. There's another one. Here's another one. Warm Breeze, Count Basie and his orchestra. That one's on red vinyl, $24.99. Also, we have the Timekeepers. Count Basie meets Oscar Peterson. That is $19.99. I take it Otis just went outside. That's why he's very excited and running around. And then over here, we got Frank Sinatra, the 6-record box set, $64.99. Iron Maiden, I lost David Sosby. David Sosby has been lost. Let's send out an all-points bulletin. This is sold to Michael Wilkerson for $50. Thank you, Michael Wilkerson. This is sold for $50. That is sold. Here comes Otis. Here's Otis. Next auction is going to go up right now. We have this right here. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan. I lost Nick Bergeron. He just said, "Al, I'm glad you're still alive." Kevin Chapman, you get this for $65. And the Beatles is sold to Karen Robbins for $60. Karen Robbins for $60. I'm telling you right now, if you want to win these Iron Maiden shirts, you better go ahead and be locking in at 75, 100, a buck and a quarter, 145, 175. And then here's Otis. Next thing is 3 Count Basies, $45. 1, 2, 3 sold. Master Moth for $45. Done. Harold Betters, Out of Sight, Out of Mind, $19.99 on that one. The Drifters is sealed for $19.99. Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana, $19.99. And Psyche, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. A 1978 White album. This is pretty cool. It's on white vinyl with the embossed cover, and this comes with a fold-out poster and 4 portrait photos. This is pretty cool. A French pressing on white vinyl from 1978. Now, I know the cover looks discolored. That's how this looks. The cover looks discolored. That's how it was made, okay? It's a 78 French reissue on white vinyl, and it has the poster and all 4 photos. $120 start on the Beatles. There's Paul McCartney. There's John Lennon. There's Ringo Starr. There's George Harrison. And it does have the poster as well. And this is on white vinyl, $120 start. There's the poster. Cry, baby, cry. Make your mother sigh. That's $120 start on the Beatles. And then we have percussion concert percussion. John Cage, 1961, $39.99. Whispers was $14.99. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Duke Ellington, $9.99. A Taste of Honey Martindini, $9.99. And Sayonara Martindini, $9.99. Rob Zombie sold to Eric Smalley. Record Store Day Essential glow-in-the-dark vinyl sold to Eric Smalley for $36.99. That's sold. There's the Beatles White Album, French pressing on white vinyl. Next 45 is going to go up right now. Here we go, Jill. This is it. I hope you're ready. And this one is Pearl Jam Light Years. Pearl Jam's on yellow vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $7 start. Pearl Jam is a yellow vinyl, $7 start. Light Years, and that's now up for bid, okay? Joseph McCormick on Duke, and Duke Ellington is sold to Joseph McCormick. And let's go through another crate of new arrivals that's never been gone through before right now. And I think this is done. And White Album, the vinyl's near mint minus and covers VG+. Anything else you'd like to say, Jill?
No.
I might need one favor. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll give you some very strict and detailed instructions. But right now, let me go ahead and introduce this. This is Stone Temple Pilots Purple. Here's another 2 LP, 45 RPM. This is Stone Temple Pilots Purple. Another 2 LP sealed, 45 RPM. And this is going to go up for it's sealed. It's a 45 R. It's sealed. A 45 R. It's sealed for a $35 start. Stone Temple Pilots. And then Pearl Jam is at 7 with Craig Thomas. Okay. All right, and then Master Moth, can I put back the Basie on red vinyl and have it keep the other 2 for 30? All right, no problem. So Basie on red vinyl is going back. If anybody wants that one, it's still available. Warm Breeze, $24.99. Warm Breeze makes me feel fine. Wrong song, Chad. All right, here we go, and I'm going to hand this off to Jill. I need this full of ice. I'm talking about to the top, and then 1 can of this. 1 can of this. And this, and that will save me 3 minutes from having to walk up front, which could be the potential of thousands of dollars. All right, let me go ahead and grab this right over here, and this is now going up for bid. This is a buy it now best offer crate, okay? Here we go. David Sosby is still alive. He is still alive, folks. He just requested another shirt. He is still alive. He is still alive. He did not die. He is still alive with us. He's still alive. They shot him 5 times and he's still alive. That's bad news for you, and that's bad news for me if he doesn't make that deal. What movie? Okay, next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is going to go up for bid. This is an Iron Maiden t-shirt. And this is Iron Maiden, and this is going to go up for a $25 star. Iron Maiden, Book of Souls, and this is a size 2XL. Iron Maiden, a 2XL. This is a $25 start. There's the front, and here's the back. And this is the Book of Souls Tour 2016. Size 2XL. Iron Maiden t-shirt, a $20 star, $25 star, $30 star. Here we go. This is it. This is a $25 start. This is a $25 to $30. This is now up for bid, okay? Next thing over here, let's go back right here. Pearl Jam, $7, STP 35, STP 40, STP 45. And did you see my post last night? Megadeth Records last night. I don't think I did. And then over here, STP 47, and then STP 48. And the next thing over here is Dwight Yoakam, Hillbilly Deluxe, Gold Stamp promo, $34.99. And then we have Hank Williams Jr., Man of Steel. This is sealed, unopened with hop sticker, $29.99. Pearl Jam, sold to Craig Thomas for $7. That is sold for Craig Thomas for $7. And then the White Album over here. White Now over here. Right Now over here. White Now. White Album over here is a no bid, $120 buy now. That's a 2 LP white vinyl. No, I'll take Otis. I'll take Otis, okay? Okay. See, does he want to go with you? Okay, he can stay here with me. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, he's going to be confused. All right, over here, this is a $120 buy now, 1978 French White Album, 120, 120, 120, 120, 120, 120. Let's go 120. All right, over here we have Iron Maiden at 30. We have STP at 50. Let's move that down. Let's move this down. And then over here, Dwight Yoakam, 25. Dwight Yoakam, 28. Dwight Yoakam, 28. Next thing over here is the Judds, and that is sealed for $24.99. Also, Blondie the Hunter, that's sealed for $29.99. And then over here, Mondo Kane number 2, Kyle Winding, that's $14.99. And we have April Stevens, Teach Me Tiger. April Stevens is sealed, $19.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up for bid when? It's going to go up for bid right now. And this is Pearl Jam Wish List. Pearl Jam Wish List is going to go up for bid, a $7 start. Pearl Jam Wish List. Pearl Jam is going to go up for a $7 start. Fred Carnell gets the Beatles for $110. Next over here is Dwight Yoakam, sold to Stephen Parton for $27. And we have Exotica Suite. Martin Denny has this flip-flap cover. Very interesting one here, $14.99. And we have Leon. We have Leo Smith, Divine Love. This is a 1979, $24.99. The Stone Temple Pilots is a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Whoops. The Stone Temple Pilots is the 2 LP sealed 45 RPM Analog Productions. Sealed Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, sealed from Atlantic 75. Over here is the current Iron Maiden t-shirt. It has one bid for $30. Iron Maiden, Book of Souls Tour. That's Eddie. Kind of like an Uncle Sam Eddie busting through the wall, Book of Souls Tour. And this is an actual concert tee from Book of Souls Tour 2016. The last bid over here on the Iron Maiden shirt is the only bid. Joseph McCormick has this for $30. Joseph McCormick has this for $30. We're also going through a crate of buy it now or best offer. There's Pearl Jam. Next thing in here is Paul Desmond from Hot Afternoon. Paul Desmond's a 1969 white label promo, $29.99. Jake says Facebook chat is working normal on my end and update on my end. If there's an issue, it's in their app. Jake says if there's any issues on Facebook, it's in y'all's app. You might need to update. You might need to uninstall. You might need to do a lot of stuff, okay? Pearl Jam 8, 9, 10. Iron Maiden's at 31. And then over here, we have Ryan Mustaine on PD for Paul Desmond. And then over here, we have David Sosby on $40 for Iron Maiden. And then over here, we have Paul Desmond, Glad to Be Unhappy. And that's a 1965 Indianapolis, $79.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up our next Beatles. And the next Beatles is going to go up right now. This is a 1972 Uruguay pressing of Rubber Soul. This is pretty cool. A 1972, they actually printed the Beatles on the cover. A 72 Uruguay. Near mint on this one. Look at that label. How unusual. This is official. It is official. It's a 72 Uruguay of Rubber Soul, a $40 start. That is now up for bid. The Iron Maiden shirt's at $40. Brad Waite says the sizes of these t-shirts are too big. And then over here we have Iron Maiden at $31, and that is with Wilkie. So there's a new bid on Iron Maiden for $31. Pearl Jam is sold at 007 Platinum for $10, and that is over here. And we have Paul Desmond Easy Living. That's a 1966 Indianapolis, $59.99 on that one. Paul Desmond Summertime, a 1969 white label promo, $39.99. And then Mike Oldfield boxed. This is Mike Oldfield, a 1976 UK sealed, $49.99 on that one. $49.99 on that one. The Iron Maiden t-shirt over here. The Iron Maiden t-shirt over here is 2XL. Somebody says the t-shirts are not big enough. Somebody else has said these t-shirts are too big. And somebody's like, Chad, can you offer a bigger variety for t-shirts? And then somebody else just said, Chad, is there any chance you have smaller t-shirts? STP over here, the last bid on STP that just came in was the final call, which was Mike Quadrini at $50. Mike Quadrini at $50, and then the Beatles Rubber Soul, and that's a $40 start. No bid on that yet. On stage, and this one is the Bill Perkins Octet, and this is a 1991 press, $39.99, and Chico Hamilton Trio, an 83 Japanese, $29.99. And we have John Ederle Zoot Sims, the John Ederle 7, 1984, $19.99, okay? Over here. Otis, come here for a minute. Buddy, it's okay. I'm here, okay? Shh. I know Jill left. It's okay, though. I'm here, okay? It's all right. It's okay, buddy. It's all right. All right, I'm here. I'll take care of you. Otis is worried. He started barking when Jill left. All right, it's okay. It's all right, all right? I'm okay. You're okay. I'm here with you. All right? Jill's gone. All right, next thing over here is the Beatles. What is the Beatles? Was the high bid on the Iron Maiden t-shirt, and TSO Houston getting the sealed Mike Oldfield box set. That's pretty cool. And then over here we have John Ederle from Hollywood to New York. That's a 1990 press, $19.99, okay? Now, first thing, STP is sold. Let's go ahead and get that off the table, and Stone Temple Pilots is officially sold. And that is sold to Mike Quadrini for $50, okay? Sold to Mike Quadrini for $50. Ron Mustaine says, I claimed another PD, and he said, Paul Desmond unhappy. Yes, Paul Desmond unhappy. So Ron Mustaine, let's go through these Paul Desmonds and figure out, let's figure out which ones you want, okay? Because there's a few in here. And I saw that, and then there was 3 in a row, so I was trying to figure out which one you wanted. Paul Desmond Summertime, Paul Desmond Easy Living, or Paul Desmond Glad to Be Unhappy. Let me know on those 3. Now, let's look at the Iron Maiden shirt for the final call. And right now, the last bid that came in on the Iron Maiden shirt was Wilkie 73, which I believe is Michael Wilkerson. This is at $31. Michael Wilkerson has this. It's a size 2XL. Michael Wilkerson, $31. Michael Wilkerson, $31 on Iron Maiden. $31 on Iron Maiden. It's a size 2XL. There's the front, there's the back. The Book of Souls Tour, USA 2016. That is the current t-shirt right now. It's at $31 and everybody else is out. Now the Beatles, this is the Beatles Rubber Soul. It is a 72 Uruguay press in near mint condition. A 72 Uruguay press, which is a reissue, of course. Very unusual foreign pressings. If you collect Beatles stuff like me, you'll probably be interested in foreign pressings, because after you get through collecting the whole discography, you'll realize that there's 3,000 other ones you can collect. This is a $40 start. There's no bid yet. Over here, Paul Desmond, well, there was only one claimed, so you just want unhappy, right? I've got you down for one Paul Desmond here. Easy Living, Glad to Be Unhappy, and that's the one he wanted. And now my crate's full, and let's go ahead and swap out. Tonight's lineup is a lot of stuff. I'll just put it that way. There is a lot of stuff in tonight's lineup. A lot of stuff. Otis, do you need more water already? Good gosh, buddy. All right, let's get this full. All right, there's your water. You're up there barking up a storm over Jill. She's gone. You're with me the rest of the night, so that means you're going to get pampered like a king, okay? You're going to get pampered like a king. Let's put that right there. And now the Beatles, David Sosby says he bid $40 on Iron Maiden. Now the high bid on Iron Maiden is $40. Either I didn't see that or it didn't come in. Now the Beatles is at $40. Both auctions are at $40. Both auctions are at $40. And then over here we have Midnight Slows, Volume 10, Eddie Davis and Bill Doggett. That's a French pressing for $29.99. And Midnight Slows Volume 9, She's Exposed, Bill Doggett and his orchestra. That one's $24.99. So Iron Maiden, Beatles, those are our current 2 auctions. Let's step step over here and get this other next audio file pressing, and this is from Analog Productions, and this is Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. And Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare is a 2LP 45, and this is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Kenny Dorham, Hot Stuff from Brazil, that is $24.99. And we have Instrumentalist, Almost Forgotten, various artists, $9.99. New Bid on Iron Maiden for $41. David Sosby, You Are Outbid. And The World of Alcina, Bill Russo, 1956 Mono Atlantic, $29.99. Now the Beatles has a new bid for $41. Alice Cooper's a $35 start. And then our next single is going to go up for bid right now. And that next single is going to be this right here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. How about Sicko? Sicko is going to go up for a $7 start. Sicko, Count Me Out, Broken String, Kathy's Dance, FB Song, 1993, Empty Records. Sicko is going to go up for a $7 start. Good luck on that one. Over here, we have Iron Maiden 41. That means David Sosby, you're out. Beatles is at 43. Alice Cooper 35. Iron Maiden has a bid for 50. And then the Kenny Burrell Octet, lots of bossa nova. Kenny Burrell Octet was $29.99. Impulse, featuring Eddie Burt. That's a 1987 Holland, $19.99 on that one. This is a Japanese pressing, Akio Akamoto and Gary Stars, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. That's an 82 Japanese pressing, $19.99. The remaining Paul Desmonds, we have Paul Desmond Summertime, which is a 1969 white label promo with promo stickers. That is no condition notes, $39.99. The other one is Paul Desmond, Easy Living, featuring Jim Hall, a 1966 Indianapolis from RCA. $59.99 on that one. Sicko has a bid for 7 and now 10. We have Hats Off, the Marachi Brass featuring Chet Baker, $19.99. Now David Sosby has the Iron Maiden t-shirt for 50. Alice Cooper has a bid for 35. The Beatles is at 45, now 47, and Sicko is at 10. This is Stereo, Liberty, the sound of the 60s, $9.99 for Liberty. And then over here, looking up the Jubilee 4. The Jubilee 4 is a 1961 white label promo, $29.99. And Kansas City Revisited, Bob Brookmeyer, Al Cohn, and this is a 1958 $12.99. When I grabbed this crate, I didn't realize it was a jazz crate. The Quartet and the Quintet, Jack Sheldon, a 1979 press, $24.99. Bill, Miles, Joe J. We had this one last night. Bill Evans, Miles Davis, etc., $12.99 on that one. And Guitars. This is $9.99. Ralph Venturino, I take it you're done on Sicko. Alice Cooper's at half off right now. Pretty crazy. These new cost $59.99. It's only got one bid right now for $35. Now it just got a bid for $37. Now the Beatles is sold for $47 to Intergroove Distortion. Thank you, Intergroove Distortion. That's so to you. And then the Iron Maiden shirt. Wilkie's back in at 51. Michael Wilkerson has it for 51. David Sosby, you're out. Alice Cooper's at 37, and Sicko is at 10, okay? Red Army Man wants Miles, etc. This is so to Red Army Man. Gary Samuels, you were second. If we got for losers only, Sonny King, that is $9.99. Now Alice Cooper's at 40. We got Johnny Hodges Volume 1, a French pressing, $19.99. Also, we have Frank Sinatra, Record 1, Adventures of the Heart, Record 2, The Broadway Kick, an 85 UK 2LP, $19.99 on that one. And then Johnny Hodges Volume 2 here, that one's $19.99. And then Johnny Hodges Volume 3, also $19.99. Now the Alice Cooper is at 41. Now the Iron Maiden shirt's at 55. And Hammers Up on Sicko, we're about to sell it. Next auction is going to go up for bid when, Chad? Right now. When, Otis? Right now. This is pretty interesting here. This is a pretty cool thing. This is a Russian bootleg from 1992. And they've put in a gatefold jacket the Beatles the Beatles revolver and the Beatles Sgt. Pepper's. It's a gatefold jacket. It comes with this insert, and the insert's pretty cool. It identifies who's on the Sgt. Pepper's cover, but unfortunately it's all in Russian. So you'll have to email Vladimir Putin, and you'll have to say, Dear Vladimir, I am looking for a translation on this. And then he'll email you back, and then you'll have to figure out what that means. This is actually a VG Plus or better. It is double LP, an unofficial from Russia. That's when the wall came down, the Iron Curtain came down, and they said, you know what? You know what? y'all can listen to rock and roll now. I guess something like that happened. I don't really know. But they said, oh, you know what? Y'all can listen to the Beatles without going to the gulag. We will allow y'all to listen to the Beatles without sending you to hard labor. Otherwise, it was hard labor. They'd be like, you want to listen to the Beatles, Otis? You must work hard labor for 50 years. You want to listen to the Beatles? You must work hard labor for 70 years. Otis is like, well, screw that, Chad. I ain't working no hard labor. All right, Iron Maiden's at $55. Ryan Mustaine on BBL. And BBL for Ryan Mustaine was for Bob, for Bill, was for what? What was BBL? Sicko is sold for $10 over here. And this is sold for $10 to Mastermind 666. Sicko was sold. Beatles is a $50 start. Alice Cooper is at $45. And then Iron Maiden is sold to David Sosby for $55. Sold to David Sosby for $55. Thank you. Run to the hills. All right, let's mix it up a little bit. We got 3,000 other Iron Maiden shirts. Specifically, if you want to talk real numbers, 3,822. Somehow the count keeps going up. There's a live view counter of how many we have left. Pretty amazing. Here's our next t-shirt. Motorhead delivers. This is another 2XL. Motorhead delivers. Let's go to the top cam right quick. $20 start on Motorhead delivers. This is a 2XL, a $20 start. 2XL, $20 start on Motorhead. And that was the front. And then here is the back. This is 2015 Tour t-shirt. Motorhead is now up for a $20 start. 2XL, $20 start on that one. $20 start on that one, okay? All right, here we go, here we go. This is it, here we go. And the Beatles is a $20 start. Motorhead's a $20 start. Alice Cooper, I'm showing Bill Samus at $45 and everybody else out. Bill Samus at $45 and everybody else is out. And then the Beatles over here is at $50.53, okay? So first thing I have is I'm going to figure out what Ryan Mustaine's BBL comment stands for. He commented BBL, and we're looking for that. We're trying to find it. BBL. When we find it, we're going to tag it for him. Bob Brookmeyer. Bob, Paul, I'm not for sure. Okay, and then Alice Cooper got up to 45, Beatles 50, Beatles 53, Motorhead 20, Motorhead 20, Beatles 55, Motorhead 25, Motorhead 23. Good to go? So the Beatles is getting new bids, Motorhead's getting bids, and then Alice Cooper, Bill Samus, $45. Let's bring over another new crate, okay? If anybody else wants anything in there, or if you want to make offers, now is the time. I'm going to walk back here and turn on the air conditioning. It feels like it's a sauna in here. I don't know what's up with the temperature in this building. Luckily, I have supreme total control, and I can adjust it to whatever I want. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's see what we got, Otis. Otis. Aha, 76 degrees. All right, let's turn it off heat, and let's leave it on 69. And then Otis, let's go this one on. Cry, baby, cry. Make Otis sigh. And then heat, 76, not cool. Here comes Otis. Otis, Otis, Otis. Otis, 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 Otis. Otis, Otis, Otis. Hand me back about Otis. Otis, Otis. Otis, 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 Otis. Can you take me back? Otis, Otis, can you take me? Can you take me? All right. Sorry, I had to walk all the way to the back of the store. All right, let's see where we're at on all these auctions. Let me top off my drink here. All right, we're going to love this, right, Otis? I'm dog sitting tonight, it looks like. All right. Otis is having separation anxiety. All right, let's get you on camera, buddy. There you go. Got anything to say? Let's get you up here. Oh, let's get you right there. All right, you got anything to say, buddy? Otis, say hi. Look over here. All right. Okay. All right. That was Otis's one and only camera appearance tonight. Let's look at the shirt. This Motorhead shirt. Motorhead delivers. Like new condition. Size adult 2XL. It is a tour shirt. It is 2015. 2015 Motorhead tour shirt. And Motorhead, the last bid that came in on this was Debbie Laster at $42. Debbie Laster, $42. Motorhead, $42. Next is Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is sold for $45 to Bill Samus. Next is the Beatles. 50, 53, 55, 58, 60, and 62, and 65. The shirt is not torn. It is in like new, near mint minus condition. Debbie Laster has it for $42. It's a final call. The Beatles is at $65. This is an unofficial from Russia, 1992 Revolver and Sergeant Peckers. How about Sergeant Peppers? Peckers, Sergeant Peppers together in one package. That is a 2 LP, and that's at $65. Next auction is going to go up when? Right now. This is a moment a lot of people's been waiting for. We sold one already. Well, guess what? Here's another one. This is Stone Temple Pilots Core. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. We've already sold one. Here's another one. This is a $35 start. A $35 start. Stone Temple Pilots Core, sealed, 45 RPM, a $35 start. All right, good to go. This is it. Here we go. Buy it now or best offer. I Remember Tommy, Frank Sinatra, a UK copy, $14.99. Coleman Hawkins, Hollywood Stampedes. This is 1963 UK, $14.99. And Bobby Troop, Stars of Jazz. This is $14.99. And John Lewis and Albert Manzelgauff, 1964 Cool Jazz and Shrink, $34.99. Debbie Laster gets the Motorhead shirt for $42. Thank you, Debbie. Let's go lay that over here on the t-shirt table. Thank you, Debbie. That's sold to you for $42. Appreciate that. Let's grab another one. I see some requests. Somebody keeps asking for certain Iron Maiden shirts. I'll have to do them one at a time. I'm trying to find it. Here's our next one here. This is going to go up for bid for a $20 start. This is Eddie playing golf. He's down in Florida, it looks like, and he's hitting a golf ball off an alligator. Pretty cool Iron Maiden shirt. This is an adult 2XL. Yes, I have other sizes. We've just tremendously hit a patch of 2XLs here. The Final Frontier, Florida, 2011, Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale Iron Maiden t-shirt. This is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on Iron Maiden. This is now up for bid, okay? STP has hit 50 with Blackie Yale, now 55 of Alex Miller, and the Beatles did not get another bid, and that's sold to Chris Gardner for $65. The Russian bootleg. That's a very cool item, okay? So that's our next Iron Maiden shirt, a $20 start, $25, $30 start, $25, $30 to it. Now we over here we have STP, and that's at 55. And let's step over here. And the other thing that was asked about was, Chad, I don't know if you know this, but we're greatly looking forward to seeing all the Beatles stuff tonight. Wow. Okay, I've got it here. Here's the next one. We just did, okay. Oh, here's another one. This is another Russian unofficial, 1990 USSR, United Soviet Socialist Republic. This is the Beatles. It's a unofficial. That's on the white label. It's near mint. A Hard Day's Night, $40 start. Unusual there, $40 start. Also, we got Little Johnny, Johnny Cole's Trumpet, and this is a 1970, $74.99. Blue Note, $74.99. Nat King Cole Sings Hymns and Spirituals, $9.99. Newport, live unreleased highlights from 56, 58, 63. That is sealed $29.99. And the Sexy Sax of Fausto Paparotti, and she is completely nude. That's down there on one of those nude beaches down in Florida. They have a lot of nude beaches down there. That's French, $34.99, one of those French ladies that walk around nude. Somebody made an offer on Paul Desmond. Paul Desmond offer. Let me go find it. Paul Desmond is hot tonight. If you want to see a hot jazz artist, go check out Paul Desmond. He is hot tonight. Paul Desmond, Summertime, and this is sold to Joe Castillo. Joe Castillo, this is sold to you for $26. Thank you. And now over here, we have Iron Maiden. The last bid was $30. STP's at $60, and the Beatles is at $45. Next is Booker T and the MGs. Booker T and the MGs is a 1977 promo, and that is $19.99. Also, a musical trip with George Burns, and this is $14.99. And The World of Duke, and this is Duke Ellington and his orchestra, $9.99. Charlie Rich, Rolling with a Flow. Charlie Rich is $9.99. And The Voice, folks, that's Frank Sinatra, $14.99. STP's at $60 right now. The Beatles is at $45, and the Iron Maiden shirt's at $31 with Ralph Venturino, Otis. Ralph Venturino. Oh, I like Iron Maiden. Well, that's one of my favorites. I like the song Wasted Years. Next thing over here is our next auction. If you can believe that, we have another auction to go up. And this is what now? Punk, red vinyl with poster. New York punk band, 1991, clear red vinyl with poster. What am I getting myself into here? Crush Fruit Behemoth? No, that's the label, I think. Dinner with Julia. Sound Bite House. Red vinyl. I don't really know. How about a $7 start? Okay, there's that. Next thing over here, this is Blood, Sweat, and Tears Nuclear Blues. This is $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Nuclear Blues. This is Buy It Now or Best Offer, yes. Joe Tex Buying a Book. Joe Tex is a 1969 white label promo, $39.99. This is a Buy It Now or Best Offer. First thing we had was Iron Maiden. Let's figure out where I left off. The Beatles was a final call for $45. STP 60, Iron Maiden 31. STP 60, STP out, Iron Maiden 35, Iron Maiden 36, Booker T, $14. That was right back here. That's sold to Matt Bushy for $14, and then Master Mall on Duke Ellington for $8. And that is sold to Master Mall for $8, okay? Next is the Jackie Wilson Story. That's a 2 LP. Your love keeps lifting me higher, $34.99. Nellie Lutcher, Real Gone Gal, $9.99. Christina Curtis on Charlie Rich for $7. That was right back here. Let It Flow. That's sold to Christina for $7. And Georgia Carr, Soft something, what? $19.99. Georgia Carr, Softly Baby, $19.99. So the Iron Maiden shirt. So everybody knows what's going on. This is moving to a final call. And this is Alex Miller's at $35. Ralph Venturino's at $36. Alex Miller, you've been outbid. All right, Soundbite House is at $8. The Beatles is about to sell for $45. And then STP, Alex Miller went out. Roger Tagavilla bid $60 first. We can go ahead and sell this. Sold to Roger Tagavilla for $60, okay? Now, they're still bidding on Iron Maiden. It's at $36 with Ralph Venturino. The Beatles is sold for $45. Let's go ahead and get that off. And that's sold to Chris Gardner for $45. And then over here, we got Sound Bite House. It's evidently a New York punk band from 1991. 1991. And it's red vinyl with poster. And I have a high bid on this at $9 with Ralph Venturino. Ralph Venturino on this at $9, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate, and I'm adding another auction right now. And that next auction is the Quarrymen at Home. This is the Liverpool Rehearsals 1960. In spite of all the danger. This is the Quarrymen at Home, a 1980s German unofficial EX condition. Beatles related, of course. That was one of their first names. $50 start. There they are. That's a pretty early photo there. Holy cow. $50 start. In spite of all the danger. Over here, haven't you run out of records? No. Over here, the 45s over here are sold. Yes, those are done. Jean-Luc Ponty, More Than Meets the Ear. Jean-Luc Ponty is $19.99. And Moonchild, Johnny Little, 1968, $19.99. And we have Woodbine Roots. And Woodbine Roots is a 1971 press, $24.99. The Iron Maiden shirt, Ralph Venturino 36. I'm going to make sure that Alex Miller's done. Alex Miller set out. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $36. Another Iron Maiden shirt sold. 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 And now next what? Here's our next Iron Maiden shirt. This is going to go up for how much, Chad? A $25 start. Let's go to the top cam. And this is another 2XL Iron Maiden. Ooh, look at that. The Trooper. He's grilling some brains there. Some peppers and some other stuff. I don't know what those are. Those are fingers. Holy cow. Eddie, better watch out. 2XL. This is a $25 start. Here we go. Let's look at the back. This is it. This is the Book of Souls store. And this is Florida. Beat Center, Fort Lauderdale, 2016. There it is, folks. Eddie. Iron Maiden, this is a $25 start. $25 start. Iron Maiden t-shirt, good luck. I know you're going to have it to win this auction. Over here, Soundbite Systems at 10 with Fred Cardinale. And then Holt on Fausto for 10. I don't remember reading that off, but it must be somewhere in here. Fausto for 10. Are you talking about the Fausto Paparotti, the nudity here? Nudie here. We're pretty far off apart. That was sealed for $34.99. The Quarrymen is a $50 start. No bid on that. And then the Psychedelic Lollipop Blues Magoos, $26.99 on Blues Magoos. Also, we have Jim Croce, his greatest hits. Operator, won't you help me sing this song? Place this call. You know, my matchbook is old and faded. This is Timepiece, the best of the Rascals. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while and just smile and breathe in some clean, fresh air. This is George Jones. Who's going to fill their shoes? George Jones is $9.99. And The Works of Duke, Volume 9, $9.99. So George Jones here has a country 92 WCZXI FM. No bull. No bull. George Jones was a gold stamp promo, $9.99. The Rascals is $19.99. Gatefold jacket, grooving down a crowded. I've been lonely too long, so lonely. Over here we have Soundbite is sold to Fred Cardinale for $10. Nobody bid on the Quarrymen at Home. That's a buy it now for how much? A $50 buy it now. The Quarrymen at Home, the Liverpool Rehearsals. No bid on the Quarrymen, $50 on that one. Interesting Beatles boot. Roger Tagavilla on Fausto for $30. I'm assuming that the first Holt, you don't want this for $30. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Roger Tagavilla for $30. Master Mog got Duke Ellington for $8. And then that's Jamie Butler, right on Psychedelic Lollipop. Kenny Case Jr. got George Jones. Nobody's bid on that Iron Maiden t-shirt. A final call for $25, okay? Final call for $25. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And I have gone up for bid right now. Let's do a lot of some Frank Sinatra picture sleeves. These are actually pretty cool. Let's do all these together right here. I have a lot of Frank Sinatra 45s. First thing I have is this. Frank Sinatra Pocket Full of Miracles. This is an EP, cardboard EP, Columbia. And that one is Farewell, Farewell to Love. That's a really early one there. Frankie. That's pretty cool to see. And then Sinatra Swingin' Session and New York, New York. So that is a lot of 5 different really clean, cool Sinatra picture sleeves. A $15 start on Sinatra. Iron Maiden has bids for $25 and another claim. So Line Stink has it at $25. Everybody else is out. Let's go over here and grab another auction. And that next auction is going to go up when? Right now. And here's another Russian unofficial of the Beatles. And this is Sgt. Pepper's just by itself. A 1992 near mint on this one with a laminate cover. It's actually made pretty well. It's a really nice copy. It's beautiful too. It's an unofficial pressing of Sgt. Pepper's. Wow, the back cover is just half of the gatefold. That's pretty interesting. $50 start on that Russian unofficial, okay? Sinatra has a bid for $15, another bid for $15. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Let's go ahead and sell Fausto. Fausto is sold to Roger Tagavilla for $30. Let's go ahead and get that tagged. And then we have All Because of You, Lisa Whelchel. Lisa Whelchel, and that's stars of, she was in, John left a note here, Star of Facts of Life, $19.99 on that one. Also, Martin Denny, this is on the Liberty label, $9.99. And we have Gingerbread Men, Clark Terry, Bob Brookmeyer Quintet, 1966, $24.99. And The Teachers, James Moody, that is $14.99. And we have Frank Sinatra sealed for $19.99, okay? Iron Maiden does have a new bid for $26. So all of a sudden, the Iron Maiden shirt's getting bids. Chuck Orlatano, you're out on the Sinatra lot. Peter came in ahead of you, and he still has it. And the Beatles is at 52 with Chris Gardner. Now, Mike Torres, you've been officially outbid. All right, so there's that. And let's try another David Bowie promo. This is David Bowie's Sorrow. It's from Pinups. And this is a promo, and it's actually pretty clean with the sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? $10 start on that one. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden 26, Beatles 52, Iron Maiden 27. Peter Mazzoliano says Sinatra $19.99. He's claiming this right here. That's sold to Peter Mazzoliano. The Beatles at 57. Now the Frank Sinatra lots at 16. Now, Peter, you've been outbid. Craig has David Bowie for 10. And Chris Gardner's out on the Beatles. Final call on that for 57. So Line Stink has Iron Maiden for 27. Michael Wilkerson, you're out. Janet, as in Janet Jackson, I Get Lonely. That is sealed for $19.99. And Ian Wincombe, Mod Musical Hall, $9.99. The Frank Sinatra lot has a new bid for $20. Here is a Sgt. Pepper's in the crate, a purple capo label, no condition notes, $39.99. It was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper. Next is The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99 on that one. And Eric Clapton at his best. That's a double LP, $34.99. Iron Maiden's at 28 with Wilkie. 28 with Wilkie. That means they're still bidding on this. Sinatra over here. Sinatra. This is tied at 20. Jetstream came in first. And then Sgt. Pepper's, the last bid on that was Mike Torres at 57. Chris Gardner's out. And Bowie has one bid for $10. Bowie has one bid for $10. Right, Otis? Yep. Time for Diet Coke. Man, that's potent. Holy cow. All right, can I see Janet? You can under one condition, that you agree to purchase it. Janet Jackson, I Get Lonely. It's a 12-inch single, sealed, 4 different mixes, $19.98. Sealed, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have Elvis Gold Records Volume 5. This is sealed, $29.99, but this is a good one. Look at this. Suspicious Mind, Kentucky Rain, In the Ghetto. Burning Love's on here, Moody Blue, Way Down. That is sealed. We Can't Go On Forever with Suspicion. Where the Sidewalk Ends, Shel Silverstein, $49.99. This is Recited, Sung, and Shouted by Shel Silverstein. Gatefold jacket, $49.99, gold stamp promo. Jimmy LaCroix on Janet Jackson, that's sold. Lisa Whelchel is sold for $10 to Kristen Barnett. And then Sinatra, we're tied on these at $20. Jetstream came in first. If you're not Jetstream, you don't have the high bid on these at $20. Everybody else is out. Okay, now we can go ahead and sell the Beatles. The Beatles over here is officially sold. And that was sold to Mike Torres for $57. Mike Torres for $57. Let's put that away. Craig Thomas got David Bowie for $10. Thank you, Craig. That's so deep for 10. And then the next thing is Peter Mazzoliano on Elvis. And then also Peter said, what was the condition of Clapton? No condition notes. Eric Clapton has no condition notes, $34.99. Christina, you were second on Elvis. Sidewalk has offers for $30 and $45. Kristen, it's yours, but it will be $45. If you pass, it's sold to Michael Butler. And then Blackie was going to claim it at full price. Well, I'd have shot myself in the foot over $5, but that's okay. The high bid on the Iron Maiden shirt is $30. I'm waiting for one person to make a move. His name is Michael Wilkerson. He just bid 31 on this. So now that's still getting bids. Now Sinatra is still tied at 20. Michael can have it. Michael Butler, this is sold to you for $45. That's sold to Michael Butler for $45. Line stinks out on Iron Maiden. Final call for 31. Anybody else on this crate or anybody want to make an offer on this crate? If not, let's go ahead and put up another Beatles auction. And we're going to keep rolling with these Russian bootlegs. Actually, let's do this one first. This is a 1986 USSR. So here's another Russian unofficial, and this time of Hard Day's Night. And this one's on a red label. And this one is really clean, actually. Near mint minus. And that's going to go up for a $40 start. It's been a hard day's night. We have Christina Curtis on the Beatles for $25. That is sold to Christina Curtis. Nobody else bid on Sinatra. I lost a couple people. So these are sold for $20 to Jetstream. Those are sold to Jetstream for $20. Thank you. And then the Iron Maiden shirt is sold to Michael Wilkerson for $31. That's sold to Michael Wilkerson for $31. Let's put that right over here. And let's do another one. We got buy it now best offer, one after another coming up. Buy it now best offer, one after another coming up. 3 big boxes of 45s. I really don't know what's all in here, but we got a lot of stuff. And we got little surprises here and there. And here's surprise number 1. This is Kiss Rock and Roll Over, a 1976 Japanese OG EX Plus to near mint minus with the insert gatefold jacket with Obi. Beautiful copy here, Kiss. It's a gatefold jacket, which is unique only to this Japanese pressing. And this is a $65 start on that. $65 start. Over here, we have the Beatles, which is a $40 start, no bid yet. And then, Chad, do I have a Winger self-titled green vinyl on my invoice? I honestly do not know. Honestly do not know. If the Rascals is VG Plus, the Rascals is near mint minus, but my best price on it would be $15. I'm not going to go back through this crate, so if you was waiting to see something again, just let me know. And Otis, buddy, you're kind of in my way, but that's okay. I'll just set it right here for right now. Otis has blocked my path. That's okay. I'll put that right there, and let's grab another crate to do buy it now or best offer. And a lot of these auctions are back here behind me. We got to keep rolling with these T-shirts. T-shirts are going to be rolling. And let's go through this crate, which is going to be buy it now or what. This crate's going to be buy it now or huh. This crate's going to be buy it now or do what. This crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. Does anybody need a light box? Boy, do I got a bunch of them. I got a bunch of lot boxes. I got a lot of lot boxes in stock. So if you're needing a lot box for your invoice, I've got a bunch of them. I've got about every one we've made in stock. That's everything from Rush to Allison Chains to Ozzy to Kiss. If you need one, let me know. Boy, the chats went quiet all of a sudden. Everybody's still out there. Kiss is a $65 start. Beatles is a $40 start. Those are about to be buy it nows if they don't get a bid. And then here's our next Motorhead shirt. Let's go to our next T-shirt here. Motorhead. This one is tagless. It's Motorhead England. Let's take a look at it. And here we go. This is Top Cam. This one is a little bit smaller than the ones we've been having. There's no tag in it. No tag in it. I'd say the Motorhead is like an extra large. It might be a 2XL, but I don't know. It seems a little bit smaller than the other ones, but I could be wrong. No tag in it. Motorhead England, a $20 start, okay? This one's got a little bit of age on it, it looks like. 2004. No Sleep Till Hammersmith. Motorhead is a $20 start, okay? No Sleep Till Hammersmith. Inferno, 2004. $20 start. $20 start on that. $20 start, okay? No inserts in Rock and Roll Over. Kiss does have an insert, yes. Kiss does have the insert with it. $65 start on that one. All right, so let's jump over here and see what happened. John Farrell says he will take the Rascals at $15. This is sold to John Farrell Otis for $15. Thank you. That's sold for $15. And then over here, we have Motorhead at $20 and now $22. Moving on. This is a buy it now or best offer. The Natalie Cole collection. That is $9.99. Natalie Cole collection, $9.99. Over here, we have Rita Coolidge. It's Only Love. Rita Coolidge is $9.99. The T Connection Magic. The T connection, $19.99. That's pretty cool to see. Motorhead has a bid for $25. And Laura Branigan, Self-Control. Laura Branigan, $9.99. Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young, $9.99. And Irish Heartbeat, Van Morrison and the Chieftains, $34.99. Will Smithson on Natalie Cole for $7, sold. Nobody bid on Kiss, a $65 buy it now. Nobody bid on the Beatles, a $40 buy it now. So $65 buy it now on the Beatles, or a $65 on the Kiss and $40 on the Beatles. So those are available. The Motorhead shirt has hit $30. That has hit $30 with Debbie Laster, okay? And let's put those right over there. So pretty surprising those two didn't get bids. Over here, Motorhead does not have a tag. It looks like an extra large or maybe 2XL. Extra large, maybe 2XL. The high bid's $30. Hiram on LB for $7. Laura Branigan sold to Hiram for $7. Joseph McCormick got Van Morrison for $25. The Beatles, Chris Gardner off for $35, sold. And over here we have this. We have the best of the Dixie Hummingbirds, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is a 19... Actually, let's go ahead and do the Big Dog Beatles of the night. This is the Big Dog Beatles of the night. And this is pretty incredible, folks. So I hope y'all saw the hot picture. This is pretty amazing. One of the nicest ones I've had in a while. This is a real Beatles mono second state butcher cover. And this is going to go up for bid $1,275. $1,275. And this is a 66. And I think this one's really cool. The slick got pasted over, and you can still see the butcher cover underneath it. Look at that. You can still see the butcher cover, and you can still see it right there. And then over here, you can see Ringo's smock and turtleneck coming through. That's a real mono butcher cover, second state, $12.75 starting bid. Super clean one here. RIAA number 6 on the back, and pretty amazing. Now just think, if that hadn't been pasted over, I'd be putting this up for a $15,000 or a $10,000 start. I don't know. They're very rare. This is pretty cool, and this one's really clean and really nice. I haven't had one this nice and unpeeled in almost 2 years now, maybe, probably 2 years. So think about all the stuff we buy. Think about all the Beatles records we buy. Thousands of Beatles records bought and sold here every year. It's been about 2 years since I've had one this nice. $1,275 start, $12.75. You can still see the butcher. So as y'all know, they put out the butcher covers. They never was ever supposed to go out for sale. They immediately recalled them and demanded everybody send them back. And then they pasted this trunk cover over them. So underneath that is the butcher cover, which was typically or essentially recalled, and they pasted these trunk covers over the top. $12.75. It's now up for bid, okay? That's a big one. I hate to let it go, but there's that. All right. Next thing over here is we sold Laura Branigan. Somebody claimed it at full price. We sold the Beatles, Motorhead $33.35, and then we're going back to the crate. We got Sun Seals, and Sun Seals is $19.99. Also, we got Johnny Winter and $17.99 for Johnny Winter and Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's the way of the world. Earth, Wind, and Fire. This one has Shining Star, no matter who you are. $14.99, and Journey Captured is a 2 LP live, $34. Debbie has Motorhead for $35. That's going once, going twice. Our next picture sleeve, this one's pretty cool here. This is another 60s item. The Yardbirds, over, under, sideways, down. And that's an original picture sleeve. And the vinyl itself is actually really nice. VG Plus or better, which is pretty nice for a record like this. Picture sleeve I don't see as often. It does have a little bit of a tear right there. Not bad. Overall, pretty clean. That's where a price tag used to lay on it. The Yardbirds, a $10 start. Now up for bid on the Yardbirds. Beatles is $12.75. Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers, Volume 2. This is $29.99. Volume 2. Super clean vinyl. Everything in here is EX Plus. Holy moly. I just scared Otis to death. Motorhead is sold for $35 to Debbie Laster. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. I just scared Otis to death, dude. He was like, good gosh, Dad, won't you let me know before you do that again? I know, that was scary, wasn't it, Otis? Holy cow. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And Otis, I'm going to have to walk through there for a second, buddy. Okay, so here I go. Let me skip through here, all right? I'm going to bring this crate a little bit closer. I got to get this a little bit closer to me. All right. Here we go. All right. Now you can lay back down. Here is another one of those Analog Productions pressings. This is Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM of Dr. John in the Right Place. And this is a sealed copy, a $35 start. Dr. John in the Right Place, a 45 RPM 2LP, a $35 start. The Yardbirds has a bid for $12, going once, going twice. Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99 for Janis Joplin Pearl. Really clean copy of that, $34.99. And we have Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills. Another Piece of My Heart Now, Baby. Second label, but very clean. Robert Crumb artwork, gatefold jacket, $29.99. Back-to-back Janis Joplin's there. Elton John. I said that like Jahn. Elton John, live in Australia, 2LP, $34.99. And we have the Police at Londo's Dear Moore. Check that out. The Roxanne and Can't Stand Losing You Hop sticker. Roxanne hop sticker, $29.99 on the Police in shrink, $29.99. There are 24 known butcher cover copies that are sealed, 20 stereo and 4 mono. I think you mean 20 mono and 4 stereo. And the Police is near mint and shrink wrap. A sealed stereo copy is like $150,000. A sealed stereo butcher cover is like $150,000 nowadays. Also in here we have the Pretenders Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, that's in shrink wrap. $24.99 for the Pretenders. Very nice copy of that. I will do the Police for $25. I mean, this is a nearly top copy. It's got the hop sticker and shrink. Joseph offered $20. Mega Blast offered $20. You have first dibs, John. And then Metal, Jamie Butler said he'll take it for $25 if y'all pass. Earth, Wind, and Fire is sold for $10 to Scott Oman. The Yardbirds is sold for $12. And that's sold to Joseph McCormick for $12. And the Beatles is, boy, I was about to make it a buy now. This is $1,275. It's a mono butcher cover. Yesterday and today, second state. You can still see the butcher laying underneath it right there. And over here, $1,275. Final call. It's about to be a buy now. Now, here is another Analog Productions, and these cost new, as y'all know, for like $60. 45 RPM. I'm looking for a $35 start. Mega Blast does get the Police for $25. That means Joseph and Jamie, y'all were next. Billy Joe, 52nd Street, $14.99 on that. And Kansas, it's the Point of No Return. And I say, how long? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da, $19.99 on that. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction from the bonus crate. And that one is going to go up when, where, how, right now. This is Elvis Presley, Rock and Roll King, live radio broadcast. 2025 unofficial on clear vinyl. It's one of those live Elvis unofficials, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Elvis is a $25 start. Kiss is sold to Brad Waits for $50. Nice, thank you. Also over here we have Klaatu, and Klaatu is $19.99. Klaatu, purple capo label, $19.99 on Klaatu. And then we have the Kinks, low budget. The Kinks is $12.99. And Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, that is $19.99. Is there vinyl with a butcher cover? It is. Sorry, I didn't even show that. This actual disc is a Scranton. Yeah, it's a Scranton press. And the disc is VG. The disc is VG, conservatively graded. It looks pretty nice, actually. So, yeah, it's there. Dr. Robert, try to see it my way. We can work it out. If I needed someone to love. A compilation. Yes, Scranton OG 66 mono. Final chance. Elvis has a bid for $30 with Joseph McCormick. Dr. John has a bid for $35. Christina Curtis gets the Kinks. Stephen Reeves gets Hall & Oates. Dr. John's now at $36. If somebody's waiting to snap that, not happening now. Bill Haley rocking. Bill Haley is $14.99. The Moody Blues Octave is $12.99. And we have the best of the Allman Brothers Band, $34.99. I've got one more silver dollar. Also, Al Green, Let's Stay Together. Nice. $24.99. Al Green, it's on the later Motown label, but super nice copy. I'm so in love with you. $24.99. Joe Perry. I've got the Rock and Rolls Again, Joe Perry from Aerosmith. It has this hop sticker on it in shrink wrap. $24.99. And the best of Procol Harum. Turn a whiter shade of pale. Gatefold jacket. $24.99. If anybody wants the Beatles, it's $1,275. How much, Chad? It is $1,275. It's right over here if you decide you want it. It's a buy it now, okay? $12.75. I have 4 butcher covers for sale right now. How much? 4 butcher covers for sale. 4 butcher covers for sale. Chad, Al Green was not on Motown. Al Green was on High. He was originally on High, and then it was reissued on Motown. So, yeah, he got reissued later on Motown. It was on High originally, and then Motown picked him up and reissued them later. So, yes, that's the reissues are on Motown, the later pressings. Dr. John's at 40. So, Dr. John 35, 36, and 40. And then over here, we have Elvis at 30, and Joseph McCormick has that final call. Yes, we're about to get into the T-shirts. I didn't want to distract from the butcher cover, but the butcher cover's now been said and done, and now anybody can buy it. Over here, we have Iron Maiden Final Frontier, and this is a size adult 2XL, and this is a $20 start. Iron Maiden is a $20 start. $20 start on Iron Maiden Final Frontier. And then here is the back, and this is World Tour North America 2010. Iron Maiden, a $25 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Dr. John's at 40. Chris Riddings is out. We're about to sell those two so we can keep rolling. This is a good way to pick up a nice vintage copy that's a near mint. If this was on High and it was near mint, it would probably be twice as much. $24.99 on that one. And then John Cougar Mellencamp, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. And then Montrose self-titled. Montrose is $19.99. Sammy Hagar. Also, we have Eddie Money in shrink and hype, $14.99. All right, so Elvis over here. This is sold for $30 to Joseph McCormick. Thank you on that. That's sold to Joseph for $30. Iron Maiden has bids for $20 and now $25. And then Dr. John is sold to Ivan R for $40. JCB on MON for $15. Montrose sold to JCB. Let's move over the Iron Maiden shirt and let's put up some other auctions. So if anybody came here to buy a butcher cover, it's your lucky day. I've got that one. And then as y'all know, I've got a couple like peeled and third states over here, which tonight might be the night to finally do a deal with somebody, okay? So here are the other ones. Y'all have seen these before, right? That's the peeled copies. These all be, you know, I've always priced these at $1,000 or best offer, you know, because, I mean, there's another half second state. But when they get kind of peeled, they're still pretty cool, but these are typically the most valuable. So if you get a nice unpeeled like this, they're pretty valuable. Or a really nice peeled, they're pretty valuable. A really nice peeled copy. So that's all I have. Evidently, we've got another one of these, but it's not as nice, and we don't have a disc for it. Now, I can find a disc just like that, no problem. The disc isn't. The disc in VG condition is worth $10. The cover's worth the value. So evidently, we've got another trunk cover. It is not as good. This is the best one. So we went ahead and put out the best one. And then we've had these for, I've had a couple of these for a couple years. So, and I'm just looking for an offer. They're peeled and they're kind of beat up. And this one's beautiful though. I mean, this one is, that's what you would want, I would think. A mono. Stereos are a little bit more pricier. So, yeah. And I've got all monos right now. Yeah, I haven't seen a stereo in a while. Maybe that's what that other one is. I'll have to go check. Anyways, but yeah, it's not for sale tonight, and it's not as nice as that one, the best of my memory. Iron Maiden 2025, 15 Klaatu. Somebody asked about Klaatu. I never did answer your question. Maybe. Klaatu had no condition notes on it. Klaatu had no condition notes on it. Klaatu was $19.99, capital, purple label, and this is actually a foreign copy. This is a, let me see which country this is. This is, this is definitely a foreign press. It looks like it's Spanish, maybe. Portugal. I'm not for sure, but it's definitely a foreign press. Okay, Rock Show got Johnny Winter for 13. Let's go ahead and tag that. This is a buy it now best offer. Johnny Winter sold for 13. And here we go. So this is Stevie Wonder, golly. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Stevie Nicks is $19.99. Okay, so Iron Maiden shirt. Final call. I'm waiting for Joseph McCormick. Line Stink has had it for 3 minutes at 25. That means, Joseph, I'm assuming you're done bidding. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Beatles with the Beatles. Check this out. A 1963 UK mono second pressing with the Dominion credit laminated cover, no tax code. That's a really early, just a second pressing, 1963 UK mono. And Patrick did play tested it. Solid VG. This is an early 63 UK mono. It has the Dominion credit, the laminated cover, and no tax code on the label. $50 start on With the Beatles. $50 start on With the Beatles. 63 mono, second press, VG minus, play tested VG, $50 start. 63 mono. Wow. There's the cover. Flip back, of course. There's that. All right, so let's go over here. Somebody offered $500 for a third state, and then show the back of the butcher cover. And then Stephen Parton got Stevie Nicks. And then somebody said, will you entertain a reasonable offer on the second state? And then somebody said, what are the details on the second state? All right, so let's talk about this one right now. This one is $1,275. And I think at this one, so who has dibs on this one right now? I guess Stephen Tuttle does. Stephen Tuttle asked about it. Then Joshua made an offer on one of these. Then Holt asked about it. And then Tom Moran asked about it. And then here is Mark Fallon. So we're going to run into the same situation, I think, as we did the other night on the Led Zeppelin 2, where all of a sudden a lot of people just got on that just missed this auction that wants to buy this. So I've got to go down in order, but everybody just seems to have missed the auction. I think it's priced very fair at $1,275. I will take offers, but it's got to be pretty close to that number. It's a Scranton 66 mono, second state, super clean trunk cover, a second state, and it's $1,275. Okay? Now, let's go down the line and see who has dibs. Stephen Tuttle has dibs, and then Holt Slack. Holt said he'll take it at $1,275. Okay? So I guess Tuttle, it's up to you. He's passing. That means it's sold to Holt for $1,275. That means it's sold to Holt for $1,275. That's the order I'm seeing here. That's the order I'm seeing here, okay? Now, somebody asked about it why it was live, but it was a no bid, and now that's the order, and that is sold to Holt for $1,275. Man, that happened the other night. Same thing happened on a Led Zeppelin 2. It was like up for bid, and I was like, man, nobody's bidding on this. I was like shocked. And then it went to the no bid pile, and then 5 people got on at the same time and seen it over here, and they went, holy crap, what's that doing over there? And then all of a sudden we had to go down the line and figure out who got it. Sold to Holt. It's time for an air horn. Man, I can't hold on to these. These are just, this nice, they're gone immediately. I figured if the right people was on, it would get bid up over 1,500. Here we go. Butcher cover sold. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just think, Paul McCartney has no idea what we just did. Paul McCartney has no idea what we just did. Paul McCartney has no idea what we just did. Oh my gosh, Otis has ran in from the back, from the front. Otis, you okay? What was that? He just ran up here from the front. I'm glad you were up front, buddy. I'm glad you were up front. It's okay. Okay? He was up front barking at the door. You good to go? He's like, what the heck was that? All right. So, he just ran. He was up front barking at the door. He's been barking at the door for, he was up front. I'm glad he was up front, but he just ran back here. And just think, what was I saying? Is Paul McCartney has no idea what we just did, right? Paul McCartney has no idea we just sold that. He has no idea we just sold that, right? He's playing right now. Yeah, he's playing right now, or he's about to play out in Los Angeles. Okay? You okay, Otis? That scare you, buddy? I'm glad you're up front. I would have forgot. You got good ears. That probably like blew your eardrum up even up there. You okay? You can still hear, right? Okay, good. All right. I'm sorry. No more air horns, okay? We got a dog on board. We got a dog on board. Okay. Here we go. Now, we got to go back to Joshua Huffman. Sorry for the timeout, but there's some big stuff going on over here. So over here, we got, now Joshua, is there any particular one? So let's call these from left to right, 1, 2, and 3. We can do a deal tonight for those that just went, dang, if you just want one, I know that one was nice, but here's what I've got. 1, 2, and 3. Now, they all have pros and cons, okay? This one is kind of halfway peeled. This one's peeled probably the most. This one's peeled probably the best, but it's got damage down here at the bottom. So any particular one, I'm here to strike deals on these tonight. I hate to see them go, but, you know, I do sell records for a living, okay? So there's that. Anybody else? And Joshua has already submitted an offer for 500. That's the other 3 I have, okay? Now, we left off also by saying Iron Maiden was at 26. Rock Show offered 20 for the Pretenders. If I missed any other offers, let me know. This is sold to Rock Show for 20. And then we sold the Butcher cover. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden at 27. And then Klaatu is $19.99. Klaatu is $19.99. Iron Maiden 28, Iron Maiden 30, Iron Maiden out. And Joshua was interested in number 3. This one right here, right? Okay, so let's take a closer look at this one. The bottom seam is split. This part down here is damaged. Overall, though, it's been pretty nicely peeled. You can see the damage back here. It's a number 3. And we got a copy, just a replica of that Capitol Records letter saying you may have received yesterday and today. Please send them back, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then the actual disc is same, probably VG or so. Joshua, on this one, I would do $850. $850 on this one. Okay. That one displays pretty well. This that up there is messed up. 850. All right, Iron Maiden, let's get a whole new batch up. Sorry, we can resume normal pace. Linestink got Iron Maiden for 30. All right, that's sold to Linestink. We got plenty of T-shirts, plenty of cool auctions tonight. Sorry about that. Otis is still walking around the store looking for Jill and Tanner and Addison. Everybody's gone except me, buddy. He gets nervous being here by myself because he knows he's going to be here a long time. He's probably like, oh, God. All right, and then one more look at this. Here's another really cool early Beatles item. A 63 UK mono second pressing. VG minus $50. Final chance on that. Now, somebody asked earlier about Klaatu. They actually made an offer for 10. I think I countered at 15, and they never did say no or yes. If they say yes, it's sold to them. But Jeff Gina Songs. Who is Jeff Gina Songs? Are you a new buyer? If you are, Klaatu is sold to you for $15. All right, we're ready for a new auction. And let's run another shirt. And another shirt is right here. And this is Iron Maiden. And there's one that keeps getting requested. I can't seem to find it in here, though. Let me see if I can find it. Here is Iron Maiden. This one's got pretty cool artwork on it, though. There's Otis barking up front again. Iron Maiden, this is Seventh Power Slave. No, what is this? Oh, that's that best of artwork. Yeah, it looks like that, and then the Power Slave. And this is a $20 start. This is a $20 start. Somewhere Back in Time tour. Yeah. Somewhere Back in Time, World Tour 2008. Somewhere Back in Time, World Tour 2008. Over here. And we have 2XL. 2XL, a $20 start. That's a 2XL, $20 start. Okay? And then Jeff Gina Songs, let me know if you're a first-time buyer. All right? And then Iron Maiden has bids for 25 and 35. And he says, yes, Klaatu, are you a first-time buyer? And the Beatles, this particular butcher cover, I just told somebody $850. They offered $500. I told them $850. All right. Now, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. Here we go. The American Breed, Bend Me, Shape Me. That's in shrink, $9.99. Asia self-titled. Boy, there it is. Our nightly Asia. Asia self-titled. It was the heat of the moment, $14.99. Alice Cooper's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap, $26.99. Nice. A sealed copy. Elvis Worldwide Gold Hits Volume 2. That is sealed, $39.99. Also, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I need to walk up front and see what he's barking at. No, my sister just took him outside before she left, so he's just excited. There's a lot going on here. I'm talking up a storm. This is Fear Inoculum sealed, which is Tool. And we're going to start this about half of retail at just a $45 start. Sealed copy of Tool Fear Inoculum, $45 start. That's now up for bid, okay? $45 start. Give me 1 second, please. See what's going on up here. He's probably, as usual, barking at his reflection in the door. Or there's somebody outside looking through the $2 records. What's going on out there, Otis? Huh? What's going on? You okay? Let's see what's going on out here. What's going on out here? What do you see? You see that cat? He probably sees that cat out there. There's a cat that walks around out there. You see that cat? I don't see anything. I think you're just barking to be barking. Tanner and Addison's not coming. I'm sorry. You don't get to see Finn tonight. You're with me, okay? Let's go over here. We're going to eat cheese and crackers tonight and watch The Fugitive. Uh-oh. I like The Fugitive. You mean the one with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones? Uh-oh. I like that one, Chad. All right, here we go. Tool. That's Jeff Birdsong's. Okay. Jeff Birdsong's got that one. Can I show the Cannibal Corpse? I can. Tool has a bid for $45. Elvis is sold to Tom Moran for $30. And over here we have Mose Allison. Mose Allison is $14.99. And Ray Charles, 25th anniversary, is $26.99, okay? Still no 7. I guess I can watch that tonight. No, I still haven't watched 7 yet. All right, the Beatles is a $50 buy now. A 63 UK mono, second press. VG minus. That's still early and pretty dang desirable. That is a $40 buy, a $50 buy now on that one. Oh, my bad. I'm still on bottom cam, sorry. So Ray Charles, Mose Allison. I showed Alice Cooper's greatest hits in shrink, $26.99. The Iron Maiden shirt's at $40. And wow, Seal Tool Fear Inoculum. Chris Messer has it for $45. The Beatles is a no bid, $50 on that one. Also, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Open Our Eyes. Earth, Wind, and Fire, $14.99. Can I show Cannibal Corpse light box? I can. I've got one right here. Cannibal Corpse light box. These are $59.99. Cannibal Corpse, $59.99. Wolverine, You Were Second on Elvis. I've already sold it. And then Madman Across the Water, Elton John. Blue Jean Baby. L.A. Lady. Final call on the Iron Maiden shirt for $40. Final call on Tool for $45. Our next auction is going to go up for bid when. It's going to go up for bid how. It's going to go up for bid when. It's going to go up for bid right now. And that is Van Halen. We were dancing in the streets. And this is a OG retail copy, near mint with the inner sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Really clean copy. $15 start on that one. All right. And condition of Elton John. No condition notes. It is a reissue. It's a non-gatefold on MCA. EX or better, $29.99. Tool has bids for $46, now $47. And Van Halen has a bid for $20. Light boxes that are in stock. Well, first of all, Donnie Smoot gets the Beatles for $40. Let's go ahead and take that offer. Thank you. That's sold. And then Iron Maiden over here. This is sold to Master Moth for $40. That's sold to Master Moth for $40. Thank you on that one. Let's put that right over here. And now here's what's going on. Light boxes, I've got the following. I've got Ozzy, I've got Pearl Jam, King Diamond, I've got Elvis, I've got Kiss, Alice in Chains, Rolling Stones, Randy Rhoads, Saxon, Led Zeppelin, Cannibal Corpse, Rush, and Black Sabbath. That's what I have right now in stock. Next t-shirt is going to go up right now. Let's just grab a random one out of here. And let's see what's going on with it. We had one already kind of like this, I think. No, not like this one. This one's pretty cool here, actually. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Iron Maiden, a $20 start. This is pretty cool. Somewhere Back in Time. Iron Maiden, very cool. Look at that. Eddie as a gangster. Eddie as a gangster there. Here's the backside. And this one is Chicago Massacre, Allstate Arena, 2008, Somewhere Back in Time. And that's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. And Van Halen. Van Halen Diver Down. Let me take a look here. Van Halen Diver Down. It is on this label. That should be the OG label, yeah. And there's the correct inner sleeve. Pretty sure on that one. Yeah, pretty sure that's the first label. It wasn't early enough to be on the Burbank, so yeah, and it's not a white. It's kind of like that beige kind of tan, kind of in between. That has a bid for $40. The vinyl is in like new condition. And then over here we have Tool at $48, then $50. Elton John's $29. Maiden has bids for $25, $20, and $25. And Billy Joel, Innocent Man, $14.99. And we have Purple Rain, $59.99 on Purple Rain, and it does have the poster. The t-shirt is the tag on this is kind of worn out, FYI. It's a 2X as well. 2X as well. In Tune 2 on Elton John for $25. Who is In Tune 2? Are you a first-time buyer, or are you somebody under a different handle? Howland? Mark Fallon? Saxon and Kiss. Here's Saxon, and here is Kiss. All right, give me 1 second. Here is Saxon, and here is Kiss. These are $59.99. There's the Kiss light box. It lights up and changes colors just like David Bowie. And there is Saxon. These are $59.99. Okay, that's Paul Vihar. Thank you and welcome back. This was a Buy It Now Best Offer Crate. Anybody else? Sorry, we were doing a lot of different stuff during that one, so I was all over the place. But if you decide you want something, this is your chance. This is your time. Now is the place, okay? Moving on, I think I'm going to touch my toes, okay? Back, neck, here we go. Time for some Diet Coke. Okay. So, Iron Maiden shirt is with Hattori Hanzo at 35. Van Halen's at 23, and Tool is at 51 with Chad Sauls. How about we go right into another crate? Yes, I have some more 45. Sorry, we've gotten kind of deep into the auctions over here, so 45 is getting neglected. But the good news is, what I don't get to live tonight, you know what we'll do? We will do them buy it now later tonight, okay? We'll do them buy it now later tonight, what we don't get to immediately. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 36. I think we're done on Tool, and we might be done on Iron Maiden. Well, we might be done on Van Halen. I'll make sure Mark Froelich doesn't want to bid again. I'll make sure Mark Froelich doesn't want to bid again. All right. Over here is the Tool original. Well, Fear Inoculum, that's kind of a trick question. They pressed this on black vinyl in 2021, so it's official, but Fear Inoculum actually didn't come out on vinyl the year it was released. They did that box set first. And then they did the 3LP black vinyl. So this was the second time it was pressed on vinyl. And the high bid is sealed, and it's at $51. Van Halen's at 24. And Otis, where are you? Otis. Van Halen has a bid for 24. Does the light box change colors, or can you leave it a solid color like red? I'm pretty sure it will change. Well, that's a question for the viewers. Do they change colors? Or can you lock it in a color? I think so. Van Halen's already at 26. Van Halen's at 26, now 24, now 26. Okay. What's the shipping on the light boxes? How was Robert Plant? Did the Van Halen waitlist come in? Does the 3LP sound better than the 5? Holy moly. Okay, let me knock these out one at a time. So first of all, the last bid on Iron Maiden shirt, let me work my way down. Iron Maiden's at $40, Van Halen 24, then Van Halen 26, then Iron Maiden 41. Chad, I missed last night, but what were your thoughts on the alternate Thursday night sale? And then does Elvis Lightbox change colors, or can you leave it a solid color? I'm pretty sure you can leave it a solid color. Van Halen 24, but we's already at 26. Tool got a new bid for 55 with Mac McMahon. Van Halen was already at 26 with John Durden. What's the shipping on light boxes? $8 for anything you buy here. $8 in limited shipping. That is one light, 1,500 records, 5 lights, and 3 records, $8 in limited shipping. Iron Maiden's at 45. How was Robert Plant? Exodus. Did the Van Halen 5150 waitlist come in? Some of them. Does the 3LP sound better than the 5? I won't use that judgment. Iron Maiden at 46. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden at 50. Okay, now, I think I've gotten caught up. That was a barrage. Y'all overwhelmed me there, okay? I'm going to pretend that I answered everybody respectively. I think I answered everybody respectively. If not, you'll have to ask me. This is prime time. Come back about 1 a.m. and I'll let anybody ask me anything they want, okay? But we can't do it right now. Iron Maiden right now is at 50 with Hattori Hanzo. The Tool got a new bid, and now we have an out. So final call to Mac McMahon, and now final call for Van Halen. And Van Halen is a final call to John Durden for 26. Are we all on the same page? Sorry, I was trying my best not to ignore anybody and not be a jerk, because then somebody's going to be like, man, he's a real jerk. He didn't answer my question. They're going to be like, dude, he's a real jerk. He didn't answer my question. Okay, here we go. These are a buy now or best offer. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. Abracadabra, $19.99. We got Frank Sinatra, $12.99. You know, Sinatra sold like 30 million records every week. So that's some kind of random compilation. Gary Mulligan Quartet Paris concert, 1955, $29.99. Steve Miller Band sold to Stephen Parton for $15. And we have more Encore of Golden Hits, the platters, $9.99. And oh my gosh, there he is. Ronnie Millsap images, $9.99. $9.99. Iron Maiden, this is officially sold. And this is sold to Hattori Hanzo for $50. Sold to Hattori Hanzo for $50. That is sold. Hattori Hanzo, $50. Thank you on that. Hattori Hanzo, sold for $50. Thank you on that. All right, now Tool, sold to Mac McMahon. Sold to Mac McMahon for $55. Mac McMahon, you bumped it and you got it. That's sold to Mac McMahon for $55. He did put Tool, didn't he? What did he pull? He did put Tool, right? Hold on a second. Let me confirm that. I'm pretty sure he put Tool. Hold on, man. The feed's moving. I can't scroll up. It's moving. Yeah. Mac McMahon, $55. All right, let's put that away. Thank you, Mac McMahon. Shane McMahon? Vince McMahon? Okay, that's sold. And then over here, okay, and then over here, this is sold. And this is sold to Mega Blast for $26. Okay? Sold to Mega Blast for $26. All right, let's put that away. And in case you didn't know, that was $2,600. It's $2,600. All right, so that's done. Now, Steve Miller, 15. Ivan R., you were second. Mega Blast on Ronnie Millsap condition and title. He got in 3 questions before anybody even had a chance to ask about it. This is Ronnie Millsap images. Honestly, it couldn't get any better. Near mint minus and pristine, $9.99. Joanne J. put James Kearns. I'm assuming that's a tag for somebody. Then Robert's next in line on Ronnie Millsap. Then Tom Moran, third on Ronnie Millsap. And then somebody else on Ronnie Millsap, somebody else on Ronnie Millsap, somebody else on Ronnie Millsap, and somebody else on Ronnie Millsap. So this one is sold to Robert Warner. Robert Warner, that's sold to you. Next is Bloomfield Hammond Dr. John Triumvirate. That is $29.99. Okay, back to auctions. Back to other auctions. This next auction is going to go up right now. A 1992 Russian Unofficial. John Durden's fast. He somehow can ask 2 or 3 questions. He can ask 2 or 3 questions before people even have a time to claim. That's lightning fast. This is a 1992 Russian Unofficial of Let It Be. A Russian Unofficial of Let It Be, a $35 start. Joanne JJ wants a Saxon light box, $59.99. Thank you. All light boxes go into same category as records. They are $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. So even if you buy Otis, even if you buy 15 light boxes, then it's still $8 in limited shipping. Okay? Even if you buy 8 light boxes, it's still unlimited shipping, Otis, okay? All right, buddy? Right. Yeah. Okay. Anything you want to say? Well, oh, Chad, well, all I want to know is, where's these people at? Huh? Who's these freaking people you keep talking to all night? Huh? You keep talking to all these people. You're standing here just staring into the wall. Okay? All right. He's like a big teddy bear. He's big and fluffy. Big fluffy teddy bear. All right, 35 on that. And then here we go. Next thing is this. Bobby Whitlock, $19.99. Bobby Whitlock, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid when? Probably right now if you were to ask me. And this is called Love DiCapo. And Love DiCapo is an OG stereo press, VG Plus condition, has a stereo sticker on the cover, and this is also going to go up for a $35 start. Love DiCapo, OG Monarch pressing, VG Plus condition, original inner sleeve, $35 start on that. There's one, there's two. And then Keith Sykes, I'm Not Strange, I'm Just Like You, $9.99. And Tough Guitar Al Kaola, $9.99. Next t-shirt's going to go up for bid right now. We're going to do something a little bit different. This is an extra large Rolling Stones, $20 start on this one. This is Rolling Stones No Security Tour, $19.99. The Rolling Stones No Security Tour, $19.99. Front and back, Rolling Stones No Security t-shirt, merch tour t-shirt. And this is going to be a $20 start, extra large, sewn in tag from Anvil. Extra large, a $20 start on that one, okay? $20 start. No bid on Beatles and Love, $35. This is a buy now best offer. Duke Ellington, Columbia, Such Sweet Tender, $14.99. Duke Ellington, a Columbia 6-eye, awesome. Has a couple spindle marks on the label, $14.99 on that one. And over here, we have Anything Goes. The Dave Brubeck Quartet plays Cole Porter. It's a Columbia 2-eye, $24.99. And Tony Bennett at Carnegie Hall. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99. $19.99. Are we good to go? Are we near the bottom? How old is Otis? I don't really know. Couple years, maybe. Couple years old. 1, 2. Not too old. Duke Ellington sold to Joseph McCormick for $10. The Beatles does have a bid with Mike Torres for $35. I'm going to go ahead and make Love. This will be a great pickup for somebody. Love DiCapo, VG Plus, OG gold label with the inner sleeve and stereo sticker. $35 on that, okay? $35 on that. There's only been 2 no bids tonight. The Beatles and Love, technically 2 no bids. Beatles and Love, that's the only 2 no bids tonight. All right, now the Beatles Unofficial Russian has bids for $35, $36, and Love is sold for $35, and that is sold to Michael Butler. The Rolling Stone shirt has 1 bid for $25. Phil Harris, The South Shall Rise Again. Phil Harris is $9.99. And the Velvet Moods of Nat King Cole. This is a 2 LP, $19.99. There Goes Mark gets Tony Bennett for $16. There Goes Mark, $16 on that. And Frank Sinatra sings Evergreens. Frank Sinatra is $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid when, Chad? Let's pick out a 45 over here. Let's pick out a 45 over here. Miles Davis. Wow, that's unusual to see on a 45. New Rumba from Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall. It's an orange label 2-eye and slow samba. Miles Davis. Very clean vinyl. EX++ near mint minus. A $7 start on Miles Davis. Interesting one there. In the Columbia sleeve. $7 on that. And Perez Prado, Mambo Happy, $9.99. The Rolling Stones No Security shirt. Sure thing. The high bid on this right now is $25. It's a size extra large. Rolling Stones No Security, $19.99. It's front and back. There's Keith, Mick, Ron, and Charlie. And on the back is kind of just a logo. Rolling Stones No Security, $19.99. It's a size extra large Anvil sewn in tag. 1 bid for $25. Miles Davis has bids for $7 and then $10. And then the Beatles is at $45. And Perez Prado is sold for $8. There goes Mark. Anybody else dogs barking because of Otis? I don't know what he's barking at. He's been walked. He's got food and water. I think he's just barking to be barking because he don't know where anybody's went to. I'm going to show y'all these. So, actually, let me lay this right over there before I do that. Okay, so Rolling Stones 2728, Miles Davis 12. And over here, first thing I have is this, Blood Rock 2. Blood Rock 2 is $19.99. Blood Rock 2 purple Kappa label. That's a reissue for that one. And then over here we have Harry Belafonte Calypso. Harry Belafonte Deo, $9.99 for Harry Belafonte. That's in mono. Pretty early pressing. It has an old price tag on the front, $2.89. Now this Beatles Russian Unofficial, Chris Gardner had it for $45. Mike Torres, just so you know, you're out. And the Rolling Stones over here, The last bid that came in was Brent Robley at 28. Okay, everybody else is out. And the Miles Davis 45s at 15. Something a little bit different there. And then Hiram Aponte gets Blood Rock for $15. That's sold to Hiram Aponte for $15. And then Baja Mariba Band for animals only. Otis, this is for you. For animals only, $9.99. Stones out, stones out. Brent, that's about to be yours for $28 then. And we have Dean Martin. That's $9.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Rewind. That's in shrink wrap. Great compilation here, $34.99. Miss You, Brown Sugar, Undercover, Start Me Up, Tumbling Dice, and Hang Fire, all on side one. It does have the original on the sleeve. You've got to roll me and call me the tumbling die. Next is Mandala Soul Crusade, $26.99. Who watching right now has seen the Rolling Stones the most? I bet somebody here has at least seen them 10 times, probably 15. All right, Otis, what do you want? Huh? Is everything okay, buddy? Huh? All right. Anything you want to say? It's okay, I promise, all right? I'm here. Everything's all right. You're having separation anxiety, I know. These dogs have separation anxiety. If they think they're left alone, they will freak out. They will freak out, okay? These golden doodles, evidently it's like... Over here, we have Nautilus Super Disc, the Rolling Stones, by Styx, $44.99. Nautilus Super Disc, $44.99. Styx Cornerstone, $44.99. And we have the Roaring Silence, Blinded by the Light, revved up, $19.99 on that one. All right, so first thing is the Stones in the bin was $34.99. The No Security shirt is sold to Brent Robley for $28. Sold to Brent Robley for $28. Thank you, Brent. That is sold for you for $28. That's done. Let's put that right there. Let's pick out another shirt then, Otis. How about we pick out this one right here? Oh, man. What do we got here? Hey, we might actually have a small one. All right. For those earlier demanding small shirts, this is about as small as I think they're going to get. Can I Play with Madness? Looks like a small, really small. This would go up about to my midsection. Iron Maiden, Can I Play with Madness? And this over here, there's the front, there's the back, nothing on it, and there's no tag. It kind of looks vintage. At first, I thought it was something newer, but I don't know. It looks like it has some wear on it. That's a pretty cool shirt. That might be something closer to what I would call OG, but I don't know. How about a $20 start? $20 start on that one. Okay, $20 start. Let's go back to the top. So I left off with Miles Davis at a final call to Joseph McCormick for $15. When I get to the bottom, I'm about to sell it. Next thing is Will Smithson was $34. We've seen the Rolling Stones 8 times, 6 times, 1 time, 3 times. Somebody has seen them 14. How much was the Quarryman? This was our only no bid. The Quarryman at home, $50, an 80s German unofficial EX. And then somebody has seen the Stones $25, 25 times. Wow, Bill Samus has seen them 25 times. Jetstream got Dean Martin for $7. Let's go ahead and tag that to Jetstream for $7. And then Iron Maiden has a bid for $22. And then over here we have Miles Davis. This is sold to Joseph McCormick for $15. And then the Beatles didn't get another bid. Let's go ahead and hammer that one out. And this one is sold, and that is sold over here to Chris Gardner for $45. Thank you on that one. The size, there is no tag. What size is it? You'll have to be your judge. Small or less. Small or less. Okay. I don't see any date on this. Wait, there might be something down here. Yeah, there's something right there, but I can't read it too well. Yeah, there's definitely something right here. I can't make it out. Right there. There's something right there. Okay. So I'm going to say size small. We'll say small. Okay. And this is with Gary Samuels at $22. The Quarryman is sold to Mike Torrey's for $45. Jake says if for supplies, you can claim multiples at one time with LS13 or ever how many you need. So we got a new feature very quickly right up here. We got where you can, anytime during any sale, you can buy supplies, okay? And we have our top 3 sellers. Inner sleeves, outer sleeves, and cleaning cloths. Up here where my finger is, you might have to go full screen to see it, but all you got to do is put an exclamation mark, S, and then 1, and you're buying a pack of inner sleeves. An exclamation mark, S2, and you're buying a pack of outer sleeves. An exclamation mark, S3, and you're buying a cleaning cloth for $5.99. So right there's the command, and when you claim it, you'll know that it's registered. You'll see a graphic pop up here. Right up here below the date, there'll be a graphic saying who bought what. So if you want to buy a cleaning cloth, just put exclamation mark S3. If you want to buy 3 of them, put a space and then put 2 or 3 or 4, however quantity you want to buy. And thanks for those that's already done it tonight. They have got that set up working great over here. Jake's also got me a new auction thing set up over here that will work really well. Maybe later tonight when things slow down, I'm going to bring it out. I don't want to do it right now and cause too much mass hysteria, but there is a pretty cool way we can keep up with bids at the top, okay? So, for example, we've got this set up. A little bit later tonight, I'm going to try it out, but it's where we can keep track with bids up here at the top. Some of y'all have already seen this, and it will show who has the high bid. It will show who has the high bid, which will be really cool because then you will never have to ask me who has the high bid. It will automatically show up there. A little bit later tonight, we'll bring it out. Man for Man, sold to Stephen for $12. All right, let's keep going. Iron Maiden's about to sell for $22 to Gary Samuels. And then next is Boston, and this is $34.99. Boston is $34.99. Wally Mastering, that's the one. Wally Mastering, $34.99. Boston's on the orange label, $34.99 on that one. And then over here, we have a 1989 Russian unofficial white label compilation. This is the Beatles, a Russian unofficial, A Taste of Honey. Wow, a Beatles comp, unofficially pressed in Russia. VG Plus, $40 on that. $40 on the Beatles, okay? The Iron Maiden shirt has a new bid for $35. So Iron Maiden shirt's at $35. The Beatles is now up for bid. I don't have 10-inch inner and outers. No, not at the moment. Not at the moment. And Andrea, the Sun Rays, $24.99. Andrea, the Sun Rays. And Brian Setzer, The Knife Feels Like Justice. Brian Setzer's $19.99. Also, Rat and Rave, The Stray Cats, $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up another shirt. That Iron Maiden's up, so let's do a different artist. How about Rob Zombie? This is our next t-shirt going up. Rob Zombie is a $20 start. $2,000. Wow. $2,000 Rob Zombie shirt. This should be a pretty good one here. Sewn in tag. I'll show that in just a second. There's the front of Rob Zombie. And over here, here's the back of Rob Zombie. It has the Rob Zombie RZ logo. And this one is a sewn in tag. And this one is Winterland brand, size large. Size large. $20 start on Rob Zombie. That is now up for bid. Iron Maiden is a very small. The Iron Maiden shirt here is a very small. Can I Play with Madness? The new high bid is $36 with Gary Samuels. It's a small at best. The Beatles Russian boot has a bid for $40. All right, we're going through a vintage crate right now. Buy it in our best offer. Led Zeppelin shirt has not been sold yet. Steve Miller Band, Shangri-La, that's a 12-inch single. Steve Miller Band, $9.99. Fred Carnell and Brian Setzer. Chris Gardner has the Rob Zombie shirt at $20. Sorry, I was on the wrong camera. Brian Setzer sold to Fred Cardinale. Steve Miller Band is $9.99. Shangri-La. Also, Chris Squire, Fish Out of Water. Chris Squire is $19.99. Chris Squire, Fish Out of Water, $19.99. Rob Zombie is at $25 now with Line Stink. $25 of Line Stink. Give me 1 second over here. All right, and then let me open this up. All right, and then over here we have Straub's bursting at the seams. Straub's is $9.99, and Musicians Union, the best of Jethro Tull, an early 80s press. Jethro Tull is $19.99, and the Dramatics 10.5. The Dramatics is $14.99. Parvier and the Raiders, alias Pink Puzz, $9.99. Okay, so Iron Maiden then, it's up to Mac McMahon. Mac McMahon, you're out. The Iron Maiden shirt's at 36. Final call on the Beatles at 40. And Rob Zombie has bids for 20, 20, 25, and 21. The high bid right now is Line Stink at $25. Husky Fosker got JT for Jethro Tull. Intergroove Distortion got the Steve Miller for 7. And John Farrell got the Chris Squire. Those are all sold. Rob Zombie's now at 26. Sky is $24.99. And Billy Joe Glass Houses, $14.99. You may be right. I may be crazy. All righty. So we're right in the middle of this crate. Hold on. I got to walk over here and grab this and grab that. I've got to grab this and grab that. We're going to shut this Otis, okay? And I'm going to step over here and make sure I got all of this shelf. All out there. Here. How about no? Okay, next thing is this right here. We have a new bid on Iron Maiden 38. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $34.99. I live and breathe this Philadelphia freedom. James Bond 007 Casino Royale, $19.99. And Lou Rawls Natural Man. Lou Rawls is $9.99. 45. Thanks for the request. I will honor it with this. Paint It Black Modettes. Don't know a lot about it. Paint It Black Modettes. $7 start. Bit of Truth. I don't know what this is, but it's a $7 start, okay? The Beatles here just got one bid. Let's go ahead and take it off the table. And selling some very unusual Beatles stuff tonight. Chris Gardner has this for $40. Thank you, Chris Gardner. That's so to you. And then Iron Maiden. The last bid over here on this that came in was $38, and Gary Samuels out. Sold to Mac McMahon for $38. Sold to Mac McMahon for $38. Thank you, Mac. That's so to you. We are moving through some T-shirts. We got a bunch for tonight. I mean, a bunch. Here's a little bit different one here for a genre, and this is a size large Genesis Invisible Touch. Now, this is pretty cool. This is going to go up for a $20 start. This is a Genesis Invisible Touch, size large. Awesome. And then here is the back. And there's the back, Invisible Touch Tour, 1987. Genesis is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on Genesis, Invisible Touch Tour. And this is a $20 start. Spring Forward Men's Classic Sportswear, size large. $20 start. That's now up for bid. Now, the other shirt is Rob Zombie. There is Genesis. There's Genesis. The Modettes is at 11. And then the Rob Zombie shirt's at 28 with Cindy Yarborough. Moving on, did we have an offer? We had a question on Billy Joe. Billy Joe Condition. Billy Joe Condition. Billy Joe Glass Houses. No condition notes. You may be right. Inner sleeve, clean copy. $14.99 on that. The Modettes 10, now 15. And then Billy Preston, That's the Way God Planned It. Nice. On Apple. We don't get that one too often. Billy Preston, $39.99. That's the Way God Planned It. Billy Preston, $39.99. And then Elvis, another sealed box set. It's a cutout, but we had Volume 2 earlier. Here's Volume 1 sealed, $39.99. What's the single? Modettes, Paint It Black. The high bid's at 17. Genesis T-shirts at 25. And Rob Zombie, Line Stinks Out. That's a final call then to Cindy Yarborough for $28. Mike Johnston. That is sold for $12. And thank you, Mike Johnston. This is sold to you, Mike Johnston. The Speaker of the House, that's Mike Johnson, right? Mike Johnson. This is Mike Johnston, not the Speaker of the House. That's sold to Mike Johnston for $12. Genesis 26, Rob Zombie has a new bid for $29, and Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling, $9.99. All right, let's grab another Beatles record then. Got some cool ones over here. Let's do this one here. It's a unique 10-inch. This is From Us to You, a Parlophone rehearsal session, a 1975 10-inch unofficial on green vinyl. This is on the Ruthless Rhymes bootleg label. There they are, a young shot of the Beatles. And this is from 1975 VG Plus, $30 start. It looks like it's got bootlegs from a lot of different stuff, even Hard Day's Night. Version 2 with harmonica, without harmonica, false start. That looks pretty unusual. You got to think, starting in the late 60s, all through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and even today, the Beatles bootlegs, outtake studios, and even some of that live stuff, it has been bootlegged and repackaged in about every possible situation. 45s, 10-inch, albums, CDs, cassettes, anything that can be bootlegged, it has been with the Beatles. Same thing for a lot of bands, but the Beatles probably just as much as any. Genesis, $30. Genesis, $31. Rob Zombie, $30. We have an offer on Elvis for Tom Moran for $30. That is sold to Tom Moran for $30. The Modets, $20. The Modets, $23. Genesis out. Rob Zombie out. Big Daddy, John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. John Cougar Mellencamp. And then Journey, Departure, $19.99. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. I like to move. She likes to groove. Something, something, something. Carla Bonoff is $9.99. And Thelonious Monk, straight, no chaser. That's the way I drank my chocolate milk. Straight, no chaser. A Columbia 2i, $79.99. She loves to move. She loves to groove. She loves a lot of things. Rodney Dangerfield. Okay, over here, Genesis. The last bid on Genesis was Mike Quadrini at $31. Stephen Tuttle, you're out on the Genesis shirt. The Modets. Modets is at $23 with William Drugovich. Brent Robley, it's up to you. And Rob Zombie is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $30, okay? And then there's the Beatles. There it is. That's the way you want it, any way you need it. Otis, please don't howl at my singing. I know it's not that bad. It's not that bad, Otis. Come on. Give me a break, buddy. It's not that bad. Okay, here's our next t-shirt. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Nope, never mind. The sleeves have been cut out. We'll do that one later. Let's pick out another one. Let's pick out another one. Who do we have here? Ooh. That's pretty cool. Let's do this one. This is Jimmy Page on a motorcycle. Wow. Jimmy Page, $20 start. Jimmy Page on a motorcycle. You need cooling. This is size large, liquid blue. Jimmy Page has a date on the bottom, 2004. $20 start on Jimmy Page. That's now up for bid. $20 start, okay? All right. $20 start. $20 start on Jimmy Page, okay? Size large. Is there enough? Sorry, hit that early. Genesis 32. Mark Froelich said, hey, man, that's some good Journey, Chad. Thank you. That's sold to Mark Froelich. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Genesis has a new bid for $33. You're going to be auctioning anything else from that collection you were auctioned yesterday. Vertigo, next Vertigo night will be next Friday. And then Page has a bid for $20. And then JM for $45. What is JM? What is JM for $45? And then Genesis out. Okay, so the Modets is sold to William Drugovich for $23. The Genesis shirt, Mike Quadrini, $33. Mike Quadrini sold for $33. Okay, that's sold for $33. Let's put that right over here. T-shirt heaven tonight. Tub 1 of 3,000 we're going through. All right, and then Jimmy Page already has a bid for $45. Wow, big jump. And then over here, the Beatles was a no bid, and that's a $30 buy now for this 1975 10-inch unofficial. Okay, and then let me make sure I didn't miss anything. So Jimmy Page took a big jump there, and we're about to go through another crate. Let's put up another auction, though, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that is this. That is, we got a lot of cool boots. Let's do an official. Let's do an official. This is a 1981 Australian Comp orange label EMI pressing, near mint. This is a 1981 Australian Comp orange label EMI, the Beatles ballads. This is an official compilation, 20 tracks. Cool artwork on that one, and this is a $30 start. I once met a girl, or should I say, she once met me. Something in the way she moves. Here comes the sun. Dun, 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 dun. Here comes the sun. Hey, you've got to hide your... That's a good one. $30 start on the Beatles. That's now up for bid. And then over here, we have an offer for $25, and it's sold to Donnie Schmoot for $25. Fair offer. I'm taking it. Page is at 46, now 47. The Beatles, a $30 start. And let's put up another auction. And some people have said, hey, Chad, I know you got this. Let's see it. Here it is. It's a sealed OG copy of Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever. Unopened. And I won't back down. Tom Petty, look at this hop sticker. Solo, but not alone. Featuring I Won't Back Down, Running Down a Dream, and yeah, I'm free. Free falling. This is a sealed original retail copy. Wow. It was sitting on a shelf for $6.55. That is a sealed, unopened copy for an $85 start. Sealed, unopened copy for an $85 start. Okay? Sealed, $85 start. That's now up for bid. All righty. Let's go right up here. So Beatles 30. Tom Petty's a sealed original retail copy. And we have the Jimmy Page shirt getting lots of bids. It's so far one of the most priciest shirts of the night, it looks like. Awesome shirt. I'm popping my neck, my back, and we're going to go through another crate of new arrivals. Let's do it right now. Tom Petty has a bid for $85, and you know what? You know what? Let me pick out a 45 right quick, okay? That last one was pretty cool. I'm trying to do the most unusual looking stuff, especially if it looks like it's 90s or something. But there's a lot of cool 60s stuff in here too. There's other David Bowies. Here's Bow Wow Wow. Let's run this one. Bow Wow Wow is, what is this exactly? Bow Wow Wow. What's the name of the song? Work, I guess. Work. Yeah, Bow Wow Wow Work and C30, C60, C90. Bow Wow Wow, $7 start. All right, and let's pick out a crate. Now, this is the next one on the cart, so let's grab it and let's go through it, okay? Otis, this is the moment you've been waiting for, buddy. Yes, it is, Chad. This is the freaking moment everybody's been waiting for. Another new arrivals crate. Genesis is sold, yes. All right, so Jimmy Page shirt, Chris Gardner, you're out. It's at 50. Tom Petty has a bid for 85, and now 87, now 88. The Beatles is a final chance at 30. And Bow Wow Wow has 2 bids for 7. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Next thing is this right here. The Wildest Comes Home, Louis Prima. And this is $9.99. Hey, Otis. Okay, Louis Prima, $9.99. Also in here, we have Johnny Guitar Watson, A Real Mother for You. That's in shrink wrap, $26.99. And the High Priest of Country Music, Conway Twitty, $9.99. Biddlecombe on Louis Prima. Thank you on that. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. And Dionne Warwick Anthology. That's a 2 LP, $19.99 for Dionne Warwick. So let me show one more actually. Flash Gordon, the Queen soundtrack, $39.99. Flash. Aha, Defenders of the Universe. Something like that. Flash is $39.99. So quick update. Jimmy Page shirt. Stephen Tuttle 50. Chris Gardner, it's up to you. Chris Gardner bid 51. Stephen Tuttle, you're out. Stephen Tuttle, you're out. Okay? And then the Beatles did not get a bid. The Beatles did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $30. It's an official press. Australia, orange label, EMI, near mint, $30. Okay? $30 on that. We're going to make sure Tuttle is back in on Page. He is. Chris Gardner, you're out. Bow Wow Wow's at 11. And then Tom Petty's at 92 and now 94. All right. And then Biddlecombe got Louis Prima. Stephen Parton takes Flash at full price. Mike Johnston, you were second. And then Jimmy Page is at 52. My crate is full. Let me swap these out right quick. My crate is full. All right. Think I'll go home tonight and watch Patriot games. Again with Harrison Ford. Watch good old Patriot games with Harrison Ford, everybody. Everybody seen that one? Patriot games. What about Air Force One with Harrison Ford? What about Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford? That's some good ones, right? I gotta mute my mic for a second. All right, here we go. 7's on the agenda. All right, we got, wow, Mud Crutch 2 out of nowhere. A 2016 $39.99. $39.99. Mud Crutch 2. $39.99. Vinegar Joe, that's interesting. A 1972 PRC Richmond, $29.99. And Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, $19.99. Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, okay? So we got Tom Petty, 3 people bid $95. Roger Tagavilla, Mike Quadrini, and Brent Robley. Roger's bid came in first. Jimmy Page, 52, and then Jimmy Page, 53. Jimmy Page, 55. And then over here, Jimmy Page, 60. And then Jimmy Page, 65. Bow Wow Wow is Ralph Venturino's at 11. Mega Blast, I'm assuming you're done bidding. This is at $11 with Ralph, okay? Next thing is Zappa in New York. Zappa's $39.99. Jamie Sotar on the Mud Crutch 2. That's Tom Petty. That's sold to Jamie Sotar. And then we had Deep Purple Burn. That's a clean-looking copy. Deep Purple Burn is $29.99. Tom Petty still getting bids. Hammers up on Bow Wow Wow. And we have Leon Redbone on the track. $14.99. The Beatles no bid is the Beatles Ballads. This is an official 81 Australian compilation. Near mint, $30 on that one. Husky Fostertail on Deep Purple. That's sold to Husky Fostertail. The Jimmy Page shirt is at $75. And our next Beatles auction is going to be this right here. It is a Japanese unofficial 10-inch. It's an 86. It has a hologram sleeve. Look how cool this is. So it's actually made in Japan. That's a real OB. It's just an unofficial. It's got this hologram photo of the young Beatles with Pete Best. It's a 10-inch heavyweight vinyl, and it is a $50 star, and it comes with a bonus 7-inch. So it's this 10-inch with this bonus 7-inch. So 10 and 7, and this is a $50 start on the Beatles. We're going to put this right in here. Page 75, and then Bob Panozniak gets the Beatles for $25. Bow Wow Wow is sold to Rich, what's the, hold on a second, Ralph Venturino gets Bow Wow Wow for $11. And then Tom Petty, the last bid was Mike Quadrini at $70.97. Rogers out, I think it's up to Brent Robley. And then the Beatles is a $50 start. And then the Jimmy Page shirt is at $75. Okay, here we go. We have Frank Zappa, the Grand Wazoo. That's $39.99. And Michael James, Runaway World. That looks weird. A 1978 Acid Rock Psych sealed, $69.99. And Olivia Newton-John physical. Let's Get Physical sealed, $14.99. So one more time, the Jimmy Page shirt is at 75 with Stephen Tuttle. Chris Gardner, you're out. The Beatles is at 50, and that's a no bid yet. And then over here, the Tom Petty is an OG retail copy. Yes, this is not a club. This is an OG retail copy. Yes. The high bid on this right now I'm showing is Mike Quadrini at $97. Brand already set out. Okay, so we might be done unless somebody else gets in a bid. Chess is the only person who has set out. Chess, I'm not familiar with your handle. You might have to remind me of your name. But yes, this is OG. It's a retail copy, not a club. Hype sticker included. A lot of club copies typically don't have hype stickers. Not saying that's the case for everything, but a hype sticker was really only intended for retail purposes, especially if it has a price tag. An original price tag, that is. That's Mark Chesler. Okay. Chess is Mark Chesler. Welcome. All right. Chris Gardner's out on the Page shirt. We can wrap some stuff up then. Stephen Tuttle gets the Jimmy Page shirt for $75. That's a cool piece. I've got some awesome T-shirts tonight. We're almost through the first tub. And then I'm going to go over here and get the second one. And, well, I say we are, but there's quite a bit still in here. Let's do a Black Sabbath. This is pretty cool. For those that collect Vertigo, you need this. Look. Black Sabbath Paranoid Vertigo Swirl T-shirt. How cool is that? Extra large Black Sabbath Paranoid Gildan. Extra large, $20 start. And then here is the back. And it's from the End Tour 2016. So this is actually a tour T-shirt. Shows you just how popular Black Sabbath stuff is on Vertigo. They actually made a tour T-shirt with the Vertigo Swirl. That's very collectible stuff. That's why you saw it sell. We sold a copy of Volume 4 last night for $675. This is going to go up for a $20 start. There's already bids for $20 and $22. The Beatles didn't get a bid. It's a $50 buy it now. $50 buy it now. It's called Savage Young Beatles. It's a Japanese press, unofficial, 7-inch and 10-inch, $50 on that. Right now, that's the only no bid. And then Tom Petty does have a new bid. And Mark Chesler has it for $99. That means that whoever had it for the longest, Mike Quadrini, you're out on Tom Petty. Okay? Mike Quadrini, you're out. Otis, buddy, it's okay. He is walking in circles, just paranoid as heck. Speaking of paranoid, it's okay, I promise, all right? Let me get this dog calmed down. It's all right, I promise. It's me and you. Nobody's going to get us. Tanner and Addison's gone for the night. And Jill's gone. Ed's gone, Julie's gone, Jake's gone, everybody's gone. It's just me and you. And here about 1 a.m., we're going to go home and we're going to lay on my couch and watch The Fugitive, okay? But right now, you just got to relax, okay? Just relax. You can go lay down, okay? I'm petting this dog right now. He is whining, okay? Do you want me to drag your bed over here so you can lay down and look at me? Do you need a treat? They're up front. I think Miss Karen brought you some. We'll have to go up front and get them here in a second, okay? All right, so Black Sabbath shirts at $40. Tom Petty and Runaway World, $50. Runaway World, $50. All right, somebody offered on Zappa, too. Zappa, Cameron Porter offered $35. Cameron, I hadn't forgot about you. This is sold to you for $35, okay? $35. And then Fred Carnell, this is called Michael James Runaway World. It's Acid Rock Psych, 1978 sealed, $69.99, okay? Now, Tom Petty's hit 100. Mark Chesler, you're out. The Black Sabbath shirt's at $45. Sinatra, She Shot Me Down. That's a sealed copy, $19.99. And Sammy Davis Jr.'s Greatest Hits. That's $9.99, okay? All right. Now, our next T-shirt is going to go up for bid right now, and it's another Iron Maiden shirt. We had one similar to this earlier, but this is a smaller size. This is now a size medium, okay? Iron Maiden, size medium. There's Eddie, and he's grilling, okay? He's got fingers and eyeballs, and those look kind of like wieners, and I'm not talking about hot dogs. And then this is the Book of Souls World Tour 2016, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, $25 start on Iron Maiden, size medium, U.S. Marshals. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. U.S. Marshals. That's a good one. We have the Jan and Dean story, K-Tail comp, $9.99. The best of Martin Denny. The best of Martin Denny, $9.99. Burt Baccarat, that's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid soundtrack, $14.99. The Black Sabbath shirt, Vertigo Swirl from the End, is at $55. Sealed Tom Petty, Mark Chesler, it's up to you. The high bid is Mark Cradrini. Mark has it for $100. The other Mark's out. Mark Chesler, you're out. Iron Maiden's at $28, size medium. This is a buy it now best offer. Girl School, Rock and Roll, 1, 2, 3, 4. Girl School. Now, I know an 80s hard rock. Is this? Yeah, that's the same band. Bronze, $14.99 on that. And then over here, we got Wheels, Shorts Hot Rod, the original Safaris. Wow, look at that. That's a cool. I love these cars, even though I'm not really a car person. I love cars. Does that make sense? I love cars, but I'm not a car person. Wheels, Shorts, Hot Rods, the original Safaris, $16.99. And the sensational Alex Harvey and Impossible Dream, $19.99. Iron Maiden 28, Black Sabbath 60, and we have an out and Chris Riddings on GS for 10. And that's Girl School. Sold to Chris Riddings for $10. Exotic Mood, Martin Denny, $9.99. Exotic Mood, Martin Denny. And here's an extended forecast of tonight's sale. We're going to go through new arrivals, and then we're going to go through older crates, best offer or half off, and then probably around 10:30 or 11, I'm going to start pricing stuff live. And like this crate, stuff I've got to price live. I've got Fleetwood Mac, Eric Clapton, Black Sabbath, NXS, Foo Fighters, Funkadelic, Ghost, Iron Maidens. Over there was Ozzy's, more Iron Maidens, Beatles stuff that we didn't get to, a lot of sealed and reissues and bootlegs, stuff I'm just going to try to price live after we've gone through all the vintage stuff. So there's going to be a lot going on. Somebody offered 12 for Ralph Venturino. So that Ralph did. So that means I've shot myself in the foot because somebody claimed it at full price. So I just shot myself in the foot over $5. And then over here we got Rod Stewart Gasoline Alley. That's a good one. $24.99. Okay. Black Sabbath Hiram's at $60. I lost Mark Chesler on Tom Petty. Let's go ahead and sell this for $100 then. Mike Quadrini got Tom Petty for $100. The Vols do play Michigan tomorrow. I've got to be awake to watch that, okay? All right. Okay, boy, this, let me try to get this in here. What is going on? Tony McDaniel, 61 on the Black Sabbath shirt. Did I already say sold? Oh, no. Did I say sold or did I say that's the new bid? What happened on this? Did I already hammer it? Did I say sold or did I give a bid? Hiram has it for 60 if... What did I say? Did I say sold? Moog is sold for $10 to Colin. Well, hold on a second. That one was already marked $9.99. The Hot Rod record is sold to William Drugovich. The Safaris. What did I say on this? I can't remember if I was already taken off the table. Runaway World Offer Response. Runaway World Offer Response. Chris Messer. Runaway World, $50. Is that something in here? Runaway World, sold to Chris Messer for $50. You got it. Okay. You said Hiram had it, but sell it to Doc. Yeah, I wasn't for sure. I kind of moved it. I don't remember if I said sold or not. If so, then Tony's bid is still active. I'll have to take it. I'll still have to take it. Okay, so Tony's at $61. I was just making sure I didn't actually say sold. So that means there is a bid. Sorry. Maybe I need some more Diet Coke. And then Iron Maiden is sold to Gary Samuels for $28. Okay. All right, 28. All right, so Hiram, you've been outbid. Sorry. 2 more seconds and Tony would have been late because I was about to sell it. That is unfortunate for Hiram, but fortunate for Tony. All right, so they're still bidding on that. Next shirt is AC/DC, and AC/DC is Black Ice. It looks like well, it's heavy enough to be a tour shirt. It's very heavy, and Black Ice is a 2XL. AC/DC, a $20 start. $20 start on AC/DC Black Ice, okay? $20 start. $20 start on that. So the shirt's now at 61 with Tony. And then let me make sure if I got Colin on the right Moog record. So Colin, you get this one for $9.99. Thank you, Colin Butler. All right, now we need another LP. And I got some cool stuff down here. Let's see what we got, Otis. Let's go to the front here. Okay, I got a sealed Rhino Hi-Fi Cars Candy-O. Numbered. Sealed Rhino Hi-Fi. Numbered. Cars Candy-O. A $25 start. That's now up for bid. $25 start on that. Sugarloaf. This one is self-titled. Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady. $34.99 on Sugarloaf. And we have 10 Years After. Really cool. I've never seen that sticker on one. It has a 10 Years After like hype sticker. That is sealed, unopened for $24.99. The Cars is at $25. Marvin Gaye Live, a 2LP, $49. Boy, I was about to crank into some Marvin Gaye vocals, but I will restrain myself. $49.99. Cheryl Smith put RS20. Rod Stewart for $20, and somebody just asked the details. It just showed to Cheryl for $20. Boy, you just missed that. He says out, and this Black Sabbath shirt then is sold, and it is sold then to Tony McDaniel for $61. AC/DC is a $20 start. That's a pretty cool one with the Vertigo logo on there. Oh, I'm waiting tomorrow for daybreak. All right, here we go. Here's another Iron Maiden shirt. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Let's look at the front. And 2012, it says Iron Maiden. Don't have a lot of details on it other than what the image you see there. It's a Fruit of the Loom sewn in tag. Size XXL, 2XL, nothing on the back. Iron Maiden's a $20 start. Iron Maiden's a $20 start. Black heavyweight Fruit of the Loom. $20 start on that one, okay? So the Cars is at now 30, 32. Iron Maiden 20, no bid on AC/DC. And yes, we did another 45, don't we? Sorry. Here we go. I hadn't forgot. Drunk Dial, Cry Babe. $7 start. Drunk Dial, Cry Babe. Pink vinyl. Don't know much about it. $7 start. All right, and then over here, we have Lena, Lovely, and Alive. Lena's $9.99. Bob Panozniak says Moog flag. Uh-oh. We might have some controversy on the Moog record. Oh, Bob says, what was the Moog, please? Oh, man. Colin, hold on one second. Bob says, what was the Moog, please? And then Colin offered 10. So let's go back up the top. I messed up there. Bob Panozniak has thrown a challenge flag. And this is Exotic Moog, Martin Denny. Martin Denny doing the Exotic Mood here on Liberty. It has an inner sleeve that's kind of dog-eared, just a standard generic. And Colin claimed it after you asked. Sorry, I missed your question. So Bob Panozniak, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's Colin's. It's totally up to you. It's $9.99, but you do have dibs. Sorry about that one. Hiram says he wants to pay for the Black Sabbath shirt and send it to Tony McDaniel as a birthday gift. Wow. What a thoughtful gesture from Dr. Hiram Aponte. Holy crap. A birthday gift for Tony McDaniel. Tony, you just got a free Black Sabbath shirt. And with that, we need to celebrate with something. Let's see here. Effects. Here we go.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right. Here we go. And the first thing we're going to do is Ralph Venturino has Drunk for $7. The Cars right now is at 32 with Fred Cardinale. And this is Frank Sinatra, a 3LP box. It's called Lonely at the Top. It is a 1979 Brazil, $39.99. Bob Wozniak takes the Moog. Colin, he stole that right out of your hands, but fair and square. That's so to Bob Wozniak. And then Frank Zappa, apostrophe. Frank, a pacifier, what? Frank Zappa, apostrophe, $34.99, okay? And these shirts have not got bids, so they're buy it now. Buy it now for $20 and buy it now for $20. AC/DC 20 and Iron Maiden for 20. That's the first two no bids of the night on the shirts. 20 and 20. Otherwise, we got to keep moving. The Cars is at $32 and Drunk Dials at $7. And 007 gets AC/DC for 20. That's sold to him for $20. And Steve McGee gets Iron Maiden for 20. All right, they're still sold, though, 20 and 20. We also have light boxes from Pink Floyd and Metallica. I know I read through a lot of light boxes earlier. Pink Floyd, Metallica, we have light boxes from a lot of bands. Just saying, okay? And then over here, we have the Cars at $35 and Drunk Dials at $8. All right, we need another auction, and that next auction from the Beatles crate. A lot of cool Beatles boots. Some stuff here I've never seen before, unofficially, like the Beatles. This 1980 Brazil unofficial, near mint minus, the Beatles. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Avio, some kind of unofficial boot here. Very interesting, from Brazil. And that is a $25 start. Interesting, okay? All right, next thing over here is Hugh Muscella. That's Gurr. Hugh Muscella is sealed, $39.99. And the Spanish side of Jazz, $19.99. The Cars is at $35. Drunk Dials at $8. And the Beatles is a what start? Hold on, let me make sure I get that right. Just a $25 start. The Sinatra does not have any condition notes. 3 LPs. And let me figure out what this tape is on. There's some kind of tape in here. Oh, it's just a tape that closed the plastic baggie. So it's kind of like recently opened, I guess. 79 Brazil, $39.99. DJ Not So Good, I think, is bidding on the Beatles at 25. Drunks at 9. And then we have On Stage George Lewis. That's a 1959 mono, $9.99 on that one. All right, next T-shirt. And let me just grab the next one on top. Ooh, nice. Led Zeppelin, 1975 tour shirt. Now, obviously, a lot of these that are typically made like this, I was about to say, yeah, 2008. I'll see shirts and I'll be like, I wonder if that's original. And then I'll be like, oh, no, that's not an original. Led Zeppelin, 1975 U.S. tour shirt, but from 2008. No tag. It looks like an extra large or bigger, maybe. I'm guessing. It could be a 2X, somewhere right in there. It's about the size of most of those 2X we've had tonight. Maybe an extra large. I'm going to say a 2X. There's no tag, though. $20 start on Led Zeppelin. There's no tag. Looks like it was sewn in and maybe ripped out. $20 start on Led Zeppelin, okay? All right, there's that. Let's finish up this crate so we can go into more vinyl. Crate after crate after crate. Bill Evans alone, a 1970, wow, sealed, unopened Bill Evans. $64.99 unopened. The Paul Horn Quintet, Monday, $9.99. The Beatles has a bid for $25. Led Zeppelin, $20.25. Drunk Dial is sold to Ralph Venturino for $9. And then the last bid on the sealed Cars was $35 with Mac McMahon. So Fred Cardinal, you're out on the Cars, just FYI. Lady Chaser, that looks interesting. A 1981 Psych album, $49.99. Lady Chaser, interesting. $49.99. And then Bob Tales, Ballroom Baby, a 1989 German rockabilly, $19.99. Led Zeppelin shirt, $20.25, now $30. The Music from M Squad, $14.99. Music from M Squad. And the Uncle Dirty Primer. Do what now? This is a 1971 comedy album, $14.99, okay? First thing, we can go ahead and sell the Beatles for $25 to DJ Not So Good. Nice pickup. Sold to you for $25. Let's put that away. And then I lost Fred Cardell on the Cars. We'll give him one more second. And let's pick out another 45 here. And the next one is the bass holes, the bass holes, the what? The Gas Hounds. What's some of these over here? The Bass Holes. I'm Not Picky, Whatever's Wounded. Is that a Far Side cartoon? What is going on there? The Bass Holes. She said, I had a problem. Changes had to come. Bag of hammers, $7 start. Base bass, $7 start on that, okay? What do you think, Otis? He's still walking around in circles nervously. I got to go front and get him a treat. Okay, let's walk up front right quick. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. I've got one question for you, and this is it. Where are you watching from? I think there's some treats over here. We had a customer drop off. Oh, some treats, buddy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Karen gave you some big old treats over here, huh? Yeah, pepperoni. Some pepperoni. Uh-oh. Pepperoni. Oh, you like these pepperonis, don't you? Yeah, pepperoni. Pepperoni. Let's go back here and get you a big old pepperoni. Pepperoni. I wonder where everybody's watching from tonight. California, Nashville, Texas. Pepperoni, original bacon flavor. Oh, buddy. Living the high life tonight, huh? Big pepperoni. All right. Shake. Shake. Good job. There's your pepperoni. There you go. All right. Here we go. We have Led Zeppelin 2025 30, 33. Cars got a new bid for 36. Mac McMahon, you've been outbid. Fred Carnell wanted the Rockabilly. Base Holes has bids for 778. M Squad sold to Blackie L for 10. You got it. We got viewers in Arizona, Texas, California, Texas. The Cars 55 with Mac McMahon. Fred Carnell, you just got outbid. Mac McMahon bid $55. And then over here, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Seth's living room, the UK, and then North Carolina, Texas, Illinois, Base Hole 7, Kentucky, and then over here we had Chick Corea 3/4. Chick Corea is $19.99, and Tongue and Chic, and this is Chic as in La Freak, $19.99. All right, so quick update on Oliver Auctions. This is the Cars Candy-O, the Rhino Hi-Fi numbered. And the last bid was $55 with Mac McMahon. And it's a final call with Mac McMahon for $55. The last bid on Base Holes was William Drugovich at 11. And then this is a Led Zeppelin shirt. Now let's figure out who has the high bid. Somebody says the bids may be a little out of place. I'm showing Vintage Gentleman at $33. Now, Vintage Gentleman, you set out, and then Vintage Gentleman says, I thought someone bid 36, and I might have the last bid at 33. Yeah, I'm still showing you at 33. So if somebody did bid 36 on Led Zeppelin, I don't see it, and you might want to bid it again. I've got Vintage Gentleman at $33, okay? I've got Vintage Gentleman at $33 on the Led Zeppelin shirt. Vintage Gentleman at $33, just saying. Okay, and then the Base Holes is at 11. If you want to be in higher, let me know. Ralph Venturino's out, and final call on the Cars. All right, and then if anybody else, is there a tour list on Led Zeppelin? No, just a single-sided there on the front. All right, and then here's what's in here. We have Chic, Chick Corea, Uncle Dirty Premier, Lady Chaser got an offer. Lady Chaser, $49.99. Bob, I'll do it for, let's do it for $35, Bob. $35, and I'll sell it to you, okay? $35, and it's yours. Paul Horn, Bill Evans, George Lewis, the Frank Sinatra box, the Spanish Side of Jazz, Hugh Muscella, Frank Zappa. We have Lena, Marvin Gaye, 10 Years After, Sugarloaf, Alex Harvey, Burt Baccarat, Martin Denny, Jan and Dean, Sammy Davis Jr., Sinatra, Olivia, Leon Redbone, Frank Zappa, Vanilla Fudge, Vinegar Joe, Dionne Warwick, Conway Twitty, and Johnny Guitar Watson, okay? And Lady Chaser is sold to Bob Panozniak for $35. Mac McMahon gets the Cars for $55. The Base Holes then is sold for $11, and that's sold to William Drugood for $11. And Vintage Gentleman gets the Led Zeppelin shirt for $33. That was probably my neck. My neck makes some wicked noises, whatever, and my knees are the worst.
All right, buddy. Let's see what's going on here. Let's do our next t-shirt, okay? Let's do this next t-shirt.
And it is a what shirt? It is a Motorhead shirt. Let's go ahead and run it. Why is this? Oh, it's a long sleeve. Okay, cool. Motorhead is an extra large, $20 start on this. This is Motorhead Snakebite Love. It has like a gear and then the cover artwork logo. Size extra large. Sleeves has an ace of spades on it. That's cool. Has an ace of spades, and then this sleeve says Motorhead. That's a long sleeve extra large. And on the back are tour dates. Nice, 1998. That's got some age on it. Motorhead, and it's got printed sleeves. It's an extra large. That's a cool shirt. $20 start on Motorhead. The ace of spades. The ace of spades. I know that sounded just like Lemmy. Thank you. And this is a $20 start, okay? And then over here, Marvin Gaye details for Wolverine. Let's do that one first. This is Marvin Gaye Live. First of all, the cover has a little bit of a crease right there, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Beautiful, near mint minus vinyl. $49.99 OBO. And then the Conway Twitty was back here, the high priest of country music. Conway is $9.99. And then the Sinatra box is sold to Ralph Venturino for $30. I'll take it. Motorhead already has a bid for $30. And the Seal 10 Years After, I'll do this for $17. $17 on that. Let's go ahead and sell Marvin Gaye for $35. If you make fair offers, I'll take them or I'll counter. Next 45 is this one right here. Let's figure out what this was. The Wild Hearts. It has a fly on the label. Brown vinyl. Greetings from SHITsville. The BS goes on. The Wild Hearts, a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Motorhead already has a bid for $30. And now let's pull another Beatles LP. Still got some Beatles LPs to run. Here is the next one, a 60s Chile reissue mono. Take a look at this. This would be Beatles for sale, but it's a 60s Chile or Chile, whichever you prefer. Look at that label. A 60s era mono VG Plus, $50 on that one. $50 on that one, okay? And then Conway Twitty, $7. That's sold to Mega Blast. All right, Otis. What do you think? Huh? What are you thinking? 10 Years After, sold to John Farrell. A sealed copy with hype sticker, $17. All right. Let's move these right over here, Otis. Let's find another crate. Can you take me where I came from? Brother, can you take me back? Can you take me back? Can you take me where I came from? All right. So, what time is it? Let me make sure we're going to do this at the appropriate time. I think it's about time since it's Saturday night and it's almost 10. Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this right here. I'm going to first touch my toes. All right, now I'm down here in a squat position so I can pet Otis. And now, a lot of people's been waiting for this. Otis, you know what time it is? He's going to announce it to y'all. You ready? It's half off time. Okay? Otis says it's half off time. Look at him. It's half off time. Okay? It's time. He told me, he whispered in my ear earlier. He says, Chad, it's half off time. The Motorhead shirt is sold to David Sosby for $30. David, that's sold to you for $30. Awesome. Thank you. Sold to David Sosby for $30. Motorhead is sold. Done. See you later. All right. Over here, we have this, the Wild Hearts. This is sold to Chris Riddings for $8. This is sold to, well, hold on a second. There was a bid. Ralph Venturino, you've been outbid. There we go. Ralph Venturino, that was the second bid. And then over here, the Beatles is a $60 start, okay? So let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Mega Blast, I've already pulled it. $7. I did it so fast you didn't see it. No, the Beatles is official. The Beatles is official. No, this is from Chile. It's a mono 60s, which would be Beatles for sale. $50. No, that was actual official there. Okay. The next auction is another hi-fi numbered. And this is the numbered edition. Stevie Nicks Belladonna sealed, a $35 start. Sealed Stevie Nicks Belladonna, a $35 start, numbered. Sing the song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, said ooh. Okay, so this crate right over here is going to be half off, no more, no less. It's time. So back here behind me, I've got an unlimited amount of vintage LPs that have been shown once. They might have been even shown twice. And now we move stuff quickly. We go ahead and mark them half off, and whatever's left, we'll try to do a bundle deal. So here's the deal. I'm going to tell you a price. It's no more, no less. It keeps it very simple. Even if you try to offer me more to outbid somebody, it's not going to work. Even if you try to offer me less, it's definitely not going to work. Half off, no more, no less. Silverchair in the back is a new and sealed music on vinyl pressing of Freak Show, numbered to 4,000 on red and black marble vinyl with poster, $39.99. The Wild Hearts is sold to Ralph Venturino for $10, and Final Chance on the Beatles for $50, and Stevie Nicks does have a bid for $35. Okay, this is a half off crate, no more, no less. The Larksman, that's a garage album from 2006, and it's sealed. The Larksman, $15. So that means it was $29.99. Okay, over here we have the Blonde Bombshell, Joanne Campbell. The Blonde Bombshell is $10, Joanne Campbell. David Sosby on Silverchair. David, I think you've already been tagged for one because you was on a waiting list. Now, if you want another one, I'll get you another one, but I think you've already been tagged for a waiting list. Dakota Dotson gets Silverchair. Of course, this is sticker price. That is sold to Dakota Dotson for $39.99. And then over here, we got Elton John, Sleeping with the Past. Elton John is $12.50. And Wham, Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Wham is $17.50. Okay, the Beatles did not get a bid. A mono Chilean vintage OG 60-ish. Not really OG, but you know what I mean. And this is a $50 buy it now, okay? $50 buy it now. Stevie Nicks is getting bids. This is the sealed Rhino Hi-Fi. Now I need something back there to replace Freak Show. Let's find something to replace Freak Show, okay? And I got a plenty over here to replace Freak Show. What about this? Da-dun-dun-da-da, da-dun-dun-da-da, da-dun-dun-da-dun-da-da. Let's do, actually, let's do this. Shout. Y'all need somebody to stare at you till you buy it. How about these nice fellas? Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. New and sealed, $36.99. Everybody wants to rule the world. Okay, Mike Torres gets the Beatles for the $50 buy now. Probably won't have many Beatles records left by the end of the night. And then now Stevie Nicks is still getting bids. This is a half-off crate. Any claims yet? No claims yet? All right, let's keep going then. Still I Span, Rocket Cottage. Still I Span is $10. And Bobby Sherman, Getting Together, $7.50. It's time for another T-shirt. Probably time for another 45. Here is Zach Sabbath, it looks like. Looks like it. Is it? It is. This is Zach Sabbath Tour 2019. A 2XL T-shirt. Let's go to the top cam. Very nice. Most of these are they've all been washed. They might have got some dust on them where we were laying them on our photo table, but they've all been washed. This is size 2XL, and this is a $20 start on Zach Sabbath. There's the front, and there's the back. 2019 Zach Sabbath. Okay, that's now up for bid. and this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. Mike Johnston coming in on the Wham. Wake Me Up. Mark Weiss and Husky. It's up to y'all on Stevie Nicks. Mark Weiss has it for 41. Mark Johnston on Wham. Wake Me Up. That's sold. And then the Dregs industry standard, shrink and hop stickered. The Dregs is just $5. And we have the Spinners, and the Spinners is self-titled, $7.50. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tarkus. Tarkus is just $6.50. No conditionals on the vinyl. The cover does have a little bit of wear. What a cool cover, though. $6.50 on that one. Thomas Clark gets the Dregs. Mark Weiss gets the Spinners. This is a half-off crate. Zach Sabbath, a $20 start. Our next 45 is Gas Hounds, Dope My Sunday, and Pinion. What's that say? Pinion and Dope My Sunday. The Gas Hounds, a $7 start on that one. That's now up for bid, okay? $7 start on that one. And then we have Stevie Nicks is at 43. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. Zach Sabbath t-shirt up for bid, $20 start. Genesis 3 Sides Live is $17.50. Genesis and then Country Joe and the Fish together. Country Joe and the Fish is $12.50. Can you show the shirt again? Gas Hounds, I have no idea what it is. Here is the Zach Sabbath shirt again. There's the front. Zach Sabbath Tour 2019. And then here's the back. It is Zach Sabbath Tour 2019. It's a tour t-shirt, and it's a $20 start. No bid yet. Gas Hounds has a bid for $7. Stevie Nicks has a new bid for $44. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Genesis Live, that's now $10. And then we have Peter Gabriel, the Scratch album. Peter Gabriel is $17.50. Also, The Who, It's Hard. Eminence Front, The Who is $10. It has the original on our sleeve with it. Eminence Front, $10 on that one. And then we have Crosssteel's Nash & Young so far. Now just $15. Holy crap. $15. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. All right, let's go ahead and jump up to the top. Gas Hounds is at 7. Stevie Nicks 44. He's out. Is Genesis 3 Sides Live the Atco version or the UK version? Genesis 3 Sides Live. Mark Chesler wants to see the label, the matrix number, the spine, the back cover. This is an Atlantic US original press, and it is $17.50 on that one, US press. Next thing over here is Gas Hounds got a new bid for 8. Gas Hounds is Stoner Rock. Holy crap. Stephen Parton on Peter Gabriel. Thomas Clark wants Genesis. I'll make sure Mark Chesler passes. If Mark passes, then so does Thomas Clark. What is the first LP details? That is the Larksman. The Larksman is a 2006 garage album sealed. The half-off price is $15. Donnie Smoot has the Zach Sabbath shirt at $20. Final call, going once, going twice. Husky Foster gets Crosssteels and Ash. This t-shirt is a size 2XL. 2XL on the t-shirt. Mike Johnston on the Who. You were second. Thomas Clark already got it. And then over here we have what is the size on the Zach Sabbath shirt. The Zach Sabbath is a 2XL. Gas Hounds has a new bid for $90. And then over here we have Genesis Belladonna. And Genesis Belladonna is officially sold. And this is sold to Mark Weiss for $44, okay? $44. Let's put that back in its sleeve here. Wake me up before, if I can. We'll just leave it in that resealable sleeve. That's going to give us some problems, okay? All right, there's that. He says he wants the other Genesis. All right, so Genesis Live is sold to Thomas Clark. All right, so thank you on that one. The Who is sold to Thomas Clark. So he got Genesis Live and The Who. That means 3 Sides Live is going back in here. Jackie Reynolds gets the Larksman, and Greg Beddinger gets Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Right now, the Zach Wild 2XL shirt has one bid for $20. That's a final call. The Gas Hounds is at $10. And the next Beatles record, after I show Country Joe, that is $12.50. Country Joe and the Fish, all right? So let's go ahead and put up our next Beatles. And this next Beatles is... interesting. This is a pretty cool one, but it's low grade. But man, this might be about as early as you can get. And if you don't have this, this might be a placeholder, because this might be about as early as you're going to get. As y'all know, these Beatles records, so many were made and then they've been dissected literally underneath a microscope for years. So all the little variants and the label and little stuff written down at the bottom, all kinds of little different things that's been noted, probably more than any other band next to probably Kiss, but there's so much more Beatles stuff out there. This is a 65 UK early press mono, XEX 579 and XEX 580. This is in mono, so this is an early press. I don't think it's like the first press, but one of the earliest pressings, a 65 UK rubber sole. It's in G plus condition, typical. It's in G plus condition, typical. A $40 start. $40 start on the Beatles, a 65 mono rubber sole. It does have this kind of Imitex inner sleeve, which is what I think it came with it. Flip back cover, Garrett and Lofthouse. Garrett and Lofthouse. They made those early UK. Use Imitex cleaner and sleeves. Laminated. That's about one of the earliest you're going to get. $40 start on rubber sole, G plus condition. All right, moving on. Let's show a few more half-off records. Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $10 on that. Gas Hounds 11, Gas Hounds 12. Bob Seger, Live Bullet, $12.50. $12.50 on the Beatles, on Seger Live Bullet. And then over here, we have Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, $15 on Jefferson Airplane. Chad's about to sneeze. Oh, gosh. All right, the Zach Sabbath shirt is sold, and that's sold to Donnie Smoot for $20. A lot of questions, but must not been the size everybody was looking for. That's sold to Donnie for $20. Thank you, Donnie. That's sold to you. And let's grab the next one out of here. I see Eddie. So let's see what's going on here with Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is, what exactly is going on here? Just a pocket or just one Eddie triangular logo fan club. That's what it is. Iron Maiden fan club. Just this black shirt with this logo on the front and nothing on the back. 2012 Iron Maiden fan club. Fruit of the Loom. And this is a 3XL. Wow, I can wear that. If nobody wants to bid, I'll finally keep one myself. A 3XL. Fruit of the Loom XXL on this one. And there's nothing on the back. And this is a $20 start. $20 start. Wants to know if it ends in -1. No, it ends in 5. Patrick wrote down the matrix here. I'll read them myself with my own eyes, but they end in it's XEX 579-5. KT stamped on center label. G&L printed cover. But yeah, we'll look at it again. Because the mono pressing of this, the OG is like one of the most desirables. This is XEX 580-5 and XEX 579-5. There is an A right there at 3 o'clock. So they end in 5s. They end in 5s. A 65 UK early press mono. KT stamped on center label. Trying to find that. KT stamped on center label. Somewhere here. And then a Jared and Lofthouse. Okay. But yeah, I think that -1 is the really, really desirable version of rubber sole. Still, I mean, like I said, once again, thousands of Beatles records here bought and sold every year. Don't get many 65 monos. Okay. I'll take the Country Joe. There was actually 2 in here. There was, which one? Do you want Electric Music or Together? John Farrell, they were both $12.50 each. This is a half-off crate. Iron Maiden has a bid for $20. The Gas Hounds is sold for $12 to Fred Cardinale. And Final Call on the Beatles for $45. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Status Quo, Pile Driver. Status Quo is $12.50 on Status Quo. Kayak, Starlight Dancer. Kayak is $10. And we have Interview, Big Oceans. Interview is $5. Interview, Big Oceans, $5 on that one. Info on Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log is a 2 LP compilation, 1966 to 1976. It's a 2 LP compilation. White Rabbit, Won't You Try, Somebody to Love Live, Volunteers, Wooden Ships, 15 on that one. And John Farrell wants electric music for the, that's so to John Farrell, okay? Thank you on that one. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. This is Crumbox, Resuscitation, and Novocaine. It looks like Crumbox does have a little bit of a rip here on the front, just FYI. And there is an insert Crumbox, Resuscitation, and Novocaine. And we'll put this Time Bomb Records, $7 start, okay? $7 start. $7 start. Here we go. Back to turntable. We'll take Jefferson Airplane. Moving on, we have everybody's favorite blues. That's a comp, and that is sealed from King Label, $12.50. Charlie Parker and his orchestra, Swedish Schnapps. That is $10 on the Verve label. And Pete Townsend, White City, $7.50. Okay, that means the Iron Maiden shirt is got a new bid. And Chris Bryant's out. This is sold to Ralph Venturino for $22. I didn't even see that. Okay, sold to Ralph Venturino for $22. That one is done. Let's start a new pile of shirts. I'll put that one on the bottom. And I think that also means, sorry, every time I sell a shirt, I got to walk away and put it over here on the table. And the Beatles has sold one bid, and that's Husky at $45. Let's put that away. $45. We did sell the Second State Butcher earlier. We sold that Second State Butcher earlier tonight for $12.75. That was $1,275. We sold that. I still got some partially peeled ones. I was doing a deal with somebody, but nothing was reached yet. Crumbox is a $7 start. And then we got Todd Rocks on Pete Townsend, okay? That means our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is a MoFi pressing, sealed of the car self-titled. Sealed MoFi pressing of the car self-titled. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. The Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing, numbered on the back, sealed, and this will be a 2009 $30 start on that. Back to the half off, Elton John, and it's got all the inserts with it, and that is $17.50. Brown Dirt Cowboy, $17.50 on that one. Crumbox is at $7. Crumbox is at $7. Brown Dirt Cowboy. Also, we have Spanking Our Gang. Sunday Will Never Be the Same, $10 on that. And Dance to Duke, Duke Ellington, his piano and his orchestra at the Ball Mosque, $7.50. Crumb 7, Crumb 7. Sid Said first on Elton John, then Thomas Clark. The Cars already has a bid for $30, Crumb 8, and the Cars has another bid for $30. All right, and we have plowed through a whole crate already of T-shirts. I'm going to go get the second tub and start flipping through them and seeing what's in here. And I think there's 2 tubs over here. Yeah, there's 2 full tubs. Let me see what else is in here. There's this one, and then let's see. Oh, yeah, this one's full too. All right, let me grab. There's some different stuff in here. I see Tina Turner and Alabama, all kinds of different stuff. I see some movies, I think. There's Kiss. All right, let me grab some of these. Let's just grab this whole tub. And we still got plenty of T-shirts, Otis. Plenty of T-shirts, Otis. Oh, I love T-shirts, yeah. Why don't you give me one? Why don't you let me wear a T-shirt tonight? I want a freaking Iron Maiden T-shirt. I want an Iron Maiden T-shirt, Chan. Because I'm Otis the dog, and I need an Iron Maiden T-shirt. What's your favorite Iron Maiden song? Well, of course, Bark to the Hills. You gotta bark to the hills, Chad. All right. Wow, this is cool. We got some really cool Alabama stuff. I think y'all know we bought some well, I don't know if y'all know or not. We bought some Alabama memorabilia. When I say Alabama, I mean the band Alabama, not Roll Tide. And we bought everything from a big neon sign that used to be at their arcade all the way up to autographs and T-shirts and promo albums. And we bought a lot of our Alabama stuff. So this looks like it's something original from 1980. And this is some kind of hoodie T-shirt, and it looks like it's in like new condition. This is a 1980. I think it's actually vintage 1980 Alabama, and it's got like a hoodie on it. It's like a hoodie tee. It does have a tag, Alabama size large, yeah. And I think y'all know Alabama at their peak had a big fan club and a lot of merchandise. They actually had a lot. So there's Alabama, 1980. It's like a hoodie T-shirt. I mean, it's thin like a T-shirt, but it has a hoodie. and it has an Alabama fan club tag, size large, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on Alabama, okay? Let's put that up. Really cool. 1980, and it's in like new condition. Cleaned and nice and go. Nice and clean and ready to go is what I'm trying to say. All right, does Elton John have the poster? It did. You got it. It did have the poster. Thomas Clark second. Cars 30. Crum 8. Cars 30. Cars 35. And then Gilbert got Duke Ellington. Cars 36. Cars 35. Cars 50. Cars 36. And then out. And then over here, about the sleeveless shirt. I'll put that one up soon. And then the Cars 60 and Alabama 25. Okay, moving on in the half-off crate. The Who Are You? That is $10. What about Crumb Box over here? Darren Johnson's out. We'll go ahead and sell that to Ralph for $8. Thank you, Ralph, on Crumb Box. That's so to you for $8. Thank you, Ralph. That's so to you. And then the sealed MoFi Cars is with Mac McMahon at 60 and Alabama's at 25. James Handy on Spanky and her gang. Sunday will never be the... And then the Who is sold to Thomas Clark. Thank you. That's sold to you. And Peter Gabriel is $17.50. It has the original under sleeve, $17.50 on Peter Gabriel. That is the Security album and the Best of Bread. Oh, this is volume 2 with Guitar Man. Oh, man, who owns the fans and place of ads? Baby, it's the Guitar Man. A German press, $6.50 on Bread. Go check out that song, The Guitar Man. Stephen Parton on Peter Gabriel. Fred's out on the Cars. Final call then on both of those items. And Where the Lilies Bloom, that's Earl Scruggs Review. Earl Scruggs, $10 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another Beatles auction. We have a well-known vintage bootleg here. This is 5 Nights in a Judo Arena. This is when they played over in Japan. It's a VG condition record. The Beatles on stage in Japan. VG, it's got some ugly-looking scuffs on it, but just on the surface. And the Beatles is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start on the Beatles. Sherry Darnell on Bread. Jeff Birdsong, You Were Second. Next in the half-off crate is Bawana A. More Exotic Sounds of Arthur Lyman. Arthur Lyman is $5. And Gilberto with Turrentine, and that's now $25. So that means it was $49.99. This green CTI label here, super clean vinyl. All right, so the Alabama hoodie shirt looking thing is sold to Will Smithson for $25. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. And now the Cars MoFi is also sold. The Cars MoFi is also sold. And the Cars MoFi is also sold over here. And it is sold to who? To It's sold to Mac McMahon for $60, okay? Who pawns the pound, the bands the found, baby, it's the Guitar Man. He can... All right. I almost want to try my new bidding system, but I think it might be a little bit too early. Beatles 25, and then Sweet Dreams original motion picture soundtrack sealed for $12.50, and It Could Happen to You. Lauren Lofsky, guitarist, $10. All right, let's pick out a 45 here. Search and Annoy Volume 1, featuring the Blisters, Loose, Headstrong, and Lucy Brown. Interesting cover there with some squiggly marks on it. Search and Annoy Volume 1, featuring the Blisters, Loose, Headstrong, and Lucy Brown. Complex Records. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Search and Annoy. $7 start on that. Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse. Roger Daltrey is $7.50. And Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon, $7.50. $7.50. Next shirt's going up right now. And this is going to be Slayer Repentless. A small looking one here. Let me see a little bit different size option here for you. Slayer Repentless. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Definitely a small. You got to be pretty slim to fit into this one. Holy cow. Slayer is a $20 start. $20 start on the Slayer Repentless. And let's go to the cam here, to other cam, to check out the tag. Delta Pro weight, and it doesn't have a size anymore. Nope, it's kind of been ripped out. I'm going to say it's a small, and this is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Slayer's our next shirt. And then Search and Annoy has a bid for 7. Ralph Venturino got Earl Scruggs, and that was back here. And that was sold to him for $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. James Handy on Daltrey, and Charles Berry on Dennis DeYoung, and Thomas Clark Switch on Genesis 3 Sides Live. Moving some vinyl here. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Moving on. Next thing is Carla Bonoff, Wild Heart of the Young, $5. This crate's pretty easy peasy. It's half off, no more, no less. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Cat Stevens is $7.50. Bee Gees 1. Bee Gees is $13.50. And Slayer size small. Definitely, it's a $20 start. Search and Annoy is about to sell for 7. Nobody bid on the Beatles, 5 nights in a judo arena. It's actually supposed to be a $30 start. I went ahead and said 25, thinking that would move it, and I'm hoping somebody grabs it for the buy it now price. The Beatles, $25 on that one. Randy Newman, Trouble in Paradise, $7.50 for Randy, and Jack Elliott. Jack Elliott is $13.50. Jack Elliott, $13.50. All right, let me grab a new auction over here, and let's pick out something from this crate. And let's go ahead and get this rolling. All right, here we go. So thanks for choosing to spend your Saturday night with us. I mean, in the year 2026, there is probably more free entertainment on your phone than anything before. I mean, just endless amounts of shows and videos and streams and reels and live streams and movies and television and podcast. So for the 291 people tuned in right now to Collectco in the world wanting to buy vinyl, I greatly appreciate it. Search actually is tied, but I never did hear back from Ralph. So we got to give this a final call, right? Actually, I just now seen where Ralph bid 7. So Craig bid 7 and Ralph bid 7. Ralph, you're officially on the clock on that one. I actually just seen where you bid 7. And then Slayer is a no bid, $20 buy it now on Slayer, okay? I'm going to lay that one right over there, size small. Now here is Danzig. This is Skeletons, and Danzig's on this really cool colored vinyl here. Very cool. Danzig is going to go up for a $15 start. Danzig, $15 start on Skeletons. Search is at 8 with Ralph Venturino, and Craig Thomas is out. That's sold to Ralph for $8. Okay. I think I said it was at 7. I think I said Craig, but I didn't realize 2 people had bid 7 until right at that moment. And now Craig's out. That makes that simple. Danzig's a $15 start. Okay, and then our next one's going to go up right now. And this is Way Out. What do we have here? This looks odd. Way Out is a $15 start. What exactly is this? Jim Ed Brown Music, Lou Graham Golf, Debbie May Miss American Teenager, Joe Gillian Quarterback, Lou Graham and Daughter Lou Ann Golf, Debbie Malley Miss American Teenager. I have no idea. Public service spots, Miss American Teenager, football, golf, music. I don't know. What a bizarre looking record. It's called Way Out. I think that's public announcement spots. I don't think it's actually music. And that's a $7 start. Danzig, $15.15 and now $20. We're also right in the middle of a half-off crate. We have Village People. This is self-titled, $7.50. With Love, Bobby Sherman is $7.50. And Silver Connection, Love and a Sleeper. Silver Connection, $5. Otis, you're going to exhaust yourself, buddy. Otis, so I've been live for how long? 4 hours and 20 minutes. He has been walking around in circles, barking, looking out the door, and he's having trouble settling down. Hey, buddy, look at me. Everything's okay, I promise. All right? You're going to have to pick a nice, soft spot over there on your bed, and you're just going to have to relax, okay? You're going to wear yourself out. You're walking in circles, okay? You're walking in circles. Just chill, all right? I'm Chad, the dog whisperer, all right? Just relax, buddy, okay? Shh, shh, shh. You'll be okay. I promise. You're going to kill yourself walking in circles. All right? Here we go. Next is Milt Jackson, Goodbye with Hubert Laws, $17.50. Danzig is called Skeletons. Danzig is on this black and purple marble vinyl. It has bids for $15, $15, and $20. The PSAs is a $7 start. And then over here, we have next is Jamento, the Monte Alexander 7. Jamento is $7. Chad, a bunch of posted pre-orders are past release date. Have pre-orders that you posted never come in before. Yes, that means they've either been moved back or they didn't ever ship them to us, meaning they never did make enough and they're basically waiting to come in again. Spider is $10. Spider is $10, and Jeff Lorber Fusion Galaxicon. Jeff Lorber Fusion is $7.50. All right, Creek Small just bought a cleaning cloth. Look, awesome. Look, did y'all see that? Creek Small just bought a cleaning cloth. That was pretty cool to see. All right, so what do we have up right now? 45, a Danzig, and Otis went back up front. Now he's barking at the door again. All right, so with that being said, let's put up another Beatles. And the next Beatles I have for you is this. I think this might be a white album. Unofficial newspaper clipping. Can I make out any of the tracks? CCP. Yeah, this is an unofficial white album. This is pretty cool, especially since Back in the USSR is the first track. It comes with this newspaper clipping that is American because it says Toyota and it's in English. So that has really nothing to do with it. But this is an unofficial white album. Gatefold, a 2 LP, bootleg from Russia. A bootlegging Russian white album. See? Chopa a BBC, back in the USSR. Chopa a BBC. This is a $60 start. The vinyl's actually beautiful. And for this cover, it's actually not bad. $60 start on the 1992 Russian Unofficial. 1992 Russian Unofficial. 1992 Russian Unofficial. And then Danzig over here. The last bid was to Christina Curtis at $20. And then we have Jackie Reynolds on Spider. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Spider already sold. And then Danzig 22, 25, 27. No, he was just walked before I started the sale. Unless it's 4 hours later and he's ready to go again. But he's been doing it since the show started. I think he's just a nervous wreck. Vicky Sue Robinson. Vicky Sue Robinson is $5. Also, we got Cruising the Village People. It's the state of the YMCA. Casablanca Records, Shrinking Hot. $7.50 on that. And Goodies, George Benson. A promo marked record. DJ, Yellow Label Verve, George Benson's $20, okay? The Way Out public service announcement is a $7 buy now. Boy, I forgot about T-shirts, too. There's after one no bid, I lose track because y'all like, okay, one no bid, that means everybody's done. Here's a pretty cool looking Kiss shirt. Wow, this is pretty cool. Nice. This is Kiss. Let's go to the top cam. Looks like it's 1998. Got some age on it. I like it. Kiss. Destroy Your Artwork. Very cool. Sewn in tag. Sewn in tag, size extra large. Sewn in tag, size extra large. And then here's the back. Kiss Destroyer. 76 to 96. 20 years of destruction. 20 years of destruction. Kiss Destroyer. 76 to 96. $20 start on Kiss. We'll call that a vintage tee. The tag is right here. The collar does have some fraying. It definitely was worn. Okay, 1996. That's almost as old as me. This is now up for bid. A $20 start. The Beatles White Album Russian Unofficial is a $60 start. Danzig's at $35 with Christina Curtis. We have Frev Ralston Quartet featuring Martha Bucks with special guest Chet Baker. Sealed for $20. Sealed for $20. And then over here, give me 1 second. Gwen McRae, Something So Right. Gwen McRae is sealed. $25 for Gwen McRae. And we have the most exciting new guitar suggesting today, George Benson. And this is sealed. It's Uptown with the George Benson Quartet, sealed for $20. Did you pull Randy Newman for me? Randy Newman. No, I might have missed that one. I did. Stephen Parton on Randy Newman. I missed that one. That's sold to Stephen Parton. And then Mac McMahon, I want to make sure you put Slayer small. And I'm assuming that wasn't a claim earlier, right, Mac McMahon? You put Slayer small earlier, but I don't think that was a claim. Danzig's about to sell for $35. And Magnavox presents, this is a Reprise compilation. Reprise, the reason Frank Sinatra's on it, that was his label. He owned that label. Association, Count Basie, Harper's Bazaar, Don Ho, Barbara McNair, Nelson Riddle, and of course, Frank Sinatra, $7.50, okay? So the Beatles' White Album, Russian bootleg from 1992, is a $60 buy it now. Pretty cool item there. So it's a unofficial from Russia, 1992, $60 on that. That's going to go right there. And then Danzig is sold to Christina Curtis for $35. That's sold to Christina for $35. Let me open up Facebook and make sure that Facebook isn't hung up. I have a feeling Facebook might be hung up. Okay? I have a feeling Facebook may be hung up. So let me open up Facebook and find out, okay? And there's Facebook. And let me open this up. Whoop. Nope, there's no comments. Everybody's just went silent, Stephen. Everybody's just went silent. There hadn't been anybody say a word on Facebook in almost 7 minutes. They've just went, everybody's out walking their dogs. Christina Curtis gets Danzig for $35. And final call on the Kiss t-shirt for $20 to Chris Frazier. Okay, size extra large, 1996. Next thing over here is TSO Houston wants Bob Seger live. We're not done with this crate, but we almost are. That's sold for $12.50. And then the two George Benson. This one's called It's Uptown with George Benson Quartet. It is sealed for $20. And the other George Benson was Goodies, a yellow label Verve promo, $20. And then the last few records was the Who's Last, $17.50. Luke Bryan, Kill the Lights, a 2015, now $25. It was $49.99. Wow. And the Rolling Stones in Shrink and Hype, Going to a Go-Go, the Rolling Stones is $17.50. All right, Chris Frazier gets the Kiss t-shirt for $20. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you for $20. Thank you, Otis. That's sold to you for $20. Where are you going, buddy? He's bopping around. All right, let's put up another shirt. This one's pretty cool. This is Ted Nugent. And this one is going to go up for a $20 start. Can I show the t-shirt again? You just missed it. You must have went to the bathroom or something. Ted Nugent's a $20 start. Here's the front. And let's flip it over and show the back. And there's the back. Ted Nugent 2013. And Ted Nugent is a $20 start. $20 start on Ted Nugent, okay? And let me show you the tag. The tag is a size extra large. Size extra large on Ted Nugent, okay? Boy, I hope nobody ever resells my t-shirts because I've ripped out every tag and every t-shirt I've ever owned. That's the first thing I do is rip out the tag. Ted Nugent's a $20 start. And then Sherry Darnell gets Luke Combs for $25. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. And that means Slayer is officially sold. And that means Slayer, he did claim it. Okay. Yeah, you put Slayer small earlier, but you didn't put a price. So I was assuming, I didn't know if that was a bid or not, but this is sold to Mac McMahon for $20. Just always make sure when it's an auction, you put some kind of numerical, even if it is the minimum bid. Otherwise, I don't know if you're bidding or not. Okay. And then this is going to be a quick, maybe just a title read through here. And then Mark Chesler says he needs to show the two George Bensons away. So Chris Redding says, what's the two George Bensons again? And then Mark Chesler says, what's the two George Bensons again? And we better sell one of these George Bensons or Chad's going to get upset. Okay, so you or Chris Reddings are now under obligation to buy one of these. Otherwise, hold on a minute. Let me turn into George Costanza. Hold on a minute. I'm going to turn into George Costanza. Give it 1 second. It's loading. It's loading. Maybe not. Oh, George disappeared. Okay, George is getting upset. George Benson Goodies. This is a promo label, yellow label promo, George Benson Goodies. A $20 half off price. It's Uptown with the George Benson Quartet. That is sealed for $20. So somebody said I had to use the bathroom, and somebody said I walked away. There was a universal time there where half of America decided they needed to go use the bathroom, go get another beer, and go pee all at the same time. Now, some people stayed through it, and they stayed with us. Some people decided going and tinkling was a better idea. Here is Flat Duo Jets, the man with the golden arm. Flat Duo Jets is a double 10-inch, $7 start, and pink gardenia. Flat Duo Jets, a $7 start, okay? We have Chris Riddings on Goodies, and that is sold to Chris Riddings for $20. And Mark Chesler, Uptown, will you take 15? Well, luckily for you, this is a half off, no more, no less crate. So I'm going to go ahead and tag it to you for 20. Because how can you say no when it was already marked 40, right? So this is also sold to Mark Chesler for $20. And then Flat has a bid for 7. Guilty, guilty, and guilty. I knew it. Everybody all at that same time decided to go take a bathroom break. That's amazing. Over 150 people over on Facebook simultaneously stood up without syncing or asking and went and all peed at the same time. Just imagine all the toilets being flushed across America. Hundreds of toilets being flushed, all simultaneously. All right. Now, next is Ted Nugent, final call at $20. And then Otis, I'm going to try to get you to calm down again. He walks. So let me tell you what this dog's doing. We got a pretty big store, right? He's starting right here where I'm at. He walks all the way through the store, all the way up to up front, stops at the front door. He barks, and then he walks all the way back to me, and then he walks all the way around the store again. He walks up to the door, he barks, and then he walks all the way through the store again. And he's been doing that for about 3 hours now, nonstop. He's just walking up to the front door. You'll hear him bark. He walks completely around the store in a circle, and then he'll bark again. It's amazing. He hadn't stopped. Over here, we have the Blonde Bombshell, Joanne Campbell. This is $10. Blonde Bombshell, Joanne Campbell. Elton John, Sleeping with the Past. Elton John is $12.50. Still I Span, Rocket College. Still I Span is $10. Also, Bobby Sherman, Getting Together, and this is $7.50. We have Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $10 on that. Country Joe and the Fish Together, $12.50. Mark Chesler already tagged you for Uptown. I was going to tag you for it whether you said yes or no. Status Quo, Pile Driver, $12.50. And Kayak, Starlight Dancer. Kayak is $10. And we have Interview, Big Oceans. Interview is $5. No bid on Ted Nugent. This is a buy it now for $20. $20 on Ted Nugent. And then over here, Flat Duo Jets, $24. William Drugovich. And Matt Bushy, you're out. Okay? I'm going to add 2 more auctions, and then we're going to do an experiment with Otis. We're going to see if this doggy needs to go outside. Okay? But first, I'm going to put up one more auction. It's another 45, and this time it's a Beatles 45. It is She's a Woman and I Feel Fine. It does have a little bit of writing right up here, but a pretty nice picture sleeve, especially that side. It doesn't have any writing on it. I Feel Fine and She's a Woman. And then over here, we have this disc, though, very unusual. See this? Near mint minus on the 45, okay? This is a $15 start on the Beatles. $15 start. Flat Duo Jets is at 25 with Matt Bushy. Now it's at 27, William Drugovich. What size is the Ted Nugent t-shirt? The Ted Nugent t-shirt over here was a size extra large. Extra large on Ted Nugent. Speaking of t-shirts, let's open up another one. Or let's put up another one. And then the next one here is this. And it's Aussie. Nice. This is from patient number 9. And then Aussie is a sewn in or a printed tag, size extra large. And Aussie's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on Aussie, and this is now up for bid. A $20 start. Aussie, patient number 9 t-shirt, a $20 start. There's the front, and then over here is the back, and this is patient number 9, Aussie, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. The Beatles has a bid for 15. Flat Duo Jets is at 28. Aussie's a $20 start. What size was the Ted Nugent? It was an extra large. $20 on that one, okay? And then Joanne Campbell is right here. And Joanne Campbell, the blonde bombshell, was $10. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Everybody's favorite blues, that was sealed for $12.50. Swedish Schnapps, Charlie Parker, $10 on Charlie Parker. Bawana A was $5. That was more exotic of Arthur Lyman. Gilberto with Turntine, $25. We have the Joanne Campbell. That was officially sold. Whoops, I'm on the wrong camera. Sorry. We have Charlie Parker sold to Joseph McCormick. And then Steve Biddlecombe on the Joanne Campbell. What have I done with it? Joanne Campbell, right here. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe, okay? And then, so we had Gilberto with for 25. The Arthur Lyman was 5. Flat Duo Jets is at 32. Matt Bushy, you're out. We're also about to sell the Beatles for 15. No bid on Aussie, $20 start. Stephen Douglas gets the Ted Nugent shirt for $20. Thank you on that one. At the conclusion of this crate, Otis, you know what's happening, okay? But first of all, let me go ahead and read through a few more of these. We got Sweet Dreams, the original motion picture soundtrack. That was sealed for $12.50. Lauren Lofsky, guitarist, $10 on that. Carla Bonoff was $5. Also, Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $7.50 on that one. We have Bee Gees 1, $13.50 on Bee Gees. And Jack Elliott. Jack Elliott was $13.50. Also, Village People self-titled, $7.50. Bobby Sherman with Love, $7.50. And we have Silver Connection, A Love and a Sleeper, $5. All right, so the Beatles is sold to Ralph Venturino for $15. Thank you, Ralph. That's sold to you. Flat Duo Jets is sold, and that's sold to William Drugovich for $32. Thank you, William Drugovich. And now Aussie is a no bid, a $20 buy it now, okay? $20 buy it now on Aussie, size extra large. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to step away for like 60 seconds, and I need everybody to ask. I'm going to ask everybody a question, okay? And here's the question. Where are you watching from? And then also, what was the last thing you had to eat? Where are you watching from? And what was the last thing you had to eat? That's all I need to know. And you're going to answer me, okay? You will answer me. Where are you watching from? And where was the last thing you had to eat?
All right. Uh-oh. 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 Now it's time for a treat. Uh-oh. Otis went outside and used the bathroom. Uh-oh. Now it's time for you to get a treat, buddy. Uh-oh. It's treat time. It is treat time. Uh-oh. Where's that big bag of treats at Karen brought you? Miss Karen brought you, huh? Good boy. You gonna calm down now? What happened to that? All right, let's go find it. What did I do with it? I know I brought it back here. It's a big giant bag too. He's like, yeah, where's my freaking treat at, Chad? You lied to me. Here we go. Is this what you want? Oh yeah, you want a pepperoni, don't you? Want a pump right here. Come over here. Okay, sit. Shake. All right. All right. Watching the live stream from Thailand. Thailand or Thailand? Thailand? Hey, Otis. All right. All right. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so where did we end up? When I walked away, Mac McMahon was going to pay 40 for Ozzy. Well, that's a nice gesture, but it was only 20. So sell this to Mac McMahon for $20. He gets the Ozzy shirt. Nice gesture wanting to pay double the price, but that won't be necessary. I'm only going to charge you 20 because it was a buy it now for 20. Unless you just want to nicely give me an extra 20. We got viewers in Pensacola, Florida, Texas, Illinois, Tennessee, Southampton. We have North Carolina, Hawaii, wow, Oklahoma. We have Maryland. We have Dallas, Fort Worth, Delaware, Florida. We have Mar-a-Lago, that's also in Florida, Arizona, Minnesota, Phoenix, Southern California, North Carolina, Cleveland, Pennsylvania, Minnesota. We have people we got people watching in Missouri. We got Indiana. We got Illinois. We got North Carolina. We got Texas. We got another Texas. We got Massachusetts. We got Los Angeles. We got Texas. We got California. We got Illinois. We got Thailand. That's way over here. And then we got McMinnville, Tennessee. And then we have Texas. And then we have Atlanta. We got Arkansas. And we got Texas. All right. So let's finish those last few half-off records. Milt Jackson was $17.50 for Goodbye. Jamento was $10. Jeff Lorber Fusion was $7.50. We have Vicky Sue Robinson is $5. Village People Cruising, $7.50. Fred Walston Quartet was $20. Gwen McRae was $25. Also, we have Magnavox Presents for $7.50. The Who's Last is $17.50, and the Rolling Stone Still Life, $17.50. All right, Otis, I've done about everything I can for you. I've fed you. I've watered you. Let me make sure you still got water. I've walked you, and now if you're going to be here, you're here with me for the rest of the night, okay, buddy? Until we can go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Here comes our next auction, and it's going to go up for bid right now. It is a, what's our next shirt? Ace Frehley. Pretty cool one here. Ace is going to go up for bid. Thailand. We got Gildan, heavy, soft, extra large. Ace Frehley. Let's take a look at it. $20 start on that one. $25 start on that one. Wilkie, can you remind me of your name? Wilkie73. Okay, Wilkie73. Remind me of your name, because there are a couple people that were waiting for 5150s to come in. And I don't know how many people were on a waiting list, and I don't know how many people were still on the pre-order. I don't think anybody was left on the pre-order, but I had 3 come in, and there's a couple people that have asked me a few times, when are they for sure coming in, and when do I know? Well, there's one thing I can promise you about a waiting list. There's no guarantees, when or how. But I think 3 copies come in, and it's just wherever you're at on the waiting list. I'll have to go find it, and you may not know until Monday when you get your invoice. Ace Frehley's a $20 start. That's because I just don't have access to it. I don't have access to that list right now, nor do I know exactly where you was at, or they might have already been tagged and keyed in. So unless I physically do it myself, I don't really know. Todd Saw got the Rolling Stones. Now, there's some really good titles in here, and I would love to do a bundle. Do I still have the Queen 2? I do. Queen 2 is right over here. I can pull you one of those if you want it. Just let me know. We'll move it around ASAP, okay? So let's try to bundle what's left in here, and that way we can go through another half-off crate. Probably 1 more or 2 more, and then we'll probably start pricing some stuff live. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Now, there's 29 records in here. I'm going to tell you the bundle price, and if there's no claims, that's okay. If there's no claims, that's okay. If there is a claim, great. Here we go. This is $105 for these 29 records. So 105 divided by 29 is only $3.62 each. Everything in here, what's left in this half-off crate, for $105. Blackie L said sold. Everything left in here sold to Blackie L for $105. Awesome. And Thomas Clark was next. Sounds like we got a few bundlers watching. That's good. So that's sold. Let me put sticky notes around them. The rest of this crate sold to Blackie L, and that was $105 for these 29 records. That crate's full, and then I'm going to use the remaining crate here to do the next ones, okay? There's that. And folks, Otis is comfortably laying down, and he's already asleep. He is already comfortably laying down, and he is asleep. He pee-peed and poo-pooed, and he has got a treat, and he is sleeping. New auction feature. Let's do it. First, Ace T-shirt is a $20 buy it now. Ace T-shirt is a $20 buy it now, okay? $20 buy it now on Ace. Let's pick out another half-off crate. And then we need to pull a Queen. And let's pull that Queen, which I think, unfortunately, is on the very bottom here, but that's okay. I can't believe we've already read through this many records. And we're going to test out some new technology here at Collectco. And yes, y'all will be my guinea pigs. Okay? Y'all will be my guinea pigs for it. Let me find Queen. Is this the real life, or is this just fantasy caught in a landslide, no escape from reality? All right. And this is sold to David Doyle. All right. And then next thing is bundle sold, yes, A size. Ron Duffield, it is an extra large. If you don't want it, Stacy Metternich gets it. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use this up here where we can keep track of everybody's bids. So it's kind of like when you were watching AI Chad, but instead I'll be calling out the bids and they'll show up here. So for this next auction that I put right here, when you bid, just make sure you do the normal exclamation mark A, okay? And I can actually keep a timer and know how long you've had it, et cetera, et cetera. So for example, our next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be a David Bowie 45, John I'm Only Dancing, 1972 from the Ziggy Stardust sessions. And the flip side is Joe the Lion. So if you want to bid on this one, you'll put exclamation mark A, space, and then 7. $7 start on that one, okay? And you'll find out when somebody bids, their name will light up, and then we'll know who has the high bid. Hold on one second. I got to start it over here. Let me make sure. Hold on one second. Hold up. Okay, now it's active. Okay, try it now. Now I've got it turned on. Okay, Ace Frehley is sold to Ron Duffield. He asked first, Stacy. That is sold to him for $20, okay? Now, see, Craig Thomas has it for 7. Now you know, and I know how long it's been up, and he'll keep track of how long Craig's had the high bid. Okay? He'll keep track of how long Craig's had the high bid. So let's do slot number 2, a T-shirt. And I won't be moving much around, so we'll know who has what high bid on what, okay? And if you missed out on that last Aussie shirt, here's another one. A size extra large. A size extra large, Aussie patient. Well, let me put a crate up here, and then we'll be able to show the T-shirt better. Let me grab our next half off crate, and let's do it right now. And then I love pricing stuff live. Why? Because there's some pretty dang good stuff to be marked, and I feel like we've done vintage for about 7 hours straight, and a lot of this stuff's going to be like modern type pressings, and I think y'all are going to really like them. So let me pick out a great half off crate. I see everything in here from, wow, I see some great stuff. This is going to be nonsense. Yeah, this is a pretty recent crate from the other day. So this one's really full, and it's really recent, and let's do it half off, no more, no less, okay? All right. So it looks like some of y'all are already well practiced from Wednesday night or Thursday night, know how this works. So, all right, there's that. And here's our next T-shirt. So same thing on this one. Just put exclamation mark B. And this is Aussie patient number 9. And Aussie patient number 9 is a size extra large. It's front and back, a $20 start. Patient number 9. And it's a printed tag. And it is a $20 start, okay? $20 start on Aussie. And then slot 3 will probably be our next LP auction. And then our next LP auction. Our next LP auction is right here, which is going to be the Beatles. And I got another unofficial. Here's a very interesting one here. It's an unofficial of Love Songs. 1985 Bulgaria. Near mint, $30. It's a 2 LP gatefold. Look at that label. It's official. This is an official Bulgarian release. That's hard to believe on such a bizarre label and packaging, but it is just totally different from the way we normally see it. It's got some staining over here. A $30 start on that one. You can say out, sure. I mean, you see how it's turned red or yellow? That means he's had it for 2 minutes. I think when it gets maybe to the red, I'll go ahead and try to sell it. But you don't have to say out, but just be aware that you don't have to listen to me call the bid because it's on the screen. It's on the screen. You don't have to listen to me. It's on the screen. And Jay Beach has it for $10, okay? So make sure you bid with the exclamation marks, okay? All right, and this is a half off crate. Hope everybody's ready. Facebook isn't hung up, is it? Facebook, hold on a minute. Let me make sure Facebook's not hung up. And if it's not, then hold on a second. Let me open up Facebook and make sure. Okay, no, it's good to go. All right. Can I show the rush light? Yes, we have rush lights in stock. And rush lights are in stock right here. They're $59.99. $59.99. All right, here we go. Let's do the half off stuff. We have the Moody Blues. This is the Moody Blues, a Gatefold 2 LP. This crate's pretty easy. Half off, no more, no less, and we might bundle anything that's left. So the Moody Blues is $10, so buy them while you can. Weatherport Black Market. Weatherport has Jaco Pastorius, Joseph Zawinul, Wayne Shorter. Weatherport is $10. Stephen Parton already got the Moody Blues. That's so does Stephen Parton. And we have Jamming with Edward. That is now $17.50. Nicky Hopkins, Ry Cooder, Mick Jagger, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts, $17.50 on that one. All right, so Jay Beach gets the David Bowie for $10. That's so to him. Nobody bet on Ozzy. And Ozzy is a buy it now for $20 if anybody wants it. 3 minutes without a bid. And the Beatles over here is a $30 start, and there's no bid yet, okay? Chad Smith on Weather Report, thank you on that one. That is sold, and we have actually the Beatles over here. So, yeah, I need to leave them in the slot so they know, okay? So we'll leave them just like that. So Shauna, if you're trying to grab the Aussie, yeah, it's a buy it now for 20, okay? Sean Sam, you got it for 20. Okay, that's so to Sean Sam for 20. I'm in a bad habit of shifting them down, so I'm going to leave them in these slots over here, okay? I got to get used to this. Just an experiment, but Sean Sam got Aussie for 20. Okay, that's so to Sean Sam for 20. All right, let's pick out another one. I'll have to do my best not to move them so they stay in the slots, okay? All right, here's a Motorhead shirt. We'll leave it right here in the middle. So in the middle, this is new. Let's see if I can do this correctly. All right, so let's see here. Okay. All right, there's Motorhead. Let me figure out how this works over here. Okay, it is new, but how do I clear it off? I need to clear off the graphic, the sold graphic. Be sold. New. Maybe when somebody bids, they'll take it away. I'm not for sure. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to clear that sold graphic off. I might have to ask Jake about that. All right, so here's our next shirt. This is Motorhead, and this is a size 2XL, $20 start, Motorhead, size 2XL. We're going to leave this in the slot B, so exclamation mark B on this one. $20 start on Motorhead. There's the back. Born to lose, live to win. Very cool. And this is a $20 start on Motorhead. It has a sewn-in tag, size 2XL. And we'll put that in the middle for slot B. And just make sure you put exclamation mark B and then your bid. That way your name will be displayed. The Beatles Love Songs is a rare Bulgarian official release from 1985. Official Bulgarian release, a 2 LP near mint, and it has a high bid with Oso Adventure right here for $30. $30 of Oso Adventure. Okay. Next is Solo Don McLean, and this is $7.50. What is the last day for invoice? This is the last day for invoicing. After the night ends, $8 on the shipping. All right, so half off crate, Jamie Weber, Don McLean. The Age of Aquarius, 5th Dimension, $7.50 on that. and come together. The Mike Curb congregation has a DJ promo sticker on the back. It is a white label promo, and that is $5 on that one. $5 on that. And we have the Who by numbers. This is a gold stamp promo. $10 on the Who by numbers. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. And when Dad comes home, he never gets no rest because she's playing all night. All right, let's try another David Bowie. And let's see if y'all, when y'all bid, if it clears it out. So exclamation mark A for David Bowie. Let's spend the night together. It's a promo 7-inch single. $7 start on that. $7 start on that. Okay, we'll lay it right back there. And then the Who is sold to Thomas Clark. Thank you on that. If I print you an ABC, is that something you think you'd use? And no, it didn't clear it out. Dang it, that's frustrating. Let me turn this off and then back on. Oh, now it disappeared. Okay, I know Oso Adventure had this for $30. Let me sell this to Oso Adventure for $30. Jake! Jake! All right, we're going to sell C. Yeah, it's not working. Let me, I'm going to press my help button, see if he gets on here. Bill Evans, the Paris Concert Edition 1. Bill Evans is $20. We'll say David Bowie's at 7, David Bowie's at 8. Motorhead's a $20 start. Bill Evans, the Paris Concert, sealed for $20. And we got Herbie Hancock, Mr. Hands. Herbie Hancock, a gold stamp promo, now just $25. Now just $25 on that. Look at all the bids for Motorhead coming in. Holy crap. Okay, there we go. So plus Facebook. Wow, that was a lot of things going wrong. Facebook hung up. Bids won't reset. Okay, what's up? I'm here. I can't get this to clear out. Hey, the help button worked. Look at that. Jake's here. The bids won't clear out, Jake. We've done our first two, and they're stuck. They won't clear. They won't clear. The T-shirt's at 24 with Chad, even though, Chad, you need to redo your bid, okay? And then over here, we have Chad Smith on Bill Evans. All right, go to the top of that, manual click Start New. I think I've tried that one. Yep, I'm over here on Start New. I've clicked Start New, nothing. Yep. It's cleared over here, but still showing up over there. Same thing for Oso. I'm hitting Start New. Okay, well, Slot C cleared out. But Slot A isn't. Yeah, Slot A is not clearing, but Slot C did. Okay. All right. So Slot A's hung. We figured out Slot C. Okay. Jake has opened it up. All right. Motorhead has a bid for 24 of Chad Sauls. Great. Herbie Hancock is a gold stamp promo, $25. And it is called Mr. Hands. And it's a white label promo. Beautiful condition. So I left off with this. We got David Bowie. I'm keep on wanting to look at my chat when I realize I can just look up here. So I keep on messing myself up. So David Bowie's at 11 with Chris Gardner. The Motorhead shirt's at 24 of Chad Sauls. And there was a claim for Mike Curb. Ralph Venturino got Mike Curb for $5. And I also think that Ray Red just claimed it too. But yeah, Ralph was first on that one earlier. Okay, so there we go. Try it now. All right, so we're going to do Start A. And it is, let me click back over here, Jake. Let me click it. There we go. All right, now it's woke up. Okay, so now when y'all place a bid, like Chris, if you want to bid again on David Bowie, it will now show up. And then Motorheads with Chad Sauls at 24. And that means, Chad Smith, you've been outbid. Bart Knoxville does get Herbie Hancock, and that's sold to him. All right, that's nice. All right, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. I think we got our auction fixed. And now David Bowie is at 11 if Chris wants to rebid, and Motorhead T-shirt is at 24 of Chad Sauls, and that's already up there. So if you see it turn yellow, There's a good chance I'm about to sell it, okay? There's a good chance I'm about to sell it. Can I show the Motorhead shirt again? I can for $5.99. This is Motorhead. It is a size 2XL. There's the front. There's the front, and then here's the back. Motorhead, born to lose, live to win with the Ace of Spades logo. All right? And that is at $24 with Chad Sauls, as you can see. So you see that? They're laying perfectly in their own slots over here. Even though I was going to try to get Chris to bid again, but I've lost him. I lost Chris, but that's okay. We'll call it sold manually here in a second. Average white band is person to person. $10 on that. David Bowie details. Let's spend the night together promo. It's at $11, even though you can't see it. $11 with David Bowie. It's a promo in the RCA sleeve. The Motorhead shirt is a final call to Chad Sauls for $24. It's went orange. It's about to be red. The Who's Next is a 2012 180 gram, $17.50 on the Who. $17.50 on the Who. And then over here we have Fats Domino Blueberry Hill, $7.50. And look at that. Barry's Tramados just bought a cleaning cloth. Barry's Tramados just bought a cleaning cloth. Great. Thank you, Barry. And then let's add another 40. Let's add another auction up there. Let's put an LP up, and let's do another really bizarre foreign press here. This is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, and this is a gatefold with that really unusual sandwich laminate cover, near mint, Hollywood Bowl, and this is a real Uruguay press from '77, a $50 start on that. So we're going to put that over here in slot C, okay? $50 start on that one. Put exclamation mark C if you want to bid on that one. First thing is, how much was the Who? The Who was $17.50, 2012 180 gram. What was the Fats Domino condition? No condition notes on anything in here. This is $7.50. All right, so Ralph has the David Bowie for $12, and Chad Sauls gets the Motorhead shirt, and that is sold to Chad Sauls for $24, okay? Now, that is sold to Chad. Thank you, and let's put up another one. All right, moving on. I lost a couple people. Some people are falling asleep. Some people are going to try to walk their dogs right quick for the last time of the night. Hopefully, y'all are paying attention, or you're going to get outbid, and you're going to be like, good gosh, I step away for 1 minute, and I missed 3 Motorhead T-shirts. What in the world's going on? Okay? And now let's click Start New, Jake. And then let's start it. And now slot B is rolling. And here is the next Motorhead shirt. Bad Magic. Motorhead is going to go up for a $20 start. There's the front. Motorhead. Let's look at it right here. Motorhead. There's the front. Hope everybody's watching. Everybody looking. There's Motorhead. Bad Magic. And then let's flip it over. Here's the flip side. Motorhead 2015. There's the next T-shirt. It's a tour shirt. Motorhead has a sewn-in tag. And the Motorhead size is... The Motorhead size is 2XL. 2XL on that one, okay? 2XL on this one. And this is going to go up for, this one's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that one, okay? And Barry Stramatos is bidding on the Beatles. I hope I had it actually turned on. I think I did. If I didn't, then Barry, go ahead and bid again. Motorhead's at 20. I think hey, there he goes. And then Vintage Gentleman. So, Debbie, make sure you put exclamation mark B, okay? Make sure you put exclamation mark B. And then the David Bowie, even though I lost Chris Gardner for a long time. So this is sold for $12 to Ralph Venturino. Okay, all right, that's done. Let's do boom. I like that. Boom, sold. I forget I don't have to look at my phone. It's up here. That's really messing me up. I'm like trying to look at my phone and figure out what's A and what's B. And it's honestly like right here in front of me. All right, so new A and start. Okay, so that's turned on. Biggest thing, Jake, I wish it just kept revolving. As soon as I hit sold, Jake, I wish it would just, as soon as I hit sold, like stay up and then just revolve. Otherwise, I'm going to forget to start it like I just did on the Beatles. Okay? All right, there's that. And then over here, Mega Blast says, I'm still waiting to hear condition. You must have missed it. It has no condition notes. Mega Blast must have went outside and walked his dog. Unbelievable. No condition notes, $7.50. Okay? Man, I got to leave these over here so we can keep them there. And I got to leave this right here. Mega Blast on Fats Domino. Okay. All right, so first thing is this. So we got Motorhead. I'm going to stop looking at my phone. I got to stop looking at my phone. Okay, T-Dog gets to who? And then somebody asked, what was average white band? That was asked about by Jamie Tucker. Average white band has no condition notes person to person, $10 on average white band. All right, so as y'all can see, I don't have to look at my phone either. Here's who has the high bids, okay? Here's who has the high bids. David Sosby, $25, and Barry Stramatos has this at $50. Okay? And Vintage Gentleman just wants to bid so he can see his name in lights. Yep, great. Same thing here. Okay, so we're good to go. I love these bids popping up. This is a half-off crate. Trying out something new. I've got to learn what to do. That is not look at my phone for bids, and not look at my phone for bids, and don't move the auctions, okay? Y'all help me. Don't look at your phone, Chad, and don't move the auctions, okay? That way they're in A, B, and C. Now, Brogan says he asked about the who first. That means you were the fourth person who asked about the who. You were the first person who asked about the who. This is so to Brogan Sconce. Then Dennis Jackson asked how much it was. Then somebody else asked what grade it was. Then somebody asked what it was, and then somebody else claimed it. Brogan Sconce gets the who. Jamie Tucker gets average white band. Motorhead is at 26. Barry Stramatos gets the Beatles for $50. Look at that. Sold. Barry Stramatos, $50. How wonderful was that? That was wonderful. That is sold, okay? So now y'all can see the bids on Motorhead. And as you can see, it's yellow. That means Chad's had it for a while. If you're relying on me to call out the bids, you're probably going to miss out on something. You probably need to have your eyes on the screen for the rest of the night. Otherwise, you're going to be like, oh, no, I missed another auction, Chad. All right, so next 45 is going to go up, and this is going to go in slot A. This is going to go in slot A, so we need an exclamation mark A, and then your bid on Black Crow's Thorn in My Pride. And this is going to go up for a $7 star. We're going to put this over there in slot A. Black Crow's Thorn in My Pride, and the flip is Sting Me. That's an original $7 start on that. $7 start, okay? All right, and then this Motorhead shirt, since he went out, this is sold to Chad Sauls for $26. Sold to Chad Sauls for $26. All right, so yeah, make sure if you want to bid, you put exclamation mark B and then your bid, all right? That way I can keep track and everybody else can keep track. Let's do back-to-back-to-back Motorheads, and then we'll knock out this. We have Motorhead Orgasmatron Tour 1986. 3XL. 3XL on this one. Motorhead is a $20 start, and this is going to go in slot B, okay? $20 start on slot B. Motorhead. And here's the back. Nothing on the back. 3XL, like new condition, $20 start, okay? There's that. So if you want to bid, just put exclamation mark and then a B and then maybe a space. I think that works best, a space. Okay? And Robert Warner's in. See how easy that is? All right. And then Tim Vigari has the Black Crows. Let's do some more half-off stuff. I'm going to pay attention so I don't mess anything else up. All right. And we have a Rage to Live, and that's $10. A Rage to Live, $10. That was a soundtrack for Nat and Tiker. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue. This is an awesome half-off crate, by the way. Pretty much the true nonsense crate of the night. $20 on the Stones Black and Blue. Has that hype sticker. It's an early 80s press. $20 on that. And then Mae West with the poster. You asked to go upstairs like your Mae West, $10 on that. And so if you also bid 25, or like earlier, 3 people bid 20, and you don't see your name, that means you tied. And that means your bid didn't come in first. So I would just always look at the screen and you'll know who the high bidder is, right? That right there, you don't even have to worry. You don't have to wait for me. I could go outside and walk Otis and y'all would know who has the high bid. I don't have to say a word. Adam Bernardi got Mae West. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Great this is probably the last nonsense crate of the night too. Some good stuff in here. Lily Tomlin. This was $7.50, and that's the truth. Another comedy record. Shrink with a promo sticker, $7.50. 007 Platinum. Tim Fagari gets the Black Crows for $7. That's sold to Tim Fagari for $7. Thank you. It had been up for a while. And then we're going to hit new, and then we're going to hit start because I'm going to put over another 45. And this one's a $7 start. Diggable Planets. And this is Rebirth of Slick. Cool like that. And Where I'm From, and that is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Adam Bernardi on Lily Tomlin. Robin Glenn was second. Motorhead shirts at 40 with Debbie Laster. And then over here we got Craig Thomas at 7 on Diggable Planets. Everything you always want to know about The Godfather, that is sealed for $10 on that one. And then we have National Lampoon's Radio Dinner, $7.50. And don't forget, we still got Beatles bootlegs and bizarre Beatles records to run. So over here for slot C, I have a pretty tough to get John Lennon release. This is a 1969, and this is the wedding album. But we don't, now the wedding album's always been a pretty tough one to get from John Lennon. This is a 1969 US box set, but I don't have the box. I have no photo strip, no box, no Mylar bag, and no wedding certificate. It's VG. And this is going to be a $60 start, but I do have a lot of other stuff with it. I have the poster. Is this where they're nude? No, that's just a Yoko poster there. This is the cake, or whatever that is. There's the wedding booklet, pamphlet. There's the press covering their wedding, possibly the most covered wedding of all time. And then there's the postcard. I mean, it was pretty big. John Lennon getting married again. And the vinyls and VG. So this is a VG copy, a $60. $60 on this, okay? All right. Exclamation mark. When I found out that's what everybody's going to use, if you watch Seinfeld, you know the deal with exclamation marks. And so I was like, oh gosh, I'm going to be thinking about Seinfeld every time I have to say exclamation mark. Maybe I don't use exclamation marks as haphazardly as you do. Jake Jarmel. Okay, here we go. 13, 62, and 60. All righty, folks, here we go. Moving on, I left off on half off. Adam Bernardi got Lily Tomlin. Robin Glenn was second. And then Mega Blast on GF, and that was for The Godfather. And then over here we have bids. I don't even have to call those out. Y'all can see them. And then we have an evening with Groucho, sealed for $15. $15 for the sealed Groucho marks. Cheech and Chong's wedding album. Wow, what's the odds? There's Cheech and Chong's wedding album, which is like a parody almost of what's going on back here. And this is $13.50. And that's Cheech and Chong, $13.50 on that one. And then Isaac Hayes live at the Sahara Tahoe, $20 on Isaac Hayes. Folks, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. It looks like Ernest has had Diggable Planets for a while for $13, so we're about to move that to a final call. Thomas Clark gets Cheech and Chong. The Motorhead shirt, 007 Platinum, has it for $70. And that's still in green, so that's a pretty recent bid. And Thomas Hujar has been the only bidder on John Lennon. He has that for $60. Matt Bushy picking up the Isaac Hayes. That's sold to Matt Bushy for $20. And then we have Sinatra and Swingin' Brass. That is $7.50. We have Motorhead at 71, new bid with Debbie Laster. Also, we have Promises soundtrack, Neil Simon, Chapter 11, $7.50. Volume 1 Chart Stoppers, that was sealed for 10. And then Groucho Info, this is a 2 LP. It's a sealed Groucho Marx, and that is $15. Not the watermelon guy, that's Gallagher. And then over here we got 007 Platinum at 75, and we have Baja Mariba Band, $5 on that, and Sheila E. And Sheila E is now just $12.50, okay? Over here, Diggable Planets is sold to Ernest Nunez. Let's pop up the graphic. Look at this. Boom! Sold to Ernest Nunez for $13. And then let's leave Motorhead right there, 75. And then John Lennon, watch this right here. Boom! Sold to Thomas Hujar. Hujar Daddy. Did y'all hear that handle? Hujar Daddy. You read that like, Hujar Daddy. That's how you read that. Hujar Daddy. Kind of like, who's your daddy? But that is read off, Hujar Daddy. Thomas Hujar. Hujar Daddy. That's how you read that. Everybody read it with me. Hujar Daddy. Thank you. Now we're ready for more new stuff. Okay, so let's new start. Okay, I got it. And then over here, Jetstream on Frank Sinatra. That is sold to Jetstream. And then over here, we have, they're still bidding on Motorhead. It's up there in big lights. You know what Ric Flair said? Bright lights, big cities. Next t-shirt. Actually, no, my bad. We need a 45. Okay, and we have... some of these are going to be buy it nows later. Madonna. Who is that? REM. Nice. All right. And going in slot A, $7 start. This is REM Stand Memphis Train Blues. Yeah. Stand and Memphis Train Blues. REM. Comment exclamation mark A, $7. Okay. And final call on the t-shirt for 76. Craig's at that for 7. Jim B's already bid 13. Gosh, that was a big jump. And then David Jennings gets Groucho. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And then over here, David Jennings did get Groucho. All right, let's keep going through the half-off stuff. And next thing over here is the best of Jan and Dean. $5 on that. Also, we got the Commodore, $7.50. And Justin Hayward, songwriter. Justin Hayward is $5. Statler Brothers short stories, $5 on that. And the Who face dances with the poster, $12.50. Motorhead sold Debbie Laster, $76. Thank you, Debbie. That's so to you. All right, let's put that right over here. Boy, look at all the t-shirts tonight. Look at all the ones over there from the other night too. Man, we look like it looks like a sweatshop in here of all these t-shirts. All right, let's new and start. T-shirt, slot B, comment exclamation mark B to bid. And this is Rob Zombie. Let's go to the top cam. Rob Zombie for this t-shirt. The tag's been ripped out. It looks like maybe an extra large in my opinion. There's Rob Zombie, extra large. And on the back, it is that. There's that, okay? And there's that. There's this. So Rob Zombie, put exclamation mark B and your bid, and that's going to be a $20 start on that one. Right now, I'm showing Chris Messer on the REM at 15. That's at the top in bright lights, big city right there. You see your name, Chris Messer. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Thomas Clark on the Who, Cindy Yarborough. Boy, y'all are good with this bidding. Yeah, a lot of y'all must have had a lot of practice on Thursday night. Y'all are just like, boom. Y'all learn fast. Boom, look at that. Also, we got Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $10 on that. And then, whoa, Motley Crue Greatest Hits. This is now just $25. I think we're about to hit that patch of like, oh my gosh kind of stuff. Motley Crue is on colored vinyl. 25 on that one. That sold a Shakedown. Whoa, that was fast. And then Stephen Parton, Brent is back in. Bright Lights. Brent Robley, $17. Oh, so second on Motley Crue. And then over here, we have Cindy Yarborough at 20. It's not rocket science. I guess no. Scorpions is EX, $20. Wow. Scorpions, $20. Holy cow. That's now for $20. I think we need another Beatles. Let's do it. The Beatles is going to go up for bid when, Chad? It's going to go up for bid how, Chad? What's going up for bid, Chad? We need to know what's going up for bid, Chad. And here we go, Chad. And let's reduce this one, Chad. Here's one that I haven't had up in a while, Chad. And this is our next auction, Chad. And this is the Beatles, Chad. This is the Beatles. It's called Posters, Incense, and Strobe Candles. Now, let me explain something to you. This actually has incense. Look. It comes with incense. It's on purple vinyl. And this is a pretty sought after bootleg. Only 300 were pressed. It's on this really cool purple vinyl. And it comes with Strawberry Fields incense. Oh, gosh, that smells so good. It smells just like Yoko Ono. The Beatles, Posters, Incense, and Strobe Candles. The legendary Get Back Radio Broadcasting. A $45 start, okay? $45 start. Slot C. Slot C. Exclamation mark C. All right, REM's at 18. Looks like Chris has had it for a little while. Cindy has the t-shirt for 20. Looks like she's had it for a little while. And the Beatles is a $45 start. All right, Brogan got Scorpions. That's so to Brogan. Thank you on that one. And then Kelly Cook was second. Next is Oh My, Asia, $12.50. We're talking about Carl Palmer. We're talking about Jeff Downs, $12.50 on that one. And we have the Kinks. Everybody's in showbiz. The Kinks is $15. Ramoshin on Asia. Who is Ramoshin? Ramoshin? Who is Ramoshin? Asia. Let me know who you are. That's sold to you for $12.50. And now Donnie Smoot, thank you. The Beatles, 45. I was about to say it was actually at 45. Donnie Smoot has it. Robert also bid 45. And the Eagles live. Take it easy. Well, I was listening in my car. Down something down my mind. $20. Wow, Stephen, quick on that one. Nice. Done. See you later. All right, it's time to sell Cindy Yarborough the Rob Zombie shirt for 20. That's sold. And when I come back, if Chris Messer still got that REM for 18, I'm shelling it, folks. I am going to shell it. That's spelled with an SH, by the way. Shell it. Okay? All right? Okay? But we can't, because Leslie says, what REM? It is Memphis and Memphis Train Blues and Stand. It's at $18. Now it's at $19 with Leslie Holt. Now the Beatles is at $46 with Robert Warner. Bids are displayed up here. You've got to put, y'all know how it works, right? Y'all are good. Stephen got the Eagles. Jamie Tucker was second. And which record did you just show with purple vinyl? That was this Beatles bootleg. Posters, Incense, and Strobe Candles. And it comes with incense. For inclusion in the first 300 copies, the first 300 was on purple vinyl, and they come with strawberry incense. That's now at 50 with Donnie Schmoot. Now at 50 with Donnie Schmoot. All right, here comes our next auction. Oh my. Is this who I think it is? 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 All right, over here in slot B, we're going to hit new and then start. All right, let's go to the top cam. And this is going to be exclamation mark B. Black Sabbath. And this one is actually a size large. Hey, a large. Might be the first one of the night. And this is a $20 start. $20 start on Black Sabbath. And here's the back, size large. That's Ozzy Osbourne, Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, and Bill Ward. Dun, 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 bum, bum, dun. Dun, 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 boom. All right, that's a $20 start. That's Black Sabbath. Okay, make sure you put exclamation part B. Now, whoever had REM for the longest, you were outbid by Leslie, and she still has it for 19, and it looks like she's had it for a while. Eagles Live got claimed in a second. Stephen Parton claimed that in less than a half of a second. Yes, he's fast. Hiram Aponte is Ramoshin, okay? So Hiram Aponte got Asia earlier. That's Ramoshin. Ramoshin is Hiram Aponte. He's made a sneak appearance over on Twitch. Adam Bernardi got the Kinks, and that's sold Adam Bernardi for 15. And now we got, well, y'all can see for yourself, 20 and now 52. Over here, Dire Straits, 1750. 1750 for Sultans of Swing. 1750. 1750 on these. This is Sultan Swings. You got a shiver in the dark and it's raining in the park, but meantime, south of the river, you won't stop. You hold everything. Abana's blowing Dixie. So does Stephen Parton. These don't have a timer. No, these are called on my own volition. But I do have a timer over here. You've had the bid for 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Stephen got Dire Straits, then Vince Dillman, then Jamie Tucker. I can see it, but y'all can't. Well, y'all might can see it. Hold on a second. Can y'all see this? Hey, y'all can see that. See, this is what I can see. Leslie, you've had it for almost 3 minutes. It's been up for almost 10 minutes. And then Donnie's had it for 35 seconds. And then Donnie's had it for a minute, the auction 3. So that's what I'm seeing over here. And I'm like, holy cow, it's been up for 10 minutes. And she's had it for 3 minutes. It's time to sell it. Leslie gets this for $19. So that's what I'm seeing over here on another screen. Okay, there we go. All right, that's done. And now Black Sabbath is at 21, and this is at 52. All right, so that's what I'm seeing over there. Next thing is this. We have another 45 coming in just a second, but give me 1 second. And in the half-off band is Steely Dan, a club copy, $20. Are you reeling in the years? $20 for Steely Dan. The Kinks Sleepwalker, $12.50. Boy, Steven is on fire. Somebody give him a fire streak. Holy cow, he's fast. That's so does Stephen Parton. I can't even get it done. I can't even finish reading it. 23 on the Black Sabbath shirt. And then the Beatles, Donnie Smoots had it for 2 minutes at 52. I'm assuming we're done. The Book of Taliesin, Deep Purple, 1750. And Asia Alpha, $12.50 for Asia Alpha. Asia Alpha. Our next single is going to go up for bid when? Right now. It's called Raphael Sadiq. Is that what this says? Raphael Sadiq, Radio Can't something. And this over here is a $7 start. This is slot A, $7 start. Can't, what now? Can't jig anymore and radio. Sealed, $7 start on that. Sealed, $7 start. And Husky Foster on Deep Purple for $17.50. Donnie's had the Black Sabbath shirt for a while, $23. And Donnie Smoots had the Beatles for a long time. He's about to do back-to-back. The Police, oh wow, $17.50 on Synchronicity. It is on purple vinyl, $17.50, $17.50. And Elvis in Concert, Elvis is now $15. Elvis in Concert, a 2 LP, $15 on that one. 5, 4, 3, 2, and look at this. Sale and sale. Donnie Smoot on both. Black Sabbath t-shirt for $23 and the Beatles bootleg for $52. All right. Cry, baby, cry. Make your mother sigh. You're old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. Can you take me back where I came from? All right. And then $7 on that. All right, so let's new. All right, so those are cleared. Okay, here we go. More. Let's do 2 more half off and then 2 more auctions. We got Status Quo Pile Driver, EX 1250, and we have Robin Trower, twice removed from yesterday, VG Plus 1250. Now Jim B has bid $7 on. He meant to put 7 on Raphael Sadiq. Okay, He meant to put 7. That means if he's bidding right now, you know what that means? That record is probably worth a small fortune. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So if he's bidding on that, even though he technically hasn't met the minimum bid, it's probably worth a small fortune. I'm just going to go ahead and inform everybody right now of the situation. Here is our next t-shirt. Let's go back for a vintage Alabama. This is an original t-shirt. We're talking vintage. We're talking probably sometime when Jimmy Carter was in office. Okay? This is Alabama, the Touch, 1986. We're talking about Gerald Ford here, all right? We're talking about Bill Clinton was still governor of Arkansas. This is Alabama, the Touch, an original 1986 vintage t-shirt. The 45 is sealed, yes. The 45 is sealed. The tag on this one shows large. But let me tell you something right now. That's an awful small large. It's a 1986 large, okay? That's before high fructose corn syrup. That's before high fructose corn syrup. My avatar went away. I don't know what happened. My avatars went away. George Costanza's broken, so I'll have to be Kramer. All right, this is a $20 start, $20 start on Alabama. 1986. 1986. And Kramer spazzing out. Here's the back. Make sure you put exclamation mark B. And this is up for bid. Okay, here's the back of it. Very cool. That's an original t-shirt from 1986. That's an original t-shirt. 1986 was Grover Cleveland. Wow. I was wrong. Grover Cleveland was in office. That's big. Okay. This is a $20 start. Vintage Alabama t-shirt. You can tell it's that really popular bicolor, two-color t-shirt sleeves there. That's going to slot B. I'm going to throw something else, Beatles, up in just a second. Let's do a couple more half-off records. Blondie, Eat to the Beat, VG Plus 1250, and Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. That's now $10, VG Condition. And we have the Beatles, Abbey Road, late 70s, early 80s Capitol, VG 10. So it must be purple. Must be a purple Capitol label. Purple Capitol label, $10. Here comes the sun. Do, 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 do. Here comes the sun. And I say, Otis is passed out. He hasn't moved a muscle. A dun 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 dun. This is so too Chris Smith. He got the Beatles, Abbey Road. I'm singing in the tune of Here Comes the Sun. This is the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. VG copy, $7.50. Stephen Douglas got Derek and the Dominoes. And the Kinks, A State of Confusion. That's usually what I'm in. VG Plus, $10. Chris Smith also wants the Police. And he also got Elvis. Wow, racking up there all of a sudden. David Sosby has the Raphael Sadiq for $13. Nobody's been on Alabama. And let's add a third auction. This is the Beatles at the Beep. This is the Beatles at the Beep. And this is going back. You probably recognize this handwriting. This is Beatles at the BBC. The Beep, a 1983 3LP box near mint. An unofficial release. Beatles BBC sessions. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. Make sure you put exclamation mark C, okay? Exclamation mark C on that one. All right, next is Chris Smith. He also wants the Pretenders. Racking up all of a sudden. Raphael Sadiq is at 13 with David Sosby. And it's in yellow. It's moving to a final call. Bama shirt, size, and start. Let's look at it again. This is a large from 1986. It is called the Touch. It's a vintage Alabama shirt. See, he's touching that woman right there from the crowd. That is a $20 start. It's a vintage original 1986, size large. There's the front and there's the back. It's double-sided. Very cool original Alabama shirt there. $20 start. My Dixieland Delight. A song about Tennessee, okay? Not about Alabama. Next is this. We have Asia. Oh my. Asia is a VG copy, $5. Also, we have Metamorphosis. and this is a VG for $7.50. Jim B is really pushing his luck all of a sudden. Over here, this is Raphael Sadiq. This is sealed. It's called Radio and Can't Jig Anymore. And Jim B's really pushing his luck all of a sudden. This is at 13 with David Sosby. It's sealed, and it's a final call. He's really pushing his luck. He's really pushing his luck right now. Also in here, we have Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect. This is VG plus $20. Jim B is really pushing his luck right now. And then James Handy over here. This is, maybe that's not a claim. And then over here we have what? Okay, over here we have Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. There's another one. VG Plus 1750. Jim B's really pushing his luck with me. VG Plus 1750 on this one. And we have Pink Floyd Uma Guma. VG Plus $25. VG Plus $25. Jim B, when that thing turns red here in a minute, maybe even this dark orange, I'm going to call it sold, and you better be hoping you've placed your bid. Otherwise, you're going to be left between the moon and New York City, and you're going to be like, oh, man, I wish I would have bid faster. TSO's Houston, when these bids are up here on the screen, you don't have time to think. You don't have time to ask. You better bid like your life depends on it. TSO Houston got Steely Dan. Creeksmall was next. Stephen Parton got Pink Floyd, and Chris Smith was third. And then Alabama's a no bid. This is a $20. This is Alabama. $20 on Alabama, no bid on that. I'm going to put it right over here. And this is sold to David Sosby for $13, okay? That's sold to David Sosby for $13. And Jim B has officially reached his question limit for the night. No more questions for you, buddy. Final call on the Beatles for $75. Final call on the Beatles for $75. That means we can get all new auctions going, okay? All new auctions. Let me clear this, and here we go. Y'all ready? This is it. This is the moment a lot of people have been waiting for. Some people have said, hey, man, what's the next auction? This is it right here. This is it. It is exclamation mark A, and this is Syd Barrett and REM, and they're both doing the track Dark Globe, a Syd Barrett song from 1970. REM covered it as well in 1989. And that's on Purple Vinyl Record Store Day, $7 start. Slot A. Slot A. That means our next T-shirt is going to go up for bid Win Chad. It's going to go up for bid Where Chad. It's going to go up for bid How Chad. How can I win this next T-shirt auction? You've got me very, very curious. I'm highly interested. I'm very much interested in bidding. And just please tell me more. Here we go. Slot number B. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. This is the Doors. This is the Doors, and this is tagged, sewn in tag, and this is what size? I don't know. It looks like a large, maybe. The Doors. We're talking about Jim Morrison, Robbie Krieger, you know, the rest of them. That's a $20 start on the Doors, and here's the back side of it. Absolutely nothing. Darkness, just like Jim Morrison. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B. Slot B on this one. Right now, Matt Bushy has the REM Syd Barrett flip at 18. And then the Beatles at the Beep did not get a bid. How much, Shad? Just $75. You've got to be joking. No, I'm not. The Beatles BBC Sessions box set. The Beatles BBC Sessions box set. The Beatles BBC Sessions box set is a no bid. It's a $75 buy it now. Good gosh, there's no way. I'm not joking. It's a buy it now for $75. Okay, well, we all know who has the high bid on that one. This was an incredible half off crate. How about we blast through this one more time as soon as I eat a couple chocolate covered raisins. Here comes some chocolate covered raisins. I haven't seen a Facebook comment in a while. It may be hung up. Chocolate covered raisins. Calzone. Might give me a big calzone after this. I wish some place was open that sold calzones or pizza rolls or something.
Hold on. Okay. All right, this is sold to Matt Bushy for $18. Nobody bid on the doors. It's a $20 buy it now. Dale Sanders, you're thinking exactly what I just did. Pizza rolls from the Marathon Teat Mart, Tennessee Tech University campus. I have ate thousands of those. I used to get them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. T-Mart pizza rolls. Holy crap. The Doors t-shirt, it looks like a large. There's no tag with size. All right? There's no tag with size, but it resembles a large. Sorry, I just about choked to death on a raisin that was covered in chocolate. A lot of people call them chocolate-covered raisins. And I'm still trying to catch my breath. Okay? Oh, my gosh. I'm falling apart all of a sudden. I am falling apart all of a sudden. Okay. Here we go. Now, before I do anything else, I got to make a decision. And here it is. Do I want to eat pepperoni, cheese, and crackers or a pizza later? And as I'm thinking about that decision, I will put up the next auctions, okay? So first thing we have in slot A, we're going to do another 45. And the next slot A 45 is going to be this right here. It is Fat Boys Wipeout. Fat Boys Wipeout is a $7 start. That's going in slot A. We love slot A. All right. And then over here, the next t-shirt that's going to go up, a lot of people wanted the best, so you got it. The hottest band in the world, you guessed it. This is an adult extra large. I like this one. This is going to go up for a $20 start. Hot, hot, hotter than hell. A 2001 adult extra large. 2001 adult extra large. There's the track listing on the back. Released October 22nd, 1974. Hotter than hell. T-shirt Kiss. That's going to be slot B. And that's going to be a $20 start. Hold on a second. New and start. Okay, that should work now. There we go. All right, Mega Blast is the only bidder on that one. And let's go ahead and do this right here. I think Jim B's been hitting the sauce. Now, I'm never one to judge, especially my own customers, but I think Jim B's been hitting those sauce, as they say. Okay, and let's read through this half-off crate one more time.
And then y'all are going to like this next segment. This next segment is going to be possibly the greatest segment. Jamming with Edward. Members of the Stones, Nicky Hopkins, and Ry Cooder. 1750. Don McLean solo. 2 LP, 750. The Age of Aquarius is 750. Tony, if you're bidding on the Kiss shirt, it's slot B, by the way. So make sure you put exclamation mark B and then 20. Okay? A Rage to Live for Nat and Tyker. $10 on that one. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue is $20. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue is $20. National Lampoon's Radio Dinner, $7.50. Promises, Promises. That's a soundtrack, $7.50. Volume 1 Chartbusters. That is sealed for $10. Actually, Tony was trying to bid on Fat Boys, and he just bid for $10. So now John Durden's been outbid. And now Jim B says he's out, even though he was never in. Jim B likes to be out, even though he never was in. Baja Mariba Band, $5. Sheila E. is $12.50. The Best of Jan and Dean, $5. So right now, the 45 is at 10, and the T-shirt's at 22. 10 and then 22. That's where we're at right now. Also, we got the Commodores, $7.50, the posters included. Justin Hayward Songwriter, $5 on that. Statler Brothers Short Stories, $5. Tommy Bolin Private Eyes Post Toasty, $10 on Tommy Bolin. The Kinks Sleepwalker, $12.50. Asia Alpha is $12.50. Status Quo Pile Driver, EX 1250. Robin Trower Twice Removed from Yesterday, VG plus 1250. Blondie Eat to the Beat, VG plus 1250. The Kinks State of Confusion, VG plus 10. Asia is VG 5. Rolling Stones is VG 750. And Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect, VG plus $20. Now, I want to remind everybody, because this is the last sale of the night, or the last sale of the week, I should say, after tonight, we will bring unlimited shipping to an end. So there'll be a couple videos posted in the morning, and then $8 unlimited shipping's over. And I just squatted and popped both of my knees back into place, and it's an absolute relief. Okay? And then there's a bid on a T-shirt, and then there's a retraction on the bid T-shirt. Okay. So we have James Handy on Asia, and he was trying to get it earlier. Now, okay, I didn't realize you were trying to claim it earlier. My bad. And then Chris Smith on the Commodores. This is sold to Chris Smith. All right. And then Darren Ray on Deep Purple. Tony Riddle gets the Fat Boys for $10. This is sold to Tony Riddle for $10. Thank you on that one. And then nobody bid on the Kiss T-shirt. This is a $20 buy now. Okay. Joe Hahn is officially confused as last week's crossword puzzle. That's, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but they're very confused. All right, so that's a $20 buy now, and it is sold to Line Stink for $20. No, $8 limit shipping for the week. I'm trying to say that this is your last night to buy stuff. This is your last night. No, it's not an end to $8 limit shipping. It is for this week. It is for this week, okay? $8 in limited shipping for this week. $8 in limited shipping for this week, okay? $8 in limited shipping for this week. For this week. $8 for this week. When I say good night over here, when I say good night tonight, when I say, okay, the show's over, that's everything you can put on your invoice for $8 is what I'm trying to say. Okay? All right. Sorry for the scare. No. $8, and that's not changing. The only time it might change is when I raise it to $33, unlimited shipping. Boy, there'd be some people freak out over that. $33, unlimited shipping. Okay. Next. All right, let's do another auction. All right. And another t-shirt. Oh, sorry, my brain is slowing down. It's the end of the week. Even though I had a day off, but that actually kind of messed me up. I'd rather have a day off on Saturday. Okay, what am I doing? We need another auction. All right, our next auction is we're going to do a 45, a t-shirt, and an album. This is Deep Purple, My Woman from Tokyo, white label promo, $7 start. Deep Purple, My Woman from Tokyo, beautiful white label promo, $7 start. Okay, $7 start. That's now up for bid. White label promo, Deep Purple. Next t-shirt. Next t-shirt is going to go up for bid right now. And some people have said, wow, do you have any more t-shirts, Chad? And I said, yes, it's your lucky day. I have another Motorhead t-shirt. And this Motorhead t-shirt is now going up for bid. This is Surf's Up Motorhead Summer Tour USA 2008. It has printed sleeves over here, and the tag is a 2XL Gildan. So a long sleeve with the really cool Motorhead War Pig on the sleeve, and then here's the back. $20 start on Motorhead. It is now open. Deep Purple, a $7 start. 2XL long sleeve Motorhead, $20 start on that. I'll add C in just a second. Okay, now we're done with those. If you want to bid on Deep Purple, yeah, put exclamation mark A and then your bid. Exclamation mark A and then your bid, yeah. Anything up for bid tonight, for the rest of the night, use the exclamation mark system. Exclamation mark whichever, exclamation mark whatever. All right. And let's grab this crate here. Is this the one? All right, here we go. Darren Ray has it for 7. Robert Warner has it for 20. All right. Let's grab this nice orange crate here. Cry, baby, cry. All right. Yeah, Jake came up with something special here. Shout out to Jake, right? All right, this is an awesome show. It is sealed. Carole King live in concert at the BBC, and James Taylor makes an appearance on here with her. $19.99. Carole King is sealed. $19.99. Just FYI. All right, let me go grab. Stand by. One more thing I got to get over here. Let me figure out where they put those. What does this say? This is... I think this is what I need. I think this is what I need. Sorry. I'm working on something. I'm working on something another here. I am working on something another here. You find that other Beatles stuff. All right. All right, I'm officially in business. Darren Ray gets Deep Purple for $7. And Line Stink gets this Motorhead t-shirt for $25. All right? Done. Sold. Finished. Okay. Whoa. It's readjusted. All right, here we go. 233 people still watching. Wow. This is sealed Alice Cooper Love at the Death, 180 gram, $24.99. $24.99. How much is Carole King? $19.99. Alice Cooper's $24.99.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alice Cooper sold Evil Riddle. Sold. This is a 2 LP. a 2 LP edition of King Crimson, $39.99. $39.99. King Crimson, a 50th anniversary 2 LP. $39.99. Sold to Thomas Clark. Let's put up some more auctions. All right. That's sold to Thomas Clark for $39.99. Do you still have a copy of Mississippi Jib on Hurt? I think I have one left, yes. I actually think I have one left. Johnny Silva got Carole King. Now, here's a standard single LP King Crimson, 200 gram, $29.99. That's a standard single LP King Crimson, $29.99. Pizza Hut. Was there a wait list else with the greatest hits? Yeah, you were this morning. You were short. Oberlin College. I think they were 38, Jamie. I think they were 38. All right. So auction number 1 has been a 45. Let's keep that rolling. I've got Dylan, Donovan. Let's do Peter Gabriel big time. With the picture sleeve, Peter Gabriel, big time, $7 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, let's do another T-shirt. Let me find the next T-shirt. And there's another Alabama. Let's do something different. Who is this? Earl Thomas Conley? Any interest in that? 1987 original. And then who is this here? The Flesh Tones. It's something a little bit different. The Flesh Tones. 2XL. The Flesh Tones. New York City. That's a 2XL Gildan. Red. As you can see, extra large. Top cam, please. And this is a $20 start on the Flesh Tones. Okay, so the next question was, yeah, Tony, we were one short on Aerosmith. I got you on a waiting list. I do have Fraggle Rock, and somebody who's ever tagged, and make me a note to find Jamie a copy of Mississippi John Hurt Oberlin College, okay? I got to find Jamie a Mississippi John Hurt Oberlin College. They're back here somewhere, new arrivals. All righty. Are these both sealed? All right, might be a chance to get these at a great price. I know how much they cost new. They're not cheap whatsoever. And here we go. We'll say this is the UK, Europe, and US. Yeah, these are sealed. 30. Yeah, 39. These are new, like 54, 56. The Beatles Love, sealed for $39.99. 2 LP sealed, $39.99. Fraggle Rock. Okay, also make me a note to find Creek Small Fraggle Rock. But yeah, these are brand new and sealed. The Beatles Love, $39.99, which is not a cheap release to order new whatsoever. $39.99. Brand new and sealed. Should come back as a 2014 UK, Europe, or US. We've sold one to Chris Smith. And we have one left. The bidding system only works as normal in $1 increments, but nice attempt. And Robert says he'll take one as well. All right, thank you. Those are both sold. Do I have another one? I may have one more, honestly. Let me look in this crate. I may have one more. And final chance on the flesh tones. Yeah, let's go. I can start running basically 345s if y'all want me to do that. Probably 345s or 245s and a t-shirt. I definitely can. Give me a second to... I'm trying to get the flaps ripped off this box because I keep... You know how like painful it is to bump into cardboard? It'll almost like cut you. Okay, there we go. Now Margaret has Peter Gabriel at 8. I'm gonna go ahead and make the flesh tones a $20 buy now. That's a no bid, $20 on that. All right, so let me start a new B. And I'll just start, now I'm just gonna start rolling down the 45s. I've done most of the 90 stuff, but we'll get into some of these other ones and just see if y'all want to bid on them. And the first one I have is, or we can do a couple lots. Here's the Ramones. I thought that said Madonna. Well, I know this is gonna sell. This is the Ramones, Time Has Come Today, and Psychotherapy. Near mint, $7 start on the Ramones. That's going in slot B. And then slot C is, we'll do 2 Dylans. 2 Dylans for a $7 start. And Dylan is Something There Is About You, a promo copy, and Watching the River Flow. And the flip on those, that's a double-sided on that one. And this is Spanish is the Loving Tongue. So those are $7 starts, both Dylans. Okay, and if y'all just hop on, I've got a crate of stuff over here I'm pricing live. Brand new sealed records, also opened a lot of just new reissues, and there's one more Beatles Love at a great price of $39.99, okay? I don't think I have a Cher t-shirt. I haven't seen Cher. I've got a lot of rock stuff, but no Cher yet. $39.99. That is my last Beatles Love. We just sold 2. There's one left. Okay. All right, let's mix it up here with this. This is, I know how much these cost new. This is Harem Scarum, self-titled, limited edition 1000 Go vinyl for Music on Vinyl. Harem Scarum, $29.99. New music on vinyl, Harem Scarum. So Margaret's had Peter Gabriel for a while now at 8. Craig has the Ramones at 10, and Robert has the 2 Dylans at 7. And then Harem Scarum is $29.99, and that's going right here if anybody wants it. So all these are bought, and they're sticker price too, because either I know what they cost new, and I'm comping them well below that, or I'm actually looking them up on Discogs and matching or trying to beat market prices. So you're getting these for a steal. Either way, in my opinion, right? Like here's another one, and this one costs just as much as Love. This is the Beatles #1 hits. 27 #1 hits, $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39.99. And like I said, if I order this new, it would be $54, $56 is what they normally are. Some of the new Beatles stuff is pretty expensive. Okay. All right. Watch this right here. You ready? Boom, boom, boom. All sold. Margaret Gerhold gets Peter Gabriel for 8. Craig Thomas gets the Ramones for 10. And Robert Warner gets Bob Dylan for 7. All right, that means we need clear, clear, clear. Some of the old Beatles stuff, yeah. The butcher cover is, I guess all of it's expensive. And then there's some stuff that's really cheap, okay? I can say some stuff that's really cheap, too. All right, let's do the Trash Men. And let's do Simple Minds, Trash Men, Simple Minds, and here's a very interesting White Snake. So here, let's do 3 more 45s. Start, start, start. And the slot A is going to be the Trash Men, A Bone. And the flip on that one is Bird Dance Beat. The Trash Men on the Garrett label is a $7 start. Slot B is White Snake. Very interesting one here, 1978, a UK type design. Don't Mess With Me and Lie Down, a modern love song. Also really nice in the matching sleeve. $7 start on White Snake. And then slot C is Simple Minds. And this is blue vinyl. She's a River and Celtic Strings. And that's 1995 blue vinyl. Okay. All righty. Next, let's see what's going on with this. Nobody on Harem Scarum or Beatles. Let's see what I can do on this one here. Don't you forget about me. Kill Switch Engage, The End of a Heartache. Numbered. Slot A is the Trash Men, A Bone. $89.99. Kill Switch Engage, The End of a Heartache, 2 LP silver vinyl numbered. Gatefold jacket number 009111. Numbered $89.99. Kill Switch Engage. Near mint, near mint. Now, Chris Smith had already jumped the gun before I even showed it. And now it means he's automatically bought it for $300. So I hope you are okay with that, Chris. Because an early claim means you got to pay 3.5 times the actual price. Just joking. Kill Switch Engage is $89.99. How much, Chad? $89.99. The board is about to be cleared. 3 sevens. It's a slot machine, man. That board's about to be cleared. 3 sevens. And Jake said, I think if you press start after pressing sold, it will do some things cleared out. All right, I'll try that in just a second. And then here is the stereo half-speed master. And this is $29.99 for the for Revolver, excuse me. That is a stereo Giles Martin Sam O'Kell, $29.99. This is I'm a Tax Man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. When I wake up early in the morning, feel my head float. Kill Switch Engage, so did Chris. Well, I was using my voice to text, and he heard Kill Switch. I was using my voice to text to put it in the Discogs, and as soon as he heard that, he commented Kill Switch. I hadn't even shown it or priced it yet, but he said I will still take it. So did Chris Smith, $89.99. And all 3 of these are sold. Robert Warner for $7 on the Trash Men. White Snake to David Sosby for $7. And Simple Minds for $7 to Craig Thomas. All right. No, it doesn't clear it hitting start. Start doesn't clear it, but I can hit new. Uh-oh. That messed it up, Jake. Yeah, hitting start just absolutely froze it or didn't clear it. That messed it up. That messed that one up. Because now when I hit start, all the up there. So yeah. So what do we need to do to back that one out, Jake? Let me figure this out. New. No. New. No. New. No. Jake has taken over. Team viewer. Jake has taken over. Hold on a minute. Let me pick out the next 3 ways. I'm going to watch what he's doing over here, though. Incoming connection. Awaiting authentication. Okay. Let's see what Jake does. Oh, he's going over here. Studio mode. Chad mode options. Refresh. Okay. I saw that. I just don't know how you dual split it like that. All right, here we go. It's $300. Chris Smith says he's hit the max. Hit the max after he said, oh gosh, I better get off here now. All right, so here is the next ones. Let's do UK this, UK that, and here we go. All right, so here's the next 3. And no bids before I leave. There's nothing over here that is eligible to be sold on Discogs. They're all bootlegs, Jim B. You're out of luck, buddy. Nice try. All right. In slot number 1, Blondie. Blondie is Contact and Red Square and Kung Fu Girls. I think the A side is Dennis. And in parentheses, it says Denis. So I think that's how it's pronounced. Blondie is around VG Plus. Blondie, a 3-track. $7 start on Blondie. Sorry, Jim B, you're out of luck tonight. Tell your kids I'm sorry, okay? Father, Father, what does he mean? Father, Father, what does he mean? Does that mean no McDonald's breakfast in the morning? Layla, Derek and the Dominoes, and Bell Bottom Blues. That's a good one. And that's a UK edition again. Beautiful on that one. In the sleeve, $7 start on that one. And then Robert Hunter, Tiger Rose. Sampler for Deadheads. Phil Lesh and Ned Lagan, Seastones. Ned Lagan. Sampler for Deadheads. Those are all $7 starts. Father, Father, please tell me, what does that mean? We're out of luck. That doesn't sound good, Father. Does that mean what I think it means? No hash browns? No biscuits? Father, Father. It was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper, the band, the play. Been going in and out of style. Sgt. Pepper's new stereo mix by Giles Martin. I actually really like this. Gatefold jacket, sealed. And this is a... this is $39.99. Sealed Sgt. Pepper's, $39.99. Patrick, make sure you put... so for this one, the Robert Hunter, it will be !C and then your bid, okay? So !C and then your bid. The Beatles is $39.99. I promise it's not all Beatles, but there's several over here. I'm about to mix it up. Go get that other crate that has a lot of rando. Blondie's was Dene. D-E, it's D-E-N-I-S. In parentheses, it says Dene, D-E or Dene, D-E-N-E-E. And the flip is Contact in Red Square and Kung Fu Girls. And then Layla and Bell Bottom Blues has a bid with TSO Houston. That's these 345s. Right there. Hey, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Layla. Da 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 da. Down, 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 down. Father, Father, no. I can't wait to meet Jim B's children one day. They're going to think I'm some sort of god. They're going to be like, are you Chad? You're the one who blesses us with McDonald's breakfasts. We thank you for your kindness. Father said you were some kind of wizard. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're a bad wizard. Sometimes you're a good wizard, sometimes you're a bad wizard. Layla, is it edited? Well, we'll know by the length of it, won't we? You know, it don't really say. There's no time on it. That's surprising. It says from History of Eric Clapton. That's why there's 2 hits on here. It's from the History of Eric Clapton. I don't think that was an edited cut. Not to my knowledge. So no one's been on Blondie, right? This is $59.99. Exodus is on yellow vinyl. Exodus is on yellow vinyl. It has the poster, or it has a poster. And this is yellow vinyl, blood in, blood out, Exodus. Yellow vinyl, $59.99. Scrooge. Yeah. Soda 007 Platinum. Those start on Discogs right now at $83.54. That was the 2014. Graphic novels. Well, let me tell you about my imagination. If you want me to write some books for you, I'm not going to sit and physically type it all in, but I can just start telling you worlds of stories about gremlins and goblins and wizards and records and Otis and the 7 layers of the swirly, girly gumdrops. And then I went through the Lincoln Tunnel. All right. I see orange and I see red. Boy, isn't that a lyric? I see red. That's Metallica. I see orange. I see red. That's Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. And how about Sail and Sail? Joe D'Agato on Layla for $8. Robert Warner on Phil Lesh. And Robert Hunter for $7. And then Blondie's a no bid, a $7 buy it now. Okay, new. All right, there we go. New. All right, and then let's do 3 more. Patti Smith Group. Patti Smith Group. Patti Smith Group. This is a cool Beach Boys. Beach Boys and is there 2 Madonnas? Flaming Groovies is pretty cool. Let's do those 3. So start. All right. In slot A, Patti Smith Group, Because the Night. Whoa. Patti Smith Group, Because of the Night, from her album Easter. And Godspeed, Clean, Patti Smith Group, $7 start. Flaming Groovies, Rockin' Pneumonia and Boogie Woogie Flu, beautiful, $7. And Surfin' Safari, 409, or excuse me, Beach Boys, 409, and Surfin' Safari. It's got the picture sleeve. That's one I don't see as often. Very cool. Original 60s picture sleeve of 409 and Surfin' Safari. $7 start. Make sure you put exclamation mark A. Flaming Groovies has a bid, and there's the Beach Boys. No Fleetwood Mac 45, but I do have a sealed, well, I'm about to show it to you right here. I have, I wish they had hop stickers on them. I got a couple reissues of Rumors, but I don't know what they are. Give me 1 second. Let me find the next record in here. Aha, I forgot about this one. Out of the corner, I see red. Down, 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 down. $29.99 for Jimi Hendrix. 29. What I was saying, I don't know where I cut off. It's in a perforated baggie. It's not numbered and it's not on clear vinyl, but it's definitely one of those earlier versions because it's in a perforated baggie. I got to swap out crates. Also, somebody start reminding me every night, okay, at about midnight to go ahead and change my mic. At midnight, I just need to go ahead and swap out mics. Boy, I forgot Otis was even here. He's dead asleep over here. Okay, and this is so to Thomas Clark. Thank you. Let me get that in a sleeve. And let's look at these auctions. It looks like Craig has the Flaming Groovies for $7. That's about gone. But we do have a question on the Beach Boys, and I had an offer on Blondie. So thank you, Thomas Clark. That's so to you. Okay, and so first thing, let's go ahead and make Patti Smith Group a buy it now for $7. Let's sell Blondie for $4 to Craig Thomas. Yep, $4. And then Beach Boys. The picture sleeve was probably VG Plus. Probably VG Plus. And the vinyl was, yeah, also VG Plus. Maybe EX. Pretty clean for what it normally is. Okay, and then this is sold to Craig for $7. Whoa, I messed that one up. My fat finger hit both buttons. Hold on a minute. Chris Mezer, let me restart that, okay? All right. Now, Stephen, please bid again. $8 on Beach Boys. Okay. And Patty's going right over here. My bad. Chris Mezer, you've been outbid on slot C. Hope I don't do that too often. Here's another demented looking record. All right, then we need to add 2 more. Cool, I'm getting sleepy. Last one sold for $50. They're active for, let's match that. And ours is near mint. This is called Hatchet, not Hatchet Ed, Far Beyond Lunacy. Green vinyl Hatchet, $39.99. And I have got my mic way too close to my chin. This little thing is tickling my chin. Now, I only like getting my chin tickled in certain situations. Let's put up a few more 45s. And I kind of stopped on the shirts, but I was getting pretty low supply of rock. And it didn't seem like I need to go over here and see what else I have, though. All right, next 2 45s. I've got the Eagles. And I got a Johnny Cash, actually. So let me start A and start B. And we got Johnny Cash, Belshazzar, right? Belshazzar. And then the flip is Wide Open Road. Memphis Sun Original, $3.92. And it's really nice, actually. EX or better. We'll put Johnny in slot A for a $7 start. And this is a promo, a double-sided promo of A Peaceful, Easy Feeling. I like the way her earrings lay on her skin. So, okay. And that's a $7 start on the Eagles. Peaceful, Easy Feeling. Final call on the Beach Boys for $15. I put Hatchet in the sold bin, didn't I? Yep. I got a bad habit of doing that. Hatchet did not sell. It's still available. Let me make sure I didn't put anything in that last crate. Over here. Nope. Carole King sold. Beatles sold. Beatles sold. Exodus sold. Okay. Make sure I don't shoot myself in the foot. Cash has a bid for 7. All right. Let's see what's going on with this record. This might be an OG. This might be another like kill switch engage type record where honestly it might need to be auctioned. But if you're paying attention, you might get lucky. All right, so final call on Cash and Eagles, and that way we can go down the board and clear all those off. Depends on the color for this one. Looks like it's going to depend on the color. Orange, nope. White and black split, nope. Orange, nope. Nope. 2007. 2016 Europe, nope. 2023, nope. Red bone, nope. Black, nope. Red with black, nope. Mint, black ice, clear, and then a 2016. Wow, this could be a lot of different stuff. Let's click on the OG and see how you determine that. Gatefold cover. New bid on Johnny Cash. 007, you've been outbid. All right, so we got an auction going on with that one. knowing this collection and knowing, oh man, I hate to say that it is though. On labels. This is one of those first catalog number on spine. H696. All right, I'm showing this as a VG Plus 2007 OG pressing of Avenged Sevenfold. Yeah, because it's not 180 gram. That's definitely 160. All right, so yeah, this is $59.99. VG Plus 2007 OG Avenged Sevenfold. $59.99 on that one. And the disc or VG Plus. The cover has a little bit of a bump down here in the corner, but I'm showing a 2007 Avenged Sevenfold. $59.99. Whoops. All right. And look at here. He's out. Perfect timing. I like doing this. Watch this. Boom, boom, boom. All three sold. 007 on Johnny Cash for 12. All right. You got it. Eagles was sold to Robert for 7. You got it. I like the way her ear. All right. And then the Beach Boys was Chris Messers at 15. Beautiful. And then Kevin Chapman says he'll take an Elvis Lightbox. Things just keep getting better. It's getting better all the time. You used to get mad at my school. No, you can't. The teachers who taught me weren't cool. They're holding me down, building me up with my rules. Got to admit, it's getting better. It's getting better. Elvis sold to Kevin Chapman. Sold to Kevin Chapman. That was a Beatles tune I was just singing. Getting Better off Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Awesome. And that was my last Elvis lot. That was my last Elvis lot. Okay. Looks like we need 3 more 45s, eh? We got the Angels, the Monkees, and Laurie Anderson. Not Lonnie. So, new, start. The Angels, a picture sleeve. I adore him. Thank you and good night on Smash. That's not one I see too often. That is the Angels, a $7 start. Pretty clean disc. That's slot A. Slot B is a really cool picture sleeve. The Monkees, The Last Train to Clarksville. Beautiful vinyl. Wow. Holy moly. Beautiful vinyl. Last Train to Clarksville and Take a Giant Step. Last Train to Clarksville. $7 start. And Oh Superman, Laurie Anderson, EP. $7 start, Laurie Anderson. That's our current 3 auctions. The Angels, the Monkees. That's a nice copy for a record that's typically trashed. Heart coming soon. The details on Hatchet. When I finally get home from this long road trip, 2 months, I'm going to have a fun time trying to figure out how to daisy chain all these light boxes off one controller. Wow, sounds like a great project. Did I... LA7... Michael, we're using the exclamation mark for these. Craig beat you to it. Make sure you put a exclamation mark. Hatchet was a 2015 OG green vinyl. 2015 OG green vinyl. All right. You go get some other stuff over here. Daisy chain and light boxes. If you were to tell that to somebody randomly on the street, they'd go, huh? You're going to be doing what? They're going to be like, how are you going to spend your weekend? He's going to be like, I'm daisy chaining my light boxes. And there's going to be some people go, huh? You're doing what? And you're going to be like, I'm daisy chaining my light boxes. And there's going to be people go, huh? You're doing what? And you're going to be like, I'm daisy chaining my light boxes. Hey, Stephen, what's up? What are you going to be doing this weekend? I'm going to be daisy chaining my light boxes. And there's going to be some people going, huh? You're going to be doing what? All right. So this is 1999 Walmart exclusive Elvis Gold Records on gold vinyl. You ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Don't be cruel. Uh-huh. I'm all shook up. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. I'm all shook up. Mm-hmm. Going to account. Don't be cruel. Sealed. Go vinyl. Originally a Walmart exclusive. All right, Laurie Anderson is sold to Michael Butler. For $8. And the Monkeys is a buy it now for $7. And the Angels is a buy it now for $7. No bids on those. No bids on those. Put them right over there. And Michael Butler gets the Monkeys for the buy it now price of $7. All right. Awesome. Here, I'll go ahead and light your name up. I hadn't closed it yet, so I'll light your name up. Thank you. All right. Here's one of my favorite songs, and honestly, a beautiful picture sleeve, but I already have this one. Mr. Green, he's so serene. He's got a TV in every room. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. Hey, charcoal burning every. Man, I love that one. All right, let's clear new, and a Pleasant Valley Sunday, a $7 start. Once again, just very nice. And Words is a great song too, but a great Monkeys picture sleeve there. $7 start on that. Okay. $7 start on that. By the way, Chad, my daughter flipped over the Jerry Cantrell test pressing came in. My wife did too for different reasons. Awesome. Glad to know you're having great family time with great investments. Okay, you got to tell her that's an investment. That's an investment. All right. Now this is pretty cool too. I thought about keeping this, but I'm going to ask a little bit higher start, and if no one bids, that's okay, because this almost went home to Chad's collection, but I'm going to go ahead and run it. I think this is awesome. I don't get this one too much, and it's in beautiful condition. I think we're alone now. The beating of the heart is the only sound. Boom, 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 boom. Children behave. I'm loving these classic 60s here. I mean, as y'all know, I'm a fan of this music almost as much as anything else I talk about, Zeppelin or Beatles. I could make a heck of a playlist of hits, my favorites from this era. That would be on there. $10 start on I Think We're Alone Now. Beautiful. Beautiful top copy. Okay? I think we're alone now. The beating of my heart is the only sound. children behave. That's what they say when we're together. Now watch how they play. Now, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, I see what they've done. This is pre-owned. Great price. I'll do it for $24.99. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, today's Tom Sawyer. And what somebody's done is they've put it in a board and bag, and they kept the original direct metal mastering sticker. So slot B is a $10 start. Slot A, which is the Monkees, has got a bid for $12. And then our next auction is Madonna, Rain and Waiting. And Madonna is a $7 start. Rain and Waiting. And then Rush is $24.99. Modern Day Warrior, of course, if I ordered these new, they would be $34. It's near mint. Near mint. Let me check it. I have a feeling it's near mint, but we probably should look at it. This guy's stuff was all cleaned. All these should be like near mint. You see how well he took care of it. Perforated or board and, oh yeah. Board and bag. MoFi sleeve. Cardboard divider for protection. And it's just, this is just for a reissue. You should see how he stored some of those other records. He had them in like top loaders and really good condition, or really good care of stuff. So Monkees is at 14. Tommy James is at 14. Awesome 60s pictures. That's the sounds of the 60s, folks. Holy moly. I think he's okay. Jim B. Jim B's still watching. He says he was going to bed. I promise you, he's still watching right now. Okay, he keeps this on even in his sleep, in case he hears the word. Let's see if we can whisper him here. You ready? All right, y'all ready? Here's the test. All right, and our next auction is going to be NoFX, the complete studio recordings for a $1 start. NoFX, the complete studio recordings, $1 start. Rolling Stones Tattoo You Picture Disc, $24.99. $24.99. Why don't you start me up? This is the full picture disc. Full picture disc, $24.99. There's Jim B. I told you. That's called the Jim B Whisper. Y'all just witnessed it. This is a Rolling Stones picture disc. Why don't you start me up? Riders in the Heat, something about competing, and really good song. New or presumed near mint. Bradley said he will take Rush. Great. So did Bradley Smith. So Michael has both 45s right now. He has the Monkees at 15, and he has Tommy James at 14, and Madonna's a $7 start, even though Jim B is trying to be Mr. Funny Guy. New and sealed, just $19.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. I stay away. I can't sing like Lane Staley. Stay. Yeah, it's all right. No excuses, Santa. It's all right. $19.99. Jar of Flies. There will be no more shirts tonight. Madonna is Rain and Waiting. No condition notes. These two are sold to Michael Butler, 15 and 14. Another Pleasant Valley Sunday. And Tommy James, I think we're alone now. Mega Blast got Alice in Chains. Okay. We'll give Rain one more chance. That's not anything to do with the Beatles, by the way. That's one I don't recall seeing too much. Here's a couple more picture sleeves. 3 a little bit different ones here. Ones I don't recall seeing too many times in my travels across this world. Lionstein gets the Rolling Stones. Thank you. And now we're going to do new, and start. All right. And slot number 1, slot A, I should say. Make sure you put exclamation mark A. Y'all know how to do it. D.D. Sharp. Willie-I-Am and Willie-Am. What's that say? Willie-Am and Willie-Am. What's amazing about this, it's a Monarch pressing, by the way. First of all, the vinyl is beautiful. This is highly unusual for a record like this. It looks like it was just made. Where Did I Go Wrong, I think, is the A side. D.D. Sharp. D.D. Sharp, there is some writing here, but it's pretty cool. It's a date. March 9th, 1964. So $7 start on D.D. Sharp. Here's another picture sleeve I don't recall seeing too many times. Donovan. And this Donovan is called Epstisel to Dippy. And the flip is Preaching Love. So Donovan, $7. If anybody wants Madonna, it's a $7 buy it now. And then Barbara Acklin is number 3. Barbara Acklin sings Please Sunrise Please and Just Ain't No Love. And Barbara Acklin on Brunswick, $7 start. Okay, so that's our current 3 singles. D.D. Sharp, $7 start. Donovan and Barbara Acklin there. Let's get those nice and symmetrical. There you go. Have fun bidding. All right, let's price the rest of the stack out. All right, so this is pre-owned as well. This is the 2020 version, I know from the Hop sticker. Facelift, $29.99. $29.99 facelift. Sea of Sorrow. That is Alice in Chains. Facelift. It is open, but near mint. $29.99. Man in the Box. Do you have Black Statler Brothers flowers on the wall? I'm sure we do, but I'm not for sure where one is at this moment. The jar of flies you just bought was absolutely mint and sealed. Absolutely mint and sealed. That's right. We sold a promo copy here for $2,000 and something, which was remarkable. Rare item. Humble Pie picture disc. Very heavy. We had that original Vertigo pressing last night. Here is a reissue picture disc. Humble Pie, $19.99. Humble Pie, $19.99. Yeah, a lot of vintage LPs, so you could name any kind of big album from the 60s, 70s, or 80s. Did I say Humble Pie? I meant Uriah Heep. My bad. Uriah Heep, $19.99. Uriah Heep, $19.99. We probably have a copy. Just physically going and finding it is the challenge. Because the way we price stuff and the way we show stuff, everything's pretty random. And there's not a lot of rhyme or reason. $24.99. Sealed Van Halen 1984. Sealed Walmart exclusive, which will include a backstage pass. Van Halen, Might As Well Jump. $24.99. Da-da-da-da. Kind of a big album. Sort of a big album. My favorite track on there is I'll Wait. All right, all three of these singles are bot nows for $7. 1, 2, 3, $7 bot nows on all three of these. That's Dee Dee Sharp, Where Did I Go? Where Did I Go Wrong? The Donovan, and Barbara Ackle. 1 hour warning. Actually, the warning is until I got a stack picked out of stuff I'm pricing over here. The show will end after I'm done pricing that stuff out, which is getting near the end. So sorry, Jim B, and to y'all's children. Okay? Sorry, Jim B, and to your children. Maybe you'll grab some stuff here in a minute. Maybe you'll be able to grab one of these. Maybe I'll accidentally mess up intentionally and you'll be paying attention. And I'll be like, see, that's my intentional mess up of the night. Probably do the rest of these 45s and bot nows. And we've already went through 3 canisters tonight. We go through these things fast. John finally gets us some together and we blow through them. Look how many we've sold tonight. Golly. It's a lot more than it looks like. Looks like a lot to me, but it's pretty amazing how many we go through when he gets these out. All right, so let me go ahead and mark these. Yeah, I gotta go to 2 a.m. I got Otis, I need to eat, and I got movies to watch. But right now we got records to sell. Seal Traffic Remastered, Dear Mr. Fantasy, $19.99. Dear Mr. Fantasy, play me a tune, sing a song, make me feel happy. It's already 2 out on the East Coast. Sealed Remastered Traffic, just $19.99. I can't wait to go eat my charcuterie board. I got Ritz crackers, pepperonis. I got Ritz crackers, pepperonis, little cheese, you know, those little Colby cheese things. Johnny Cash, we'll do this $10 below list price. So if I order this new, it'd be $34.99. Sealed Johnny Cash. $34.99. How much that? What does it say that? Oh, this is over here. I got to make the morning videos too. Y'all are so relying on those now. Sometimes I used to could end the sale, like go to my Tahoe and leave. Now, after the sales, I know I got a good 45 more minutes of work minimum to get those videos ready. Van Halen is sealed, $24.99. What's the first lyrics to I'll Wait? You know something? No, what's he say? Hold on a second. What is the open lyric? Also, I saw a guy yesterday in Nashville, and I know who he was, and I've talked to him before, and I saw him in passing on Broadway. It's like something in a movie, and I can't remember who it was. It's been freaking me out. All right, so here's some buy it now 45s. Linda Ronstadt, I Fall to Pieces. The Majorettes, White Levi's. Lodi Low, Chubby Checker. These are all $6.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, a promo copy. Of what song? Wow, that's written really small. Lou Odessa and Vince Benet. Corvair Baby. The Four Seasons, Bye Bye Baby. Baby Goodbye. Frankie Valli. The Four Seasons, Saturday's Father. Saturday's Father, The Four Seasons. And then over here we got Tom Petty, Change of Heart. Oh, that was on red vinyl. Okay. That's okay. $6.99 on Tom Petty. Carpenters, For All We Know. Carpenters. Shuri Ellis sings The Name Game. The Tales of Wells Fargo, sung and played by the Prairie Chiefs. Wells Fargo, that was a TV show. And then Keith and Donna and Old and in the Way, sampler for Deadheads. Keith and Donna and Old and in the Way. Craig Thomas on Tom Petty on red vinyl, thank you. And there was one more of those Dead samplers. All right, the next two records are Tool, which will take a while to figure it out, and it was another Traffic, and it was opened. I thought it was sealed. And we did have a couple more Butcher covers tonight, but I vetoed these, not because I didn't want to sell them, but I don't think they're legitimate. So let me show y'all this. You know, when I first seen this, I went, holy crap, it's a $10,000 or $15,000 Butcher cover. I've never seen one. And then upon closer examination, I believe someone has made this. I think it's a counterfeit or some kind of fake Butcher cover. It's definitely on an original jacket, but the wear isn't consistent. And it's like miscropped right up here. It's not even. So I think somebody forged that. And then I had this one here. And I think somebody has forged this one, as you can tell. So these are obviously fake Butcher covers. So be careful. We sold a real Second State trunk cover tonight, no doubt. And those are fake. I'll probably end up auctioning them at some point as just a novelty. They won't be very much. And Robert got the Keith and Donna. Do you have New White Zombie, La Sixta Resto Livings, and or Astro Group 2000? Let me think about this. Kelly, sometimes I have yes, those are music on vinyl pressings. Sometimes I have them in stock, but I don't think I do right now. I apologize. I used to could really keep up with new vinyl, but our inventory has grown so much. We got 39 crates of new vinyl right now. 39 crates of new vinyl. And that's why next week, the first of the month, we're going to start discounting stuff. So if you want me to put you down for one, I'll hunt for it tomorrow. Sundays, I come in and I go hunting for stuff. Okay? Sundays, I come in and I go hunting for stuff. So if you want me to, when I'm looking, I don't mind at all. And if I don't have them, if you want to go on a wait list, we can do that. Jim B says he'll take them for $5 so he can shred them. You mean list them on eBay for a no reserve auction as authentic Butcher covers? I think Perry Cox just actually sold one. Let me look his eBay account up. Let me see where he's at. The show's coming to an end, by the way. Let's see. Is that Perry Cox? I think it is. Credible First State. Yeah, so yeah, there's a real. So for those that's never really seen a real one, this is coming from one of the world's biggest Beatles dealers. That's a real butcher cover there. That's a real one. In actually beautiful condition. That one sold just last week. Where did it sell? 15,000. Yeah, that sold last week. March 24th. Actually, it sold 5 days ago. Yeah. So, that's a real one. I've never had one. It looks like he's got some others up. See, there's a. I mean, you know, tonight we sold a pretty dang nice one. There's a near mint trunk cover, and it sold for $3,600. So the really nice second states like near mint, I'm talking beautiful. They're getting up there a couple $1,000s plus. I mean, this one sold way up there. So that's why all of a sudden I think a lot of people jumped on mine tonight for $1,275. Yeah, there's some insane Beatles stuff here. There's a peeled one. There's a really nice peeled one. And that's sold for a couple thousand. Kelly wants on the wait list for the Rob Zombies. If I can find them, I'll go ahead and pull them for you. I'll have to. I got to flip through all of our inventory anyways, and then Dale, the Alabama shirt sold to Dale for 15. All right. Okay, and we need to sign off. Now, I'll say this. If you're making an offer on something from earlier and I don't know where it is, I can't promise you that I'm going to find it by Monday. I'll try my best, but the way everything is stacked and just how long it takes to flip through 30 crates and find something, the time to buy is now, or the time to buy is when it's in the crate. So, Chris, I will try my best. I don't remember even showing a Sticks Cornerstone. And I want to let you know, this might be the last Sunday where there's not a stream, because now that this AI chat is up and running, on Sundays we may have a Sunday AI auction. And I don't think, unless Tanner or somebody can maybe preload something, tomorrow will probably be the first Sunday in a long time, or the last Sunday in a long time that there won't be a live stream. The Babe Ruth. Yeah, I've got you wrote down right here. They hadn't been found yet, but I guess what I'm going to have to do Sunday, I'm going to have to go flip through a lot of stuff. I'm going to have to flip through a lot of stuff, okay? Because I have notes, and the amount of sticky notes they have in there wrote down for me is insane. People asking if they got on waiting list, tagging for pre-orders, did the waiting list come in, vintage stuff. I mean, Ed comes into messages where people rewatch these streams. Ed, I would like this record out of this crate, this record, and he usually don't know where they're at. And if I've done a condensing and I've restacked everything, oh man, it might take 25 minutes to flip through everything to find one record. So, and then 25 minutes to find another one. So sometimes I tell people, we'll find them, because I won't sell them, but it may be like several days before we find them. Otherwise, we could spend hours hunting one or two records. And I've sometimes made time to do it, but sometimes they just get lost. I just can't find them. I'm like, man, I don't know where these are at. So Dale got that. Thomas Clark wants the sealed Mr. Fantasy. Nice pickup there. $8 limited shipping. Anybody else? Make sure Kelly Gabney's down for White Zombie and White Zombie. And I did say tool, but I can't sell it right now. Tool Undertow is a very complicated record to look up because they use the same barcode for like the OG all the way through the reissue. So we might even have to open it. It's a pretty complicated one to figure out on the fly. I don't want to make a mistake. Okay, and I need to sign off. This has been an amazing week. And as y'all know, y'all are the best customers ever. Go ahead and pat yourself on the back. Y'all are the best customers of all time. Because without y'all, none of this would be possible. I would not be motivated to work 18 hours a day if it wasn't for y'all. If it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't be motivated. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not interested in working, slaving away 18 hours a day. But because I know y'all are here, and every night we're going to sell hundreds, if not thousands of items, and if not thousands of items every month, tens of thousands, then that's Mark Chesler said, I was going to ask you if you have the double disc colored vinyl Tears for Fears Songs of Big Chair. I do not. I, in fact, do not. But here's what I am about to do. I am about to film the 9 a.m. vintage video. I'm about to film a video of last call for invoicing. And then I'm about to go home and eat some pepperoni and Ritz crackers. And I'm going to watch a movie. I haven't decided which one. What did we say? 7? What's that movie? 7? Sounds pretty demented to me. 7? I don't know about that. Sounds scary to me. 7. I don't know. I'm thinking about another Harrison Ford movie. I got to pick out another good Harrison Ford movie. And Otis has been an absolute good boy ever since I went and walked him. So. Seven. That's George Costanza. Yeah, I'm not for sure. Oh, The Lord of the Rings. I've never watched The Lord of the Rings. How long would that take? How long is all 3 movies? Can you try... Jake is typing a message. Can you try the start as clear now, and also the clear button is now an undo button? Okay. So start. Well, do you have to now do it? Okay. All right. They're started. Somebody bid. We'll have somebody bid in all 3 slots. Y'all go ahead and bid in all 3 slots. Go ahead, Stephen. All right. And now, Jake, I'm going to go sale, sale, sale. And then start, start, start. Resets it. You got it, Jake. You got it. You fixed it. Try the undo button. Undo. That's not on my stream deck. You just mean manually over here? Okay. And we're going to undo bid. Yep. So I can retract people's bids. So if Jim B gets on here and starts trying to watch be a hoodlum. The clear button. I don't see a clear button. Yeah, if Jim B gets on here and starts trying to be a hoodlum and bid up stuff, all right, then I'll say, take this, Jim B, and I'll click this. Oh, Jake's trying to, me and him's fighting over the mouse right now. Boom, boom. Okay, so it does one. Okay, so that clears out the whole thing. Yeah, I hadn't seen the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I know it. The darkest depths of Mordor. I met a girl, so it's the new A button. Okay, so Renity, yeah, backs out your bid. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. So that's all I need. I don't need a new. I'll hit start, which will reset it, and you can change those to undo, and that way I can undo that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I need to watch The Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I want to make that commitment tonight. 1:19 a.m. If I'm lucky, I'll start them at 2:30. I mean, I'm talking about tonight. Yeah, I'll have to start them tonight. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. So, man, there's so much other stuff I've never seen. Two hours runtime. That's not too bad. How much is? How long is? So how long is Return of the Fellowship? I bet that's like 3 hours. In the darkest depths of Mordor, I met a girl so pale. Gollum, an evil one. Oh, ramble on. Now the time is sing my song. On my way. Jake, I will give you the privilege of hitting the stop streaming button, okay? Thanks, everybody. Good night. Jake's going to hit the button. See y'all Monday. Good night, everybody.